XDG has had enough of EGF.
It's down. That's all they need.
Flashing over the wall, there's the death blow to Shifter. Grab it. Nice!
Another fantastic, decisive win by TSM. 30 minutes in, Dars just eating 2 turrets for breakfast.
Hard heads on, oh, they go in! The flash timbers! The equalizer is sitting on the entire team, but Cloud9 is shredding. Cloud9 was hungry coming off of last week's loss. They get the win over Curse. Oh, he gets it with the rocket!
That's how we do. Oh, baby!
They're in the base at 21 minutes and shredding CLG. They asked, would the streak continue for Dig? They are going to be able to continue it on, enjoying the victory.
Hello and welcome to Week 3 of the North American League of Legends Championship Series Spring Split. We're coming to you live in front of this amazing studio audience here in Los Angeles, California. I am David Freak Turley, and with me is Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler. First off, we'd like to wish our players and fans who celebrate Lunar New Year all the best in the upcoming year.
Yeah, we do have some very nice, incredible Warring Kingdoms skins on the pillars behind us today.
It's pretty awesome. I love our artists here. And of course, today we kick off the Lunar New Year and another action-packed weekend with the North American LCS with 4 huge games.
So we're going to start with first place TSM facing off against an XGG team that hasn't won since their season opener. And that is going to be followed by a great matchup in the mid when Shifter and Coast take on High and Cloud9.
Then it's going to be Curse versus Counter Logic Gaming in a rematch of one of the wildest games we've seen this spring. And finally, Cloud9 heads back to the Rift for their second game of the day, this time taking on Crepo and Evil Geniuses. But before all that, my new favorite hashtag is LCS Big Plays. We saw a great week of action in the European LCS, and the fans have tweeted. Here are the LCS Big Plays from Friday. This first one comes from Super Hot Crew versus Copenhagen Wolves. Wonderman13 tweets, Yasuo's last breath, please. Annie's 5-man Timber stun set that whole fight up. Here's LCS Big Play number 2.
Briefly, because the inhibitor turrets has spawned in the top, so the inhibitor did, but that's the bottom inhibitor going down. What? Timbers coming out from Unlimited, catches 5 members of Super Hard Crew. They're dropping like flies. Countdown finally starts to get himself 1, gets himself 2, jumps around. Moops is going to get caught.
That was only a 4-man Tibbers, by the way, and Yasuo set up his own knock up there, so we don't really need Annie.
Yasuonage.
The biggest play, though, came from that epic battle between Gambit and Fnatic. JJ Ramsey112 says, holy crap, Genja, that cross-map super mega death rocket onto Peke. And great work by the cameraman as well. Here's the number 1 LCS big play from EU LCS.
They're using everything. He's got Peke, gets caught out. Is he going to be able to dodge the death mark? He's timed it right. But Diamond comes across the side there. And, well, they didn't finish it off. I'm quite surprised. Well done by Peke, though. Oh, the rocket. Super mega death rocket going through. Wow, across the map.
That's a pretty incredible shot. Dave Mustaine himself would be proud of that Super Mega Death Rocket. Guys, remember to send your highlights from today's matches to @LevelEsports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays.
And if you do hit us up, we'll not only show the biggest plays, but we might call you out on our tweet on tomorrow's broadcast.
Now let's take a look at how Europe's biggest plays affected the standings. Gambit handed Fnatic its first loss of the season in an epic match, and now these two teams are 1 and 2 in the standings.
And it was a really strong week for SK. They climb all the way up to 4th place with their wins over Alliance and Ro8. Then their it was really in part due to their AD carry, Candy Panda.
Yeah.
He went beast mode for SK, and he was rewarded with that Week 3 MVP for his performance.
So now let's send it over to Riv and Jat to get us prepped for today's showdowns.
Thank you very much, Freak. I am indeed Rivington Bizland III, and making up the other half of this broadcast duo lane is Joshua Jat Leesman.
How you doing today, Riv? I'm doing pretty well.
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. Let's get the duo lane started. We have to talk about Dignitas. They are one of the hottest teams right now in the league, having won 5 straight games after starting 0-2. This is, however, a bye week for them.
And it's strange. For last week when we were looking at Dignitas, you'd think that sometimes when they get on a hot streak, it's like 1 or 2 players.
Yeah.
But 3 of the top 5 OP players we had at the end of the week were from Dignitas. They do have to, however, worry about cooling off a bit because they're on a bye this week, so we won't get to see them.
And that bye we're talking about means a heavy 3-game workload on the shoulders of both Cloud9 and CounterLogic Gaming. And to start with CLG, Coach Monte Cristo is back for the month. He's returned from casting OGN in Korea and is ready to turn around his team's fortune after a rough start in the spring split.
Yeah, so Monty's finally coaching CLG in person today, something he hasn't been able to do so far this season. He's been coaching long distance, but ever since CLG has added Monte Cristo as a coach, they haven't shown that improvement in the win column, so maybe having him here for an extended period of time will help him out.
And with CLG, the only constant is change. And now there's more. Hotshot GG has hung up his mouse again, and Chauster is going to be taking his place in the mid lane.
Yeah, pretty big news here. Another role swap for CLG. Chauster's an experienced player, though. He was with CLG the entire 2013 season. He played jungle and support, so now he gets to try out mid lane.
And we'll have time to get back to all that. Chauster and CLG aren't the only team with 3 games this weekend. Cloud9 plays twice today, and then in Sunday's finale, a potential first-place showdown against Team Solo Mid and the 2-time MVP Bjergsen.
Yeah, we can't say enough about Bjergsen. He has developed some really great synergy with TheOddOne, who has been helping him get ahead early. And also, TheOddOne is also showing that he is a fully capable jungler, one of the best junglers in North America. He can compete with those young guns. A lot of people don't realize there's 2 jungle subs on TSM behind TheOddOne. I can't wait to see his matchup against Meteos this
A little
weekend.
bit of motivation there. And finally, we need to hit on the patch update. Last week, Yasuo was banned. Now he's back, and we'll see if the Unforgiven makes an appearance in today's matches. So now let's take a look at the standings heading into today's games. In first place, it's Team Solo Mid with 5 wins and 1 loss.
Hot on their tail is Cloud9 in second place, although they're the same in the win column, or the loss column, while Dignitas is actually guaranteed to have an undefeated week this week because they don't play.
And in fourth, it's Curse with 3 wins and 3 losses. It's a 3-way tie for 5th between Coast, CLG, and Evil Geniuses.
And finally, there's XDG, the Summer Split's third-place team, who's actually struggling to find their game so far in the spring.
Yeah, now, Jet, let's take a closer look at some of the players who will be vital to their team's chances of winning today.
We were just talking about XGG. ManCloud is so vital in their success. He led the LCS in kills during the Summer Split, set a record even, but now he's actually top deaths in the LCS and is only averaging 1.8 kills a game. He needs to step up.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also interested in seeing how Pole Belter fares. He had a great game for Evil Geniuses against XDG Sunday, and he should be looking to build on that.
Yeah, and building on that as well for Evil Geniuses, wants to be Yellow Pete. He's played 5 different 80 carry champions so far, Urgot being the most recent, and that was successful, but his team said he still wasn't playing it that well, so he has to keep those unconventional picks and keep his enemy off kill.
Absolutely. Benny also has been one of the consistent players for XDG so far. He's held down his own in the top lane and will have an important matchup today against Dyrus.
Yeah, Benny is so consistent, and Yen is also a fairly consistent seeming top laner, but he also doesn't make many miraculous plays. So much of CLG is talking about Doublelift and Aphromoo and all their role swaps.
Right.
It's really Yen who should be the one stepping up here. He made the role swap, needs to make an impact.
All right, and now it is a chance for you to hit us up with the players you'll be watching today. Jump on Twitter and let us know who's the most underrated player in the NA LCS and why.
Yes, send your answers to @LOL Esports and be sure to use the hashtag LCS because we'll read the best responses later in the broadcast.
Absolutely, and while you're flexing your social media muscles, visit us at lolesports.com. You can find the most up-to-date news and analysis, interviews with your favorite players, stats, box scores, and every NA LCS game we've broadcast this season.
Click on tickets to reserve your spot in our studio audience and get the full immersive experience of an LCS game day where you can see Rib and his beard in person. Just click on tickets for all the details.
Absolutely. Then weigh in on who will win today's matches. Click on matches at the top right. Go to week 3 and exercise your right to vote, just like our forefathers intended. Now let's throw it across the studio to Freak and Kobe, who are hanging out with Team Coast's mid laner.
Thank you very much, Riv. We are here and have to be joined by Team Coast mid laner Shifter. How you doing?
Good. How about you guys?
Doing pretty great, man. So I got to ask you, you're up against Cloud9 coming in today, first match for you guys of the day. How do you feel coming into that match?
I think it's going to be a pretty close match. We actually scrimped them quite a bit, and honestly, we do pretty okay against them, and I think it's going to be a really close match.
So going up specifically against High, you know, he's played 5 different champions in 5 different games. Is there anything special that you do to prepare for that matchup?
High usually practices a lot of his heroes in solo queue. The one that surprised everyone was kind of the Teemo pick. He kind of played it a little bit before LCS started, and I saw he was going to pick it, and yeah, I just kind of pay attention to what he plays and react to it.
So you actually probably match up against him a fair bit in solo queue. How do your sort of head-on-head matches actually go?
In solo queue, honestly, solo queue matchups don't matter at all because one guy's trying to test his limits and like diving towers over and
Okay.
over it. So yeah,
Not a fair comparison.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough then. So coming to this one, of course, Coast has had a pretty rough start to the season, 2-4. I know you're one of the big forces on your team from the mid lane. How are you guys sort of shaping up as a team?
I think we're shaping up really well, especially with Alex Penn as our new analyst. He's really helping our scrim schedule. He's making our practices like really, really effective and time efficient. And I think we're gonna shape up really well.
So, talking about the solo queue and how much experience you can gain from there, it's been said a lot that Hai and Bjergsen have had a lot of exchange of different strategies from European style, North American style. Have you picked up anything from Bjergsen since he came over here?
Me and Bjergsen bounce. Oh, sorry. Me and Bjergsen bounce ideas off each other all the time. We talk about, do you think this champion's good? Do you think this champion's good against this champion? And so yeah, I guess all middlers kind of like bounce ideas off each other. So we kind of all have similar champion pools.
All right, well, Shifter, thank you very much. Good luck in your matches today and tomorrow. And, of course, we've got more LCS action, guys, so let's get to it. Got to slip to the fog of war for a minute, but when we come back, the day gets underway with #1 TSM trying to stay on top when they battle XDG. The North American LCS continues right after this.
Hello and welcome back to the NA LCS Spring Split. A quick reminder, at the end of today's NA LCS action, we will have the third quarterfinal in the NA Challenger Series.
Yeah, and this best of 3 comes from the bottom half of the bracket where the spring promotion participant Determined Gaming takes on Rux and Curse Academy with a spot in next week's semifinals on the line.
It's been pretty interesting watching the Challenger games too. I'm excited for these matchups. But now, let's kick off our first match of the day, Team Solo Mid versus XDG Gaming. Jat, this is a matchup of the top team in league and the squad sitting at the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, 5-1 versus 1-5. And TSM's been looking really strong. Bjergsen's been living up to the hype entirely. He's actually on pace to shatter ManCloud's single split record by 49 kills if he were to keep up his pace right now. So Bjergsen has been great is a bit of an understatement.
Yeah, pretty ridiculous. And for XDG, so far this spring, they have been able to jump out of some strong starts in their games, only to watch them slip away.
Yeah, so ManCloud is going to have to kind of get some help from Zuna. He used to be the one that kind of takes them through at the end of games. And they have to keep Bjergsen under control, honestly. They have not shown a lot of synergy between ManCloud and Zuna. I think it's on both of them a little bit, really. But if you compare that over to TSM, Bjergsen has been getting a lot of help from TheOddOne. We look at the CLG game that happened last week where OddOne just came again and again. Bjergsen got fed, and then Bjergsen took over the game.
And coming into this game, both teams know what's at stake. And while they're heading towards different directions right now, they both know this is an important step along the path towards the ultimate goal.
Going up against TSM is definitely a huge stepping stone for us, because if we win or if we play really well, we know that we're getting back in form and as good as where we used to be last split.
XCG are, I think, 1-5 right now, so they're obviously not doing as well as they would want to. I feel like we'll just slowly outplay them in the laning phase and then eventually win out the game. That's how I hope it's going to go.
Against TSM, when we're scrimming them, we've been doing pretty well, but they have this kind of scrimming mentality where they just kind of spam the same champions over and over until they find out matchups and how it works. So we can't really use the scrim scores as judgment for how well we'll do against them.
They're still working on team coordination and rotations. They don't really know what they're gonna do after they get a couple kills, or if they fall behind, they just stay behind. So that's one thing we can capitalize on.
It doesn't matter too much about our score right now, it just matters how we progress, and if we beat TSM, it's definitely a step in the right direction.
I think if XDG can actually hold the early lead that we were talking about slipping away, they'll be able to fare pretty well against Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, Zuna's early ganks have been working fairly well, but the transitions, like Wild Turtle was saying in that video, they don't seem to know what to do in the mid game.
Let's get right into it. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Team Solo Mid. Dyrus in the top lane, TheOddOne in the jungle, Bjergsen in the mid lane, Wild Turtle at AD carry, and Xpecial at support.
Obviously the fan favorites, but on the red side, it is XDG with Benny in the top lane, Zuna in the jungle role, ManCloud in the mid lane, Xsmithy on AD, and of course, Bloodwater on support.
And as we said a little bit, Jat, this is the 5 wins, 1 loss to 1 wins, 5 loss for XDG. So that already is going to be ticking against XDG, but also can't allow TSM to be complacent here.
Yeah, but it's also kind of the perfect opportunity for XDG to try to get themselves back in the game. We've already kind of seen a last place versus first place team turn a season around when Dignitas played Cloud9 early on in the split. They hadn't gotten a win. They got their they got their second win against Cloud9, I believe, but still handed Cloud9 their first loss there. And that could be an opportunity here. XDG was such a quality team in the summer split. They got to pull it together.
Especially with the addition of Bloodwater, you kind of saw that surge of power come back into them, and it's almost like that life has been drained. They need to find it again.
Yeah, a little bit is strange for them because Bloodwater was kind of... We beat the crap out of the story that he was a shot-calling support. You know, he was the one that was supposed to make things happen. But then clearly when they moved Zuna to the jungle, they want some other shot-calling coming in there, and whatever needs to happen with that synergy just hasn't happened yet for XDG.
And it's something you think they change. We see ManCloud's KDA much lower than last time, almost being tripled by Bjergsen within this matchup. So we'll have to see if he does get that that attention from Zuna this game. Looking at the bans, they seem pretty standard for right now. Nobody's going to be getting a LeBlanc when Bjergsen or Shifter play coming up here. We've said that. It's the LeBlanc free zone.
Kayle becoming a pretty more standard ban, especially because ManCloud somewhat specializes in Kayle. The lane pressure is something he definitely wants to get against Bjergsen because Bjergsen gets so many of his kills roaming. And ManCloud's strength last split was honestly just his ability to control the lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Always winning it, picking the... Usually he got the last pick too. He'd be left to last, counter the entire composition.
So that was 4 mid lane bans. 3, well, I'd say 2 directly targeted Bjergsen because everybody bans Cassidy.
Yep. to see. ManCloud not really taking Gragas too much under his wing. He's played 2 games of it, but has not seen the wins. So they do get the ban out. They don't want it at all. Elise is picked up by TheOddOne. He's already had 2 chances on her with both wins.
Yeah, it's a great champion for TheOddOne, and it's also a good champion for Zuna. Now Zuna's kind of pushed out of his comfort zone. He played Elise 3 times. Of course, he's lost in all of them. But his Olaf was his only win. So aside from that, Zuna, we don't know what he has left. He's tried playing Lee Sin in the past. That did not go well. I really wonder what his jungle pick is going to be.
A new choice for him. Still sticks with the kind of assassin aggression early game.
That's most likely going towards ManCloud. We
have
seen
good call.
Some Kazakhs junglers, but that's more of a solo queue, not as a competitive pick. There's a few jungle Kazakhs that got seen over in the OGN. It has not seen a huge amount of success, though, and it does not fit XGG's play style for the jungler to take that much farm.
It's true. Seeing Bloodwater get his Thresh in, it's now up to Team Solo Mid to figure out what the composition is going to be around here. We saw the only loss that Team Solo Mid has came from a very passive composition of Nunu NACS, and they haven't even touched it. They've never gone back to that. So they're sticking with aggression and really wheelhouse strategies.
Yeah, TSM is always at their best when they're able to take control of the game early. Knowing that they have the jungle Elise, and knowing that they're up against a Thresh, they have a lot of options here. If they take a generic Renekton in the top lane, that'll be strong for Dyrus, and then exactly, that's what they should do. They should go for bot lane after this, and then their last 2 picks will be mid and support.
Dyrus is happy. This is the first time he's grabbing up on Renekton. Usually they're seeing that banned out against him, so he'll be able to have some control and safety in that lane.
It's just such a standard pick, and it's interesting because I think Benny and Dyrus are closer in play style than many people realize. They're nearly identical. They're the guys that are extremely consistent, reliable. They will always be able to farm. They generally don't come down to the team that early. Occasionally they'll carry the game, but very, very rarely. And you know, Renekton is just the perfect thing for that matchup because it should allow Dyrus to maybe put a little bit of impact on the Benny.
They're actually the only 2 in North America to try their hand at Warwick. Dyrus having the better result, obviously, but they're definitely widening champion pools from what we've seen. And Benny, we already know, has a pretty great champion pool. Jinx being picked up here for Xsmithy, but they do have the Thresh. They have the escape there for some scary play. Yeah,
they're going to need Xsmithy to do a whole bunch more. Since they picked the Shen up in the top lane, and it's most likely a mid lane Kazakhs, their upfront damage is actually fairly low at the moment, which means Xsmithy has to get immensely farmed and has to be able to keep himself safe.
See what happens here with the picks. It would be very interesting. Bjergsen we've seen him on Gragas, LeBlanc, and Zed so far. So this would be completely new for him.
Yeah, Riven is something he has played a whole bunch of, though. There's
absolutely.
There's a dozen or more highlight clips of his solo queue adventures with Riven. That would be right up against the Kazakhs, kind of meet assassin with assassin. That's it. That's going to be a mid lane Riven right there. Heavy AD composition coming out from TSM. Definitely looking to snowball the game a little bit early for them, but definitely just lane power. Everywhere you look in there, Renekton, Caitlyn, and Riven are all just about destroying their lanes. They're trying to shut down the XGG early game.
This is very much so like TSM. A 3rd pick for Leona here within the spring split for X Special. So, like you said, TSM wanting those early lanes, and it's been what's working for them. We'll have to see what XDG can really answer with here.
Yeah, well, they can either pick a different mid laner if they really want to push Zuna into Kazakh's jungle, or they can just let ManCloud have his chances against a Riven. Like, what is he exactly going to be trying to use against this? There's already been so many things that have been banned away from him. You know, Yasuo is not banned, is available, but also is not good against Riven. If he could want to pick that ego later, he's just going to stay away from him.
ManCloud's win does come from Kale, but that is banned out, and it looks like he is forced on to Nidalee for this matchup. So it seems like this may have gone in TSM's way a little bit. XDG kind of had to think about where they wanted their picks.
Well, especially from the laning phase of this game, TSM has an absolute opportunity to just never let XGG get involved. XGG has very weak wave clear early on in the game here. There's a huge opportunity that TSM will just push up all the lanes, try and take multiple early towers, and then just choke XGG out of the game, which would then kind of neutralize the global threat of Benny Shen. That's the fear that XGG is going to be playing against.
All right, well, before the battle gets underway, let's see who you at home chose and think will win to this game. According to LOLesports.com, an incredible 95% of you think that Team Solo Mid will walk away with the victory and level up to 6-1 on the season.
Is a resounding
Little bit.
percentage.
That's pretty
19
big.
of 20 people would have said TSM wins this game. While I do think TSM is a favorite, I do not think it's that big of a gap. I think those are the TSM fans just having a little bit to say about it.
Yeah, the early game is definitely going to tell. We're looking at Benny. He's kind of one of the people to watch today and what he can really bring into this matchup. And on Shen, we've kind of said players won't be able to carry on Shen, but we've
Benny
seen it
loves
happen.
Shen.
We've seen it. Benny loves Shen. Balls even will go back and forth to playing on Shen and do tremendous things. So it can still happen. It's a big matchup for him today.
Well, I should probably correct that. Benny does not love Shen. He is just extremely successful on it. He has a very passive play style on Shen, but he is extremely good at avoiding tower dives, which was a big thing back when he played a bunch of Shen in Season 3, and just sustaining the lane until Shen can become that 1v1 duelist. And that's exactly what Benny's going to be wanting to do. Almost everyone on XDG, actually, is going to be looking to outscale their opponents and get past this early game weakness.
So let's take a look at Zuna real quick and Kha'Zix in the jungle. Is that not an easy jungler to pick up, but kind of transition to if you're playing an Elise, if you're playing an Olaf?
Well, I'll get to Kha'Zix in a moment. It is not super strong in the early game and requires him to get ahead.
Well, we'll see what Zuna can do. We are looking for a bit of synergy, more synergy with ManCloud this game, I should say, but that kill potential is really with Benny in the top lane. If we look at it, the teams start to spread out. We'll probably see that line of scrimmage coming out here, and we do see that Xpecial is going for the Relic instead of the shield that Bloodwater did.
Yeah, so Xpecial going for a little bit of extra gold generation right there. To get back to the jungle Kha'Zix, I think we're going to have a minute to talk about this. It's a very interesting jungle pick because you see a lot of it if you watch someone like Nightblue's stream or someone, or any really high-tier solo queue jungler. Kha'Zix is a terror out there. But it's generally because he does have fairly strong damage when he ganks, and he can clear the jungle relatively quickly. And once he gets ahead, say if he gets his Lizard Elder and a Tiamat, like once he gets to those two items, he is very strong. But his problems are he can't duel other junglers early on in the game, and he requires ganks to get ahead. So therefore, if all OddOne is able to do is shadow Zuna, he will take him out of the game. So he's not necessarily a top-tier competitive pick because there's a lot that the other team can counterplay and get away from him in the jungle. And OddOne is just the jungler to do it.
Well, sounds like things are getting a little more difficult. We did see on Zuna's play when he was on Olaf, he was in the enemy's jungle almost all the time, so he may be thwarted off of that for this game. Is going to get a bit of help in, I believe, a lane swap here. So he may actually get a little bit of aggression from Wild Turtle and Xpecial.
Yeah, it looks like Smithy is taking the Jinx to the top lane. A lot of people have done that against Caitlyn, regardless of the turrets being harder to kill, because they're still able to take the next turret down by the time the Caitlyn and the Leona make a rotation anyway.
Right.
There's a couple people trying to do invades. Oh, geez, Zuna, you should have waited to smite that, but he got it.
Xpecial gets out. He's just not even going to put a ward down. He went in to see what's there. We go. He puts the ward down.
Interesting there. The OddOne's starting at its red buff, where Zuna started as blue, so they're not necessarily symmetrical starts, but they're more mirrored, actually, when you just look at the minimaps.
We can see both top laners kind of going around. Actually, not even Benny, I should say. That's Zuna taking his wolves. Renekton, or Dyrus, is taking up the Wraiths. A quick pause here, but Dyrus is going to go ahead and just kind of utilize most of the jungle that he can, and it may slow down OddOne a bit.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick pause for Benny right there. Sorry, you're saying the... What went
Well, it just might slow down OddOne a bit coming out of the jungle that Renekton has to eat up his camps.
There's a small chance. The nice thing about the jungle now with the 4 camps is that even if a solo laner wants to take a few, you're generally not clearing fast enough early on in the game to make them all dead at once. So at most, it will slow OddOne down 5 or 10 seconds as he's running in between camps. I think he's completely all right with that one once we get this back underway.
We'll be waiting to see what's going on with these guys. Waiting for Benny to hit 6 is going to be a big thing for XDG, and doesn't mean they're going to be big on the early game. As we said before, it's kind of what they need to get going. So maybe we'll have to wait for that on their part. Dyrus, on the other hand, usually is known to continue TSM's kind of confidence within the game and is really kind of a backbone that everybody can get behind if things are going wrong, if Bjergsen isn't carrying, which we almost haven't seen yet.
Yeah, just a consistent farmer.
Right, absolutely.
Dyrus loves to talk about how he plays PvE a lot of the time. Because you look at his kill participation in games, TSM will have, 10 or 15 kills, Dyrus will be 1-0-1 in the top lane with 343 CS. And you're like, all right, Dyrus, good work. Everyone gives him a high five after the game.
He's like, I don't know what my team was doing in this fight. This was what I was doing. I kind of work as my own unit until we need to fight.
Amazing. It's amazing,
But
actually,
it
how
works.
Dyrus, how it works for him, because he is such a unique personality in the competitive scene. Just, he clearly knows so much about the game, and I feel like Dyrus has this intuitive sense of how to play top lane, because he's never really played champions that have huge amounts of mechanics, but he always just is able to beat other top laners.
Yep.
By just manipulating the wave, going in at the right times, buying the right items to fit the situation, and just playing a very slow game in a sense. But it always works for him.
Some of the top laners back at Worlds were saying, I can't remember if it was Flame or Shy, but they were like, Dyrus impressed me in lane. He did a few things I didn't expect, taught me a few things as well. And these pro players are always learning from each other. We heard Shifter talk earlier about how him and Bjergsen chatted up and, figure out what style of play is the best and then see who can do it better against each other.
Yeah. Speaking of some we haven't seen much of in North America, I do want to talk about Jungle Kha'Zix a little bit more.
Yeah.
Elise is a particularly bad matchup for him because if he does actually fight Elise and she swaps into spider form, he can't even get an isolated Q. That would normally be his way of trying to kill people early in the jungle. It's a very dangerous pick. Zuna has to really outplay TheOddOne. Otherwise, he will fall far behind in this matchup.
Well, we'll have to see if Kha'Zix fits into his comfort zone. So far, the time will not tell us much of anything, but he can get around that jungle just like a jungler. See, in terms of the top lane here, Dyrus and TheOddOne, kind of buddy-buddy in this system, as the white is left behind, and TheOddOne's kind of anticipating.
Yeah, here's the thing. OddOne is mirroring Zuna right now. That is his way of shutting him down. Elise will beat out Kha'Zix if he just meets him at every gank path. He's up here because they want to avoid the dive from Dyrus and because they want to make sure these turrets don't actually get outpushed since TSM decided to go with the bottom lane, which is weaker.
Yeah, Zuna can't really get to the turret, so he won't be able to put too much damage on it. OddOne will be able to soak up this experience. The red and the blue buff going a little bit to waste here for TheOddOne, so we'll see if TSM can hold their own in these other lanes.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of progress being made on that top lane. Along the bottom side, it is not necessarily going as well.
No, they haven't done too much. It's really all lopsided now.
Very lopsided over in the bottom side, so it may actually be XTG that ends up getting this turret sooner. Farm-wise as well, Xsmithy's Jinx is ahead of Wild Turtle. So far, these little lane swaps that XTG has pulled off are actually in their advantage. Caitlyn is supposed to beat up on Jinx a bit in lane, so therefore XTG does the lane swap, which is supposed to be punished by TSM being able to take the turret early. But they're not necessarily going for that. They're playing a very conservative bottom lane game with Caitlyn and Leona down there.
A super share system and experience between those two in the top lane, and this kind of gives Zuna, as you said, it was a bad matchup, a little bit safer of a jungle. He always has eyes on OddOne now, and he can kind of roam where he wants.
Yeah, and also think of the bottom lane in this manner, that Benny can taunt X Special under the turret, therefore X Special cannot assist with turret damage. Whereas when Bloodwater is up there in a 3v2 like he was with Zuna, he has a basically ranged auto attack with Thresh and can take that turret down faster.
ManCloud getting hit up pretty hard. The key strike went in as well. The Ignite is just to push out a lane. It won't be a full kill, and he gives it back. There's good damage there.
Yeah, nice retaliation there by ManCloud because he got the Ignite out of Bjergsen, got damage back, and didn't have to burn his flash or his barrier. He is down a little bit in farm, but that was actually a lost trade from Bjergsen if you think of it in terms of summoner spells.
We'll have to see what ManCloud can come back with and how that affects Bjergsen staying in lane. We see Zuna finally putting a little bit of attention down towards the bottom lane, as that's still being won, but the gap is being closed in Xsmithy and Wild Turtle CS.
Yeah, it's really all about these turrets going down early as well. The CS is starting to even out between those AD carries. That's a slight advantage to XDG. And there's that taunt, actually, as he's trying to defend that turret. That's the reason that bottom turret is being held so well.
A little bit different. We have seen this before, obviously, but the 2v1s have usually been a push to the second-tier turret. This time, the junglers are actually going to assist and stop that from happening.
Yeah, these are the slow 2v1s, where they're really just about 80 carries getting a substantial amount of farm. You can kind of see how it is much higher in the mid lanes. Of course, Bjergsen is just keeping pace because he is beating up on ManCloud
Yep.
a little bit, but generally, lanes like this lead to higher CS for the AD carries, and very low farm for the side laners as well.
Something I was actually going to keep an eye on this matchup is whether Zuna really gives those camps to ManCloud. Is he a jungler that allows that to happen? Because he's not giving him help in the mid lane, so is he able to take that at least?
Yeah, well, I think in a normal situation it might be, as Bjergsen continues to get aggressive on ManCloud. ManCloud's got to watch out for the burst there. Top turret goes down. But Zuna shouldn't give many camps to ManCloud in this game, because Nidalee can't take them super fast, and also because Kha'Zix needs the farm.
Looks like a 7-minute dragon coming in here. 13-14 is the time that TSM has on that, and they start to take a slight bit of lead. You see it's not even really that much.
Yeah, but that's because they haven't taken the turret yet.
Absolutely.
So when they get that bottom turret, they're going to slingshot their way a little bit ahead in that race. I like how TSM waited until TheOddOne was level 5 to start taking that dragon. Much stronger, much better ability of taking it down quickly, and it made less of a counterattack possible from XGG. I saw it was the Fnatic Ro8 game, a really great game we had over in Europe. Early on in the game, Ro8 tried to take a dragon with like level 3 jungler and a level 2 Thresh, and they just took so much damage that even though they had like a 4v3 edge, Fnatic could push them off the dragon. That was not an opportunity for XGG there because TSM wasn't low.
XGG still trying to do what they can. We've seen kind of a mirror flop here. Now Zuna is on the bottom side helping out Benny with TheOddOne in the 3 position with Wild Turtleneck Special. They get good damage on the turret, but it's not down just yet. The lanes will be swapped back. So that may be cash stalled that TSM wanted to get kind of quick.
This is a curious playstyle by TSM. I expected, especially with the Caitlyn, that they would be trying to push the lanes much more aggressively. They're down in turrets. Dyrus seems fairly content freezing. And Wild Turtleneck Special have just been rotated on and are now in a straight-up 2v2 against Jinx.
Yeah.
Jinx and Thresh. They're playing it slow with something that I think they could take some more aggression with. I think they're just playing it safe more than anything.
Well, coming back to lane, the AD carries are pretty much even. CS is very close, and the items are pretty much with the same impact of damage. 9 minutes into this one, we'll see now what kind of the jungler's impact has on the 2v2 lanes.
Yeah, we've seen very little jungle impact. That tends to happen when you get into a lane push game like this, where the junglers are showing a lot in the lanes, because it just means that the gangster can't be sneaky. That theoretically would favor Zuna. He's out farming TheOddOne a little bit, but you can see he's just kind of low in health, hasn't been able to get his damage yet. He's gank reliant. Zuna should have to go gank soon. You can see he's evolved his wings, so he can jump very far on Kha'Zix, and should use that to get ganks. But he's got to go all the way back to base, get some health back, then he can come and go for a gank. It's a very slow process.
Yeah, he's playing pretty dangerous in that jungle right now with low HP. Looking around at the items, Benny just trying to get healthy to stay strong in that top lane. Bjergsen hiding off in the wings.
He was hoping to catch Zuna, actually.
Yep.
Yeah. He realized Kha'Zix would be a little bit low in the jungle and was hoping he was trying a foolish gank. No dice, though.
Well, TSM with that dragon have actually been able to place a pink ward. They did have a deep blue ward that actually just went away. So their coverage is on the up and up right now, and it's allowing them to somewhat take control of this early game, but they haven't shown anything too strong just yet.
I'd say TSM has a very slight edge right here, an advantage of control, really. Knowing that they're winning the mid lane also gives them a fair amount of flexibility. Bjergsen should be able to transition into something fairly devastating soon. He's just got to get a little bit more farm. He's the one taking Wraiths. Riven can take Wraiths much easier than ManCloud's Nidalee can. Also, TheOddOne is completely fine giving those Wraiths away on Elise.
Both junglers pretty quiet, waiting for their buffs to respawn, so they have a little bit more edge when they come to these lanes. Bjergsen has kind of slowed down on harassing on down on ManCloud. Can heal himself up now in that lane. It's a little bit slower. You can see Zuna making the pass by just to make sure that there's no damage.
Yeah, there's very little action going on so far in this game, Riven. It's just an interesting choice by TSM. I was definitely expecting more aggression early from both of these squads. XGG actually used to thrive off of Xsmithy's jungle pressure in the early game. You would see ManCloud generally pushing up the wave frequently and really creating a lot of pressure that way, and then Smithy was always there to kind of respond with him. That's not happening right now. They just played a bit of a lane swap game, but they didn't even get turrets. So it's really just given us this very slow, non-eventful first 11.5 minutes of the game.
It's like you said, it starts with those jungle ganks coming in. Bjergsen hasn't gotten anything from OddOne to really get the game going. His roam isn't there yet. And 12 minutes into the game, we're still seeing a pretty standard laning phase. Even though the top turret is down, it wasn't a big push for XDG. They didn't go for second tier.
They stopped right there. The need for XGG was to actually prolong this laning phase rather than make it faster. They don't actually want an open map with a lot of roaming right now because they want Xsmithy's Jinx to get farmed, they want ManCloud's Nidalee to get some items, and they want Benny to reach a point where he can deal with Dyrus. I think all of those things are actually happening right now for XGG Riv.
And ManCloud actually rushing the Morellonomicon in this lane.
That's an interesting choice right there on Nidalee. Most Nidalees you'd see would go with Thene's Unholy Grail to Death Cap, but that's against AP champions. He's against Bjergsen on Riven. Not any magic damage coming out from him. I think it's a bit of a rush to power as well. Just making sure to get the cooldown reduction right off the bat. And honestly, tier Morellonomicon Void Staff is one of the fastest ways to huge amounts of damage early on in the game, if ManCloud decides to go that route.
We know ManCloud as an impact player for XDG. We've yet to see it this season, though. We've talked a little bit about the synergy, but he can still show for himself. We'll have to see if he can do that. Seeing the turret go down in the bottom lane, TSM grabs about 1,000 gold lead as they tick up towards that 17K mark. ManCloud and Bjergsen going at it.
Yeah, and we can actually see TSM preparing for some aggression right now. They kill the turret with a full 3-man rotation right there, and Bjergsen goes in for some harass because they want to think about securing this dragon. Now, the fear is that Benny would teleport down on Shen, so they either have to rotate Dyrus here quickly or have him up to interrupt Benny's teleport. It appears they're trying to roam him down, which would be daring XDG to throw a Shen ultimate and basically trying to create a fight here.
This will be a very interesting fight. If it happens, both AD carries are sitting on near 2,000 gold. So it'll be like they're shooting brick walls if these tanks are able to make it down to the fight. The Shen ultimate is up, but it looks like they should get it clean here.
Yeah, XGG doesn't want to mess with TSM. That's what it seems like. Maybe they're going to go in late, but this is just a foolish ploy.
The pink ward there's going to get Zuna, and he gets obliterated immediately. Bloodwater's there, and he throws the box down, forced to flash out for the summoner spell there, and it could be the OddOne coming up with another cocoon. The cooldown's still pretty high. Now it comes up. Spider form, execute. OddOne coming up with a kill.
A really bad rotation by XGG is the only words I have for that. Zuna went in alone when the dragon was dead without follow-up from his team, and he got destroyed by TSM. Just look at this. The team is not in position. Jinx and Nidalee are way up top. They are easily just able to burst him down. He has no tank stats on Kha'Zix. It is killed before the Shen ult goes in, which makes it even more of a disaster. And then the team scatters. So it's a good play by TSM to capitalize on that, but a foolish play by XGG to be in that position in the first place.
It's a pretty big play for a lot of people on TSM as well. Bjergsen going pretty deep here.
Time to get a replay of that one pretty soon, I believe. Bjergsen tends to do that to people sometimes.
Gets you when you're not looking. So 2 assists. Actually, let's check that out. As he dives this. No, he's not even looking to dive it.
Well, he has his ultimate up.
Yeah, it's good behavior.
Yeah. He just straight up bursted him with damage.
Zuna did not have time to react to that situation. Yep. He still has flash up, but I don't think he was going to try to flash after that. Wouldn't have had the kill. And as I was saying, those assists, go to Wild Turtle from that fight. He was even with Xsmithy before that. So right now, he's definitely building up a little bit more, and the lanes are starting to win. Just like Bjergsen said, it's what they needed to really take this game.
Yeah. Mid lane has control at this point. Blue buff on Riven is actually something Bjergsen is a huge fan of. It gives him many, many more shields, and he might actually look to roam fairly quickly because ManCloud, that's why the Nidalee pick is quite dangerous against Riven. Sure, he can keep his distance a little bit, but there's no fear for Bjergsen doing anything. Even if he didn't get the kill on that tower dive, Nidalee doesn't really trap anyone under the turret. He's not going to help Zuna come and get a gank secure.
Yeah.
The synergy is just not there.
We still didn't see, and Zuna went down very fast, it's kind of the point we're making, that Benny didn't come in quick enough on that fight. Wasn't really able to help too much. Everything was blown through right away.
Like, if they were going to plan an initiation, they should have led with the Shen ult. Get him in there for an initiation taunt. You can't just have a Kha'Zix sitting in the middle of a team and expect that to be an initiation. He's not tanky enough to do that.
Especially not now that the Hydra's filled up. and built up. And we see the Brutalizer and the Bloodthirster as well. So a lot of damage coming out from those two DPSers on Riven and Caitlyn. TSM is 4,000 gold in the lead. They're now looking to take a second turret, and Zuna, he has to go the long way around.
Yeah, and you can see Bjergsen now using that blue buff to try and split push, and TSM has rotated Wild Turtle in the mid lane because Caitlyn, as a marksman, is the best at taking down the turrets. All is actually going as planned for TSM. They took a little longer to initiate this plan than I expected, but it's been in complete control. They have a big lead right now. And honestly, if Zuna's not careful and there isn't a second person coming over in Italy here, he would have just killed him there, which means now the TSM can push mid lane.
ManCloud is somewhat there to help get that turret back to safety, and it looks like XDG is really on the defense right now. It's just Team Solo Mid knocking on the door, seeing where they can get through. Dyrus looking to create a little bit of a trouble in the top lane for XDG. Somebody's going to have to report to that. Farming
in between the turrets. Benny's going to be the one that deals with that, but that just kind of neutralizes both of them. At the moment, Dyrus is a little bit stronger when he rotates down for team fights. And when Dyrus roams down for team fights, at least at this point in the game, he's going to have a larger impact on those fights.
Easily coming in with the Sunfire Cape, and then Dominus on. Just spin it around as the alligator does once it gets its prey in its mouth. 18 minutes on the game at 3-0. Team Solo Mid's looking to do a shutout on this one, not letting anybody die, but they've been methodical kills. There's been no dives here coming in this game.
Yeah, and now they're just trying to move into XGG territory. They're threatening this blue buff. At the very least, they want it off in Italy. It ends up going to TheOddOne.
Wow, very nice job by TheOddOne coming out with that smite. It looks like Bjergsen's going to have to stay safe and just cause a little more chaos. TSM's doing a very good job of always being somewhere XDG doesn't want them, just to make them react.
Yeah, and XGG doesn't really know what to do. This is kind of what Wild Turtle talked about. And what we've been seeing from XGG in their lackluster start to this split, they don't seem to have a cohesive plan. I do want to talk a little bit about Bjergsen's item build, though, because a lot of Rivens, I know Faker does Bloodthirster a lot on Riven. That's more for the single target assassination in the mid lane. But when Bjergsen builds the Hydra in the side lane, it is for faster pushing. And I also think you get the same amount of burst out of it if you're using the active in between your Riven combos. I am a personal fan of the Hydra on Riven over the Bloodthirster, and that's what Bjergsen's went for.
Auto attack reset, always fun.
Always fun.
Always fun. More scene damage. You just get to hit it and activate it. Looking at these builds from the supports and a few of the trinkets as we kind of pan out to the side of the inventories, they've gotten this the Sightstone finished, now to the sweepers, but you can see TSM is all over the sweepers even though they're winning. They're denying.
Generally teams that are ahead will build more sweepers, especially against XGG where they can't really check in their own jungle. Zuna has not pulled off any ganks. He's been mirrored very well by TheOddOne. No strength so far in that jungle Kha'Zix, and there's no real way of initiating for XGG. Maybe Bloodwater could do another amazing flash flay like he did the other week, but there's another dragon up. It's not like XGG can do that. They're trying a desperate play actually here. They're trying to go over the wall and finish off this Baron. I think TSM can respond to it though.
There's a pink ward right under it. Zuna is taking way too much damage. There isn't a tank stat on Kha'Zix yet. He just finished the Lizard Elder. That is doing about 300 damage a shot, and they have to micro the damage in and out. TSM putting themselves, they have Bjergsen in the bottom lane. That is going down very slow though. Without seeing anything happening here, they're gonna have to be tipped off.
No, I mean they could check it out of curiosity right now, but it's gonna be close.
Oh god, this could be a situation that XDG did not want from the beginning. They go in, oh my god, it's gonna go to Smithy on the outside of the Baron pit. A kill coming in onto Zuna from TheOddOne, but a huge play there from XDG.
They were able to get the Baron, but let's see how much it ends up costing them. That's already 2 turrets, and Bjergsen is still pushing before the recalls.
On a huge play, Jat, the enemy team is always going to adapt. They've already taken a mid turret just before Baron went down, and TSM is still trying to wreak havoc on the base. ManCloud harassing out Bjergsen, and the push is still happening in mid.
Yeah, what an interesting Baron call by XGG there. TSM thought they had pink ward control with that brush pink ward in the Baron River, but just because of the angles that XGG approached, having Thresh and Kha'Zix jump over the wall, it was a sneak Baron right there. It's actually a fairly low-risk play by XGG there until TSM decided to check because they killed it so slowly.
That was a pretty crazy attempt. The minion waves were just in the right spot, but now that TSM has recuperated, they are in position to pressure down these turrets. 4-1 now. that really didn't bring back the gold lead at all. We're still looking at 7,000 in the lead for TSM.
Yeah, but the Baron buff is worth a lot of gold as well. We'll see how aggressive TSM is in a potential initiation right here. If Renekton could get in clean, it would then allow Bjergsen's Riven to go and pull off some cleanup. But without that, TSM might actually just end up avoiding XGG with this Baron buff for a little while.
Everybody hanging around mid. It looks like TSM does have somewhat of a pinch strategy they could utilize here, but I don't think they're going to go in. The turret's the only thing they want to guard, and they may even have to give that one up. Bjergsen is still doing the split push strategy, whether he's on Zed or anybody else. He's going to be doing it.
Yeah, I think Bjergsen needs a last whisper before he can realistically split push strongly against Benny. Benny with the Sunfire Cape, Ninja Tabi, and the cloth armor is just 170 armor right now.
He's a big
little
boy.
bit too much for Bjergsen to cut through.
In that top lane, we said we were going to be watching Benny a little bit this week. The important matchup against Dyrus. And Dyrus usually has the over-average farm. It's 267 to 236 in an average game. So it's kind of looking like that at 177, 158.
Yeah, it's a little lower than you would normally expect from a Benny or a Dyrus, but that's because they were in the 1v2 lane for so long. It was an extended 1v2 laning phase. Bjergsen's also taken split push duties, which inflates his CS a little bit artificially. Still, 255 at 22 minutes is pretty good.
Definitely keeping him healthy. We saw a lot of guys have gold, sitting on over 1,000 gold maybe on Team Solo Mid. But now backing, you see Bjergsen spending $2 grand there, and he has that last whisper now.
He knows exactly what he needs to go and pull this one off. It's unfortunate for XGG that they've fallen so far behind that they're not actually able to do anything with this Baron buff. They got the gold value of the Baron, but outside of that, not much more. And unless they can make some type of kill advantage or take farm positioning on the map to either get their jungle back or farm waves, they're just going to continue to be far behind as soon as this buff expires.
And we got to say, Zuna's build still going for damage. They're still trying to zero out a Wild Turtle. Bjergsen, he'll take that damage, but can they get in? Do they have enough time?
Yeah, this is definitely an extremely slow game right now. It's a little bit similar to the CLG Curse game we saw, where CLG won in about 27 minutes but didn't get First Blood until about 23. Obviously, First Blood was a bit earlier in this game, but XGG is just not taking any risks outside of the one Baron when they need to, like very clearly. I think they're afraid of themselves right now. They might be afraid of getting yelled at by a teammate or something, because clearly what they're doing now is losing the game. So unless they make a risk, could be a low percentage play, they have no chance of winning.
It's almost like they took the legs out from under XDG and Champion Select. They banned out Zuna in the jungle, put him on a completely different jungler than he's played, and ManCloud still isn't getting help from him even more now. So they're already on crutches from that point.
Yeah, and Bjergsen is looking to make an initiation. And XGG is just so scared. They have no tank line outside of Benny, who is on split push duty. So therefore, everything that TSM throws at them is potentially lethal.
Bjergsen going again to this top lane to keep that nuisance split push going on. You can see TSM feels confident. Even in the builds, a Leandries, a second item for the TheOddOne on Elise.
More aggressive Elise in there, taking those 2 kills he got from the Dragon fight, turning it into some damage right here. It's because they have adequate tankiness on the rest of their team. Here's a fight.
There it is. Dyrus to the back line, throws down Dominus. A nice lantern to get out for Xmithy, but he's not turning around to DPS yet. He's effectively not doing any damage for the team, but none of them want to, and they back off.
Not really sure what the plan was on that fight, because Bloodwater used a flash flay, I believe. I think they were trying to catch Bjergsen on the side of the fight. It did not work, and it didn't really give much to either team. So TSM will continue to have their edge after this one. They will continue to farm up. They're actually just sitting around until the next dragon comes up. And the Baron sneak by XGG pays no real dividends. They're still down a huge percentage of gold and cannot get back control of this dragon.
TSM took that lead and ran with it right away. Thought we were going to see a lot of aggression coming from Wild Turtle and Special in that bottom lane, but the 2v1 kind of slowed things down in the beginning for us. Was the TheOddOne really starting to make plays for everyone in that one dragon fight that we saw XDG kind of face check after. Really started to tumble things.
Yeah, and at that point, XGG just lost all of their confidence. They made one bad play, and they said, all right, let's just not try anything else. Bad idea. You got to keep trying things.
It's almost like what we heard Curse say when they were playing CLG in that game. Can we do this? Everybody says no. Can we do this? Everybody says no. And once you get quiet, that becomes scary.
Yeah, I mean, look at Bloodwater. He is completely, he's always stoic, but he's sometimes talking. ManCloud not saying any words. Really, no one on XGG is communicating with themselves, each other right now.
Well, 27 minutes, it's definitely weighing on them right now, and TSM is forcing this lead quite hard. It's not like they're giving XDG time to breathe, and when you have to think, we can't get to this, we can't get to this, like you said, that's when you need to take those chances. Nothing's been working out.
TSM is conservatively forcing, I'd have to say. They're
Mm-hmm.
setting up a split push, but they're not really doing tower dives. They're just taking the farm advantages as they respawn. They're taking the red buff, the blue buff, the dragons. When the Baron respawns, they are going to try and pressure that as well, since they won't be surprised a second time by XDG.
Well, there isn't a whole heck of a lot of magic resistance coming out for TSM. So if ManCloud can get some of these spears to land now, he has that Rabadon's death cap, maybe they can push them off at least the base turrets, because these outer turrets are not protectable right now.
Now this game, ooh,
A little back and forth.
a little bit missed right there.
Looks like Benny kind of able to hold his own. You don't see too much damage on the turret yet from Bjergsen, but he is still putting that harass out, making sure Benny's locked down. And with him, even Dyrus there, it's better for Bjergsen, but they can stun up that Stand United easy.
Yeah. This is not going well, to say
No.
the least, for XDG.
Good dodge.
TSM will be pretty happy to take this win in the way they're doing it. I mean, nothing has really went wrong for TSM. It hasn't been as clean as it could have been. But everything else has worked well. They're walking into a trap right here. It's XGG.
I like the lantern.
It's good to see things.
Played.
Yeah.
They don't have any coverage. This is what TSM has been doing with those sweepers, pretty much denying everything.
Spiderlings are tanking the Baron for the most part.
A little bit of Leona passive.
Goes down fast. Look at that. I mean, this is just TSM walking all over XGG.
Yeah. Taking down the Baron. Would you get like 400 relic gold for that if it came off? Looks like Team Solo Mid's going to be moving towards the base. This is going to be tough for XDG now. Everybody holding their breath. This could be the last fight if Team Solo Mid gets the right one under the turret.
Yeah, they just got to wait for X-Special's Leona ult to come up. They have a lot of items. They might want to shop and get some more. There's no reason for TSM to have to rush anything because they're not afraid of XDG.
Slowly pushing them back. You can see they're even sitting on thousands of gold right now. Except for the odd one. He's 2-0-1. He makes sure he goes back and buys when he has it. Zuna taking so much damage right now. Still doesn't have any defensive stats to be going into this game. Ace in the hole goes onto the side of Zuna. He's down to 210 HP. The turret is even lower and crushed to the ground, and the inhibitor is going to follow after his Team Solo Mid just completely dictating the pace of this game.
Yeah, there's trying to be a split push right now by Benny, but it is giving TSM the inhibitor turrets at this point. Dyrus takes a few hits from this one. They're probably going to go back at the wave to that turret and maybe end this game before 35 minutes.
One for the other Jap, but that gives TSM too much control on the base, like you said. Already see a bit of damage onto this inhibitor turret. Zuna looking like he could jump over the wall here and get the pick that they're looking for, but it'll be an interesting fight.
I hope so. I hope it'll be an interesting fight. They got another minion wave here. Smithy's trying to clear that wave. Jinx does it fairly well, but this is limited wave clear from XTG.
So much gold in favor of Team Solo Mid. 7-2 in turrets means they can go wherever they want on the map after this, and they are not even giving up. There's the spears that ManCloud needs to hit right now, but it's too far, few between. He needs to hit all of them from here on out.
He'd have to hit a lot more at this point. He has some items, but there's Baron regen on TSM right now.
They're looking to have that for another 2 minutes, it looks like. Benny taking actually quite a bit of damage from Turtle. They get a great hook. This is their chance. Zuna goes right over Turtle and doesn't even try to hit him. And they're going to keep going on the inhibitor turret. Bjergsen in the back line. He gets a 3-stun on the key strike. And they're going to keep going. Bloodwater Ace in the hole goes down. And they are just going to waltz around the base.
Clean fight there. 3-for-0 for TSM. Super minions are in the mid lane. There's still some carries up for XGG, but I think this is the game, Rip.
They're going for the Nexus turrets, chat. 7-0. It was the shutout especially with the Morello Namakan on, but he doesn't need any heals. He doesn't need any more HP. The Nexus is going down, and TSM is going to be looking for the win.
Bjergsen does go down to prevent the flawless victory right there, but the rest of TSM takes a clean victory right there. TSM chance. That That was probably the most convincing victory TSM could hope for.
Yep.
But that's a pretty dreadful loss for XTG to take as well.
A really great picks and bans for Team Solo Mid.
Yep.
They got Zuna off of Olaf, they got Elise over to TheOddOne, and then Zuna was forced onto a champion he hasn't played this season.
Yeah, Zuna's Kazakhs did not work out too well. He never got an edge. 0-3-0, unfortunately for him. But the score doesn't matter for XTG this game. It's the fact that they weren't taking any risks.
And the 2v1 lane swap was called by XDG.
And that part worked pretty well.
They sent it up top, but they swapped it back right after it happened. We didn't see the second tier this time. They kind of slowed it down right away.
Yeah, I think that was all part of the plan at the early game for XTG. But once they got out of their early game plan, they really did not have anything left. TSM played a much more controlled style. TSM had the laning advantage from picks and bans and also from having superior mechanics right there because Bjergsen usually wins his lane. Darius was able to control. Wildturn especially weren't making mistakes. I mean, as long as TSM wasn't making mistakes, since Vulcan wasn't taking any initiative, TSM's going to win that game.
It's like they had vision on Zuna coming out of the jungle all the time. OddOne knew what he had to do back and forth. There was a little bit of a flip-flop on guarding the 2v1 lanes when it became 3v2. And TSM, they kind of just, as we said before, wheelhouse strats. They go back to what they know, what they did before, and it's solid.
That kind of reminded me of TSM really early Season 2 when they were just completely dominating North America. And a lot of their games just weren't that eventful to watch. You would just see them get an early game lead. You'd be like, well, TSM's got a gold lead again. I wonder how long until they finish this one.
My favorite was the top turret. They stand around that guy at the top turret, and he just knows he's going to go down.
Yeah.
You're like, well, here comes TheOddOne. I'm 3v1.
Well, that didn't happen too much this game, and that's that's one of the reasons that like TSM just controlled it. Bjergsen not really going to add to his kill lead too much in this one. He was 2-1-1 on Riven, but 340 CS. He was the one kind of taking the Dyrus PvE strategy in this one, just split pushing almost the whole game. No one wanted to get near him because he was doing so much damage.
And we see ManCloud again not having any kills this game. One of the highest kills in our last split, but he just keeps having these games where things are not going his way, and they can't even get it from Champion Select.
Yeah, 0-1-1. They waited until the very last pick to pick Nidalee, but there wasn't much that they could end up comboing with the jungle Kazakhs already against a Riven.
Yeah.
Out of options.
All right, we got to take a quick break, but when we come back, Team Solo Mid's General will talk to us about their Game 1 win, and then we'll see if Coast can take out Cloud9 in our second match of the day. The NA LCS, we'll be right back. Don't click that mouse. A bit of damage from Turtle. They get a great hook. This is their chance. Zuna goes right over Turtle and doesn't even try to hit him. And they're going to keep going on the inhibitor turret. Bjergsen in the back line. He gets a 3-stun on the key strike. And they're going to keep going. Bloodwater race to the hole goes down. And they're...
Hey everyone, welcome back to the 2014 North American LCS, live from our studio in Los Angeles, California. We're happy to be joined by TSM's jungler, TheOddOne. How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Doing all right.
Really? Because you sound sick.
Yeah, I'm still pretty sick right now.
So what's been going on? What's with the health issues for you guys?
We just contracted the flu, and I've had it for like 2 weeks now, so it's eventually going to get better.
Just we as the whole team, you guys.
Everyone
as a
except
group?
Special for some reason. He's like immune to it.
Well, good for him then. He's been the strong one supporting you guys in his health. So I want to get into the game then. One thing that interested me was the XDG sort of champ select because they grabbed the Kha'Zix and they actually put it into the jungle. I'm wondering if you guys were expecting any of that. It felt like an interesting idea from them.
Yeah, more people have been gravitating towards Kha'Zix jungle because not as many people play Olaf for some reason because Olaf sort of falls off later. I think the problem with that pick this game was they didn't really have any way to force fights so we could get resets at fights. They just lost every dragon over and over. And aside from their Baron, they couldn't really make use of Kha'Zix's potential. But Kha'Zix has been seen a lot more now recently. He's just not as good in competitive compared to solo queue because solo queue is really, really strong because there's always fights. But if you don't force fights, then it doesn't really get going.
What would you have done differently to make Kha'Zix work for that team?
They would have to force fights for objectives. Like we just took towers from like whenever a wave was coming up, like bot lane, we just forced the tower down, and then since they didn't have their jungle there, it's really easy to get it. But if they had their jungle there, they could force a fight 3v3 and maybe stop it or get a kill.
Okay.
So I did notice something at the beginning of the game where you actually did not use your smite on the red buff that you started at. Do you want to explain to the viewers why you were saving your smite for the beginning?
Yeah, so what happened at level 1 was I was about to do blue, but we had 2 wards set up, so if an invasion happens, we'd know it coming from a greater distance, so we saw them coming, so I had to immediately go to red. Fortunately, I'm Elise, and Elise can do red buff really fast and not lose too much HP without using smite. The reason I didn't want to use smite there is because I wanted to take my blue right after with Darius. And it just happened that their trinket ward that was guarding our blue expired. So even if Kha'Zix was there, I'd have smite advantage on him. And they didn't know I was doing it, so we just took it, and then I went top.
All right, so let's jump ahead to the middle of the game where it gets exciting and somebody finally dies here. This is a dragon fight where this is the second actually dragon that you guys get, and Zuna just walks a little bit too close to the sun here. Can we pull up that clip? All right, here we go.
Yeah. So walk us through this one, OddOne.
So yeah, I actually got ditched by my teammates. I was actually surprised that only Zuna was there for some reason. But the thing about Kha'Zix jungle, he has no defensive stats, so even though Shen ulted him there, he died. And I'm not sure, why. I guess they were assuming Shen would get in there, but Kha'Zix got a little too close and died. So that basically meant Thresh was dead because Kha'Zix already died and Shen never made it there. So since Shen's ult never made it through, basically those two died, and then they lost Shen ult, and then they had no pressure for the next few minutes.
All right, so one more question for you, TheOddOne. So you guys are going to face Cloud9 in basically a battle for what's going to be first place, most likely, at the end of the week. How are you looking at that matchup?
Yeah, that's probably going to be a really hard matchup. We've traditionally done very, very badly against them, so I'm really hoping we can actually come through this time.
All right, well, OddOne, thank you very much for your time. I hope you and the rest of your team gets better. I wish you guys well, and good luck in the rest of your matches this week. Guys, we've got more LCS action coming up. Let's throw it back over to Jat and Riv for the second game of the day.
Thank you very much, Freak. Let's get right to it. Our second match of the day, Team Coast versus Cloud9. And as we prepare for this match, it has to be mentioned that the head-to-head between these two teams has always been in favor of Cloud9. In fact, Coast has never beaten Meteos and crew.
Yeah, and because of that, Cloud9 actually has to be careful that they don't look past this game to the TSM matchup they have at the end of the week. It's a trap game, really, for them. So they really have to make sure that they focus on this Coast team for this match.
Yep, and speaking of Cloud9, Sunday against Curse, we saw Balls pick Rumble, an old favorite of his from the 2013 summer split, and even though he was focused, he worked through it.
Yeah, and I love this matchup because historically neither of the top laners in this game are heavy tank players. Zion Spartan in the past has actually favored Riven, more recently Yasuo, who was back in the rotation this week. And then Balls has also said that Rumble's his favorite champion, and he will continue to play him as long as people don't ban it out. So, you know, I got double spider right now.
Double
we're gonna
spider
see some
fingers.
interesting picks.
The first 2 weeks, we focused a lot of attention on the mid lane. And so far, we've learned as the mid lane goes, so goes the game.
Absolutely, for these teams especially. Shifter has had a strong start to the split, but he tried to pull out Katarina against Bjergsen and TSM, and that particular matchup did not work out well for him.
No, even though Shifter fell behind early to Bjergsen in that game, he still made some plays and loved the attitude after his game. He tweeted, "GG TSM at Bjergsen outplayed me at all phases of the game. I'll get my revenge soon. We'll play each team 4 times."
Yeah, so Shifter carrying a lot of confidence, but I like the fact that he gave respect to his opponent and didn't necessarily give excuses. You know, he's looking forward to the next match. So often I'll see mid laners say, I played bad, I'm going to beat him next time. But this one was like, no, Bjergsen played really well, I'll beat him next time.
Absolutely. Even after that tough game against Bjergsen, right now Shifter's confidence is soaring and his play is matching it.
Last season, we were expecting to start with Shifter, and we knew he was a really good player with a lot of room to grow and potential. We were really bummed out when we weren't able to use him.
I was on my way to the studio, and they found out that I couldn't play. I was just hoping my visa would get approved as soon as possible.
I know he felt pretty bad off on the sidelines watching us play.
They had no preparation with our sub. Obviously, it was a disaster. We went on a big losing streak. It definitely felt really bad because a lot of it was my fault.
And it doesn't look good for GGU.
I have to say I just kind of feel bad for them because they looked so strong last week.
They've had so much trouble this year just getting their roster down. They started the year with Shifter. They tried Fat at one point in the top lane. That didn't work out. They brought in Jinte. They had to bring in a new support in Daydreamin'.
As soon as we found out Shifter could come back, we were like just ecstatic because we were like, oh wow, we're gonna be even stronger now. When I came back in, obviously there's gonna be a lot of expectation out of me, a lot of stress for me to perform. People question, you know, was Shifter the right pick?
I think one of the reasons why Shifter is so good is that he's a really hardworking player, if not one of the most hardworking players in the league scene.
If he gets an advantage mid, he will try and make an advantage bottom lane or an advantage in the jungle.
It looks like he could be caught out. Shifter jumping in.
A lot of mid laners are scared to make the first aroma, but I think the person who makes the first move is setting the pace of the game. When Shifter makes a call, it's usually right. If you're a playmaker on your team and you don't have confidence in like your playmaking, then you're really not a playmaker at all.
And Cloud does get slow.
Oh, it catches it!
If you're second guessing your play, then why even make it?
Most of the times you follow the meta, right? You're just a little bit behind it. You're like, oh, people are playing this champion. But you really want to be ahead where you're kind of forcing the meta. But that's what Shifter does. I think that's what he does really well.
I think he's very outside the box when it comes to kind of finding new ways to kill his opponent, I'd say.
Oh! And he gets the spear!
I like trying to outplay people 1v1, catching them out of rotation, roaming. My job is to kill people. From lane to lane, my lane, you know, the jungler, just everyone really.
I think Shifter is definitely getting there as one of the best mids in the game, and pretty soon he will be, but we definitely have not proved it yet as a team, and we haven't like done anything yet on a grand enough scale to prove that he's that good.
As a team, we just have to kind of prove ourselves to be a definite threat, not only in North America, but the world, for him to be, you know, regarded as that world class, and for us to showcase him as that world class.
I think he's pretty much there. It's just up to us as a team to really like let each individual player shine. It's still too early in the season for the community to see, but I think every team respects us. Every team knows that we're strong, and it's just a matter of time.
Well, that absolutely seemed like a team that knows what they need to do. It's going to be difficult, though, versus a Cloud9.
Absolutely. It's tough to get your win column going up when you're playing against Cloud9. They have never beaten this team.
We'll see if they can do it today. Let's check out the starting lineups and get right to it. On the blue side, it is Team Coast. Zion Spartan in the top lane, Nintendo X in the jungle, Shifter in mid, Wiz Fusion at 80 carry, and Daydreamin' at support.
And on the red side, it is the 4-1 Cloud9 with Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, High in the mid lane, Sneaky on 80 carry, and Lemon Nation on support.
And now it is time to shine a light on our featured matchup, and today it's the melee in the mid lane. Team Coast Shifter versus Cloud9's High.
Yeah, and who else? We just saw that feature on Shifter. Everyone on Coast having so much confidence in him. He has confidence in himself, and we need to see his ability to make roam plays. That is the cornerstone of Coast playstyle. Of course, he's going up against High, who is probably the most improved mid laner of the split so far.
Yeah.
He was criticized for having a small champion pool at World Finals last year, but he has played 5 different champions in his 5 LCS games thus far. Let's see if he can make it 6 with another win.
And Shifter really has been focusing on those outplay champions. Katarina, LeBlanc, Kale, Nidalee, things that he can win his lane 1v1. And usually when you think of Shifter, you're not like Nintendo, like other mid laners, you think of their jungler. He is a 1v1, and he will go aggressive.
Yeah, it's actually really strange. They have a different relationship with their junglers on Coast. Nintendo, even though he will gank for Shifter occasionally, is mainly just a person who sits in his lane when Shifter goes and does other things.
Right.
Shifter is very often the mid laner to do the first roam, which sometimes can affect his numbers. His CS will always look a little bit lower because he's giving some of that to Nintendo and he's using it to help out other lanes. Therefore, sometimes Spartan can get ahead. Ideally, WizFusion would get ahead as well, but he's had some struggles so far in this split. That's just the way Coast plays. They're incredibly solo lane focused, and I do like their strategy. I hope they get more successful.
And with that mid lane being our featured matchup, another one I want to take a look at a little bit is, you know, these dual lanes matched up. WizFusion versus Sneaky. We've seen WizFusion be put in a very scary position of 0-2 within the first minute of the game, but come back. And Sneaky's gone from utility to aggression. So both of these guys really showing and coming into the light in the past weeks.
Yeah, these are an interesting bot lane matchup because neither of these AD carries really are expected to hard carry their team. We saw a lot of Varus play from WizFusion, generally trying to bring crowd control if Shifter and Zion wanted to bring pure damage. And that's something that Sneaky did a lot of in the last split. However, I think the whole reason Coast picked up WizFusion is because they wanted more out of that AD carry position. He had some great Jinx play in the promotion tournament, and they want to be able to get back to that. It's just a matter of finding their identity more as a team.
He's somebody that they should be able to focus on. Daydreamin' isn't having the impact he had when he was brought in the 7th week of the split.
No.
But maybe he still can. There is time for these teams to get those wins in the column. We're going to pick some bans, and we'll see if it starts here.
Well, Gragas is gone. That makes sense. Cassian is gone as well. These bans make the most sense. Gragas has really quickly become almost the second Kassadin as far as bans go. You just ban him out in the mid lane.
Neither of these guys have actually ever played Gragas here in the NA LCS, so it's funny.
I played against it in week 1. Picked Teemo, was victorious.
Loved that pick for himself. Elise, Thresh, Kassadin, and Olaf. A few of the same bans we're seeing just kind of rolling through before we get to the picks.
You almost always get very quick picks and bans from Cloud9 because they do so much prepping beforehand. And Lemon Nation is the one who wants to pull the trigger on everything. Cloud9 has a lot of tier listing for champions as well, so if something's available for them right at the start of the game, they know what it is.
And a Wukong being picked up in the first thing for Coast.
I had a conversation with Kobe and Freak in the office the other week, and I was playing a lot of Wukong jungle, and I said, you know what? I think Wukong is going to be a first pick or permanent ban within the next month in high elo or competitive. And he was like, no way.
No way.
And he wrote it down. This was like 5 days ago. It's happening right now.
I'm going to go back to the office and find that sticky note.
Jungle Wukong's awesome.
We'll look for it. We've really seen that Dominate on Curse has been the one to switch up the junglers and go for the unorthodox, or I guess orthodox, that we're seeing now with Pantheon and Gragas. We'll keep that in mind. LeBlanc actually gets through, and it's going to be going to High.
So this is actually more interesting because Shifter was destroying people on LeBlanc and drew a lot of LeBlanc bans. And then when they first picked a Wukong over LeBlanc, we hadn't noticed that it had been gone. You wouldn't really expect High to be playing it. So that's now 6 different champions in 6 games for him. Another new thing he's going to have to bring out. And the first person I really saw succeeding on LeBlanc in North America was when I was watching Shifter stream a couple months back. He should know how to play against it, but now he has to.
I wonder if he'll actually go for the AD. I believe Shifter used to play Zed a little bit.
He definitely
does
plays
have
Zed.
that mid, so we may see that from him. The Caitlyn and Annie just quickly picked up, though.
Yeah, getting the bottom lane out of the way. There's a chance he could play Wukong in the mid lane. Wukong can go multiple places. He's pretty much going to go in the jungle, though. Maybe speak a little bit on the Wukong, because we haven't seen it too much in the jungle.
Yeah.
I Will Dominate started bringing it out. I'd say St. Vicious was way ahead of the train because he's been talking it up for almost ever. But also, the most recent change to the Spirit of the Elder Lizard jungle item that gives health and mana back to Wukong really enables him to sustain up in the jungle and really just become a powerhouse.
Coming out from Meteos, he actually has only played Vi and Elise, so I believe we're going to see Elise in here, and I'm quite excited about that, what mechanics can be coming from that, and they actually leave the AD carry as the last pick.
Lee Sin's a interesting pick against Wukong. It allows Lee Sin to aggress early on in the game because Wukong isn't necessarily that strong early, and he likes to save his decoy in the jungle for escape and counter jungling. Lee Sin can reveal that with his E and then potentially punish. So maybe we'll see some extremely early jungle aggression from Cloud9 and try and shut down that jungle Wukong.
Very interesting. Keep an eye on that Meteos since he did not go with Vi, and it has been one of his main picks. Looking now at Coast with Fusion and Daydreamin'. Picking up here, we have the AD carry support, so we're looking for that mid, and we're looking for the top lane possibly. And again, again he locks in the Katarina.
Katarina against LeBlanc is a very difficult matchup, to say the least.
He likes to outplay.
I remember talking with Scar about Katarina matchups because he used to be the Katarina master. He was like the first one to really break it out in North America. And he would say, of every champion in the game, LeBlanc is the worst for Katarina to play against. Because LeBlanc can get such reliable silence and burst damage on you. It doesn't matter if you're resetting your kills and assist if you're silenced and dead. So that's an incredibly bold pick to go Katarina into a LeBlanc.
Maybe it's going to be Caitlyn Annie versus LeBlanc. Katarina being a side.
I mean, they'll definitely going to, like, they could maybe lane swap.
Yeah.
Katarina's weak against every laner, even just in the team fights. The fact that LeBlanc can lock her down. And
we have an Ez pick coming out on the side of Sneaky. We've seen Doublelift try his hand at that a few times. No luck, though.
Yeah, this is a ever-popular Ezreal Leona lane. Because Leona can generally just land an ultimate, and then Ezreal just has to alt shift in and Q, and that's usually enough to kill someone squishy like an Annie. A lot of dive for Cloud9. Definitely a lot of different stuff flying out in this game, though.
What are we looking for from Cloud9? Because we see when Shifter uses LeBlanc, like you're saying, that's the roam for him in the jungle and mid lane. How does Cloud9 work that?
I feel like Hai's going to use that to follow more than anything else. Even though normally LeBlanc is used as a huge roamer, I think he's going to be going after Shifter.
All right, we'll see. The champs are locked in and the players are loading onto the game. Let's take a look in a moment and see who you think is going to pull out the win. According to LOLesports.com, 91% believe that Cloud9 will keep their perfect record against Team Coast.
Got some big percentages today, Riv. 95.
A little weighted.
91. You know, Coast, everyone's talking about Shifter right now. He has just picked an incredibly difficult matchup. Picked into an incredibly difficult matchup.
Well, he knew it was our matchup of the day.
He needs so much confidence in himself to pick Katarina into LeBlanc here. If he is successful right here,
what did he say in the video?
It is a huge statement.
He said in the video that if you second guess your plays, then you shouldn't be making them at all.
Yeah.
So
he
did not second guess this
shouldn't be picking it at all.
He picked it right out. Katarina versus LeBlanc as we get Coast versus Cloud9 underway. There they are faced off against each other, and we are on to the Rift. 2 wins, 4 losses for Coast versus Cloud9's 4 wins, 1 loss. Let's see what they can do to tarnish each other's records here and build up a little bit for their fans.
Yeah, I was trying to check if Nintendo went for the 21 offense or the 21 defense Wukong jungle.
Did you come up?
He's went with 21 offense right now. He's got the armor penetration and 15 attack damage on his rune page to maximize his early jungle clear. Meteos already trying to harass him a little bit.
And Wukong ganks become pretty effective even early on.
They're pretty good early on. They definitely take off after 6. Lee Sin has a huge edge on Wukong before level 6. And we need to watch to see if Meteos can find holes in Nintendo Deck's jungling.
They are matching up these lanes. I'm actually excited about that. I really thought Shifter may have gone to a side lane and played the 2v1 with just Qs all day, throwing those blades. Well, we are going to get it. Our mid lane matchup featured, like we said, Hai versus Shifter. We'll keep an eye on that. Meteos is on Lee Sin for this match. First time he has played that. And this is the first time Nintendo has played Wukong, so we got a lot of news here.
Yeah. Week 3 of the LCS here. Just getting our feet wet so far. Bad start to the season for Team Coast, even though they had such high expectations coming in. A lot of the teams, especially TSM, were saying they expected Coast to be top 4 easily in this split, but they went 2-3 or 3-2 in the promotion tournament. Took all 5 games. That is generally a bearing of bad news for a team when they make it into the next LCS split. So Coast has a lot to overcome.
They're always trying to innovate. We saw it was Nintendo Dex with that tank fiddle. bringing Leona into the jungle as well. So they are a team that tries to adapt and even bring out new things. This is one of those, and we'll see if it works for them. As the game is now underway, we're going to get even lane matchups here. And we know that Cloud9 likes to focus high with Meteos a little bit. Get those two rolling in the early part of the game.
There's a little bit of jungle mind games going on, too.
Oh.
Just speaking of getting rolling early.
Yeah.
There's a buff, or sorry, there's a ward on the red buff of Cloud9 because they expect Meteos to harass NintendoX at his red buff. They're really trying to prevent that from happening. If Meteos goes over to his red, it's kind of that mind game of they have to fear it anyway. That's why the ward is there, meaning Nintendo should be able to take his red unharassed.
Right, not being scared at all. So now they have vision on him. The ping is there, and we'll see him dip over to the red buff. Looks like Meteos is definitely moving a bit faster in this situation, though. And High is getting a little bit of a push on his lane that Shifter's let happen. See Sneaky and Wiz Fusion trading a few shots bottom. No help from Lemon Nation or Daydreaming on that as they 1v1. But they are kind of trading damage back and forth, so nobody has the upper hand here.
Yeah, so far, not much happening. You can see, obviously, NintendoX going in, attacking, and then using his Wukong Q. Try and get extra jungle speed that way. Also getting rather low, and you can see this is why it's dangerous against a Lee Sin. If Meteos found him in the jungle there, he would be able to kill him.
It looks like Meteos is actually making that move right now, Jat. He was hoping that he would find Nintendo coming back around, or even will be able to find him again.
Yeah, he's definitely on the hunt right now. Taking his wolves away, doing a little bit of counter jungling. Might even try and take the white on the way out. We'll have to wait and see. But these are just weak lanes early on from Coast. Not only do they have an invadable jungler, Mundo is always going to get pushed in by Renekton, and LeBlanc is a nightmare matchup for Katarina in the mid lane. All these things we've talked about. So NintendoX has to avoid running into Meteos.
Avoid running into Meteos, but also how well can he fare losing these camps if it keeps happening?
Yeah, well, so far, he just had that one camp, and he can rotate down to its wraiths. It is much more difficult to counter jungle when there's 4 small camps, unless you're actually killing the other jungler. If you're just taking his camps, he can generally recover.
Looks like he is trying to go back and forth. Shifter getting a bit of damage put on him, and this is calling NintendoX to hover here in middle. Meteos coming in. Looks like they're going to try to trade a bit of damage back. They're both left just with nothing.
If Meteos would have landed that Lee Sin Q, I think it would have forced a flash out of NintendoX.
Nation trying to get bush control, but Daydreamin says no way. Getting that with Annie, keeping those stuns charged and really helping Coast to keep that bottom lane. They're only up 4 CS so far.
So far, it's been an okay hold by Coast, but you can really see the pain of that mid lane matchup. 28-15, LeBlanc versus Katarina, with both junglers making a very brief appearance together, so they really had no impact on that lane overall. High's going to be looking to continue to punish Shifter, and Shifter has to play now from behind.
And there's kill potential there. Obviously, both champions taking Ignite. We are getting the first back here, and there was not much grabbed up by Shifter. He looks to grab the ability tome for a little bit.
Because he didn't have much gold.
Yeah.
Can't really grab much when he only got 15 farm at 5 minutes into the game. Oh, Nintendo on the first game for balls. This could work.
He got the first slice, and he gets the dice through, going for the call to Meek to get some HP back. He's going to get the hit. One last. He gets caught up in the minions. Oh, fancy feet. NintendoX with the first kill.
Yeah, that was just a very well-timed gank for Nintendo. His red buff was there for the start of the gank, and it actually just expired near the end. Balls could not get a slice and dice combo there to really get him to safety. Nintendo very smartly hit him with the Q before he went for his dash on Wukong, making sure that after the flash he could still close the distance. Everything went right for Coast on that gank, and they're the ones that walk away with first blood.
It shows very well. They're still down 100 gold right now, according to these lanes. And right now, it's Sneaky and Lemon Nation trying to deny experience here, but Wiz Fusion Daydreaming getting back just in time to soak it up.
Yeah, we talked with Doublelift about why he's still picking Ezreal, and he says, because I want to win the lane.
Right.
Ezreal, an incredibly strong laner, just like Caitlyn. I think they, as far as farming-wise, are very even with each other in lane. Caitlyn has slightly better turret siege, but Ezreal is much harder to lock down. And I think that lane is playing out pretty much as we would expect it. Outside of the item build so far from Sneaky, actually. He's went with a Bilgewater Cutlass.
Yeah.
But we got some action going on in the mid lane.
The wards down are going to help get some damage down onto NintendoX here. The chain is down. Here comes Meteos, and they followed this one up. He was a good 1,500 range out.
Yeah, once they had the silence on him with the root, Nintendo X never had a chance to actually flash away from that one, unless he would have flashed the immediate initiation, and he didn't want to be that quick with his flash finger. Nice collapse there by Cloud9, and that's the fear with LeBlanc Lee Sin chasing anybody down.
Yeah, seconding that combo from High. Very nicely done to not stack the crowd control in any way. 1-to-1 in kills here as Cloud9 answers back very fast to that first kill. Now Coast pushing back in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to continue the counter juggling here. Taking blue buff is more about the experience denial than it is about getting the buffs, because Lee Sin doesn't necessarily need blue and High only needs one. But they get out of there. Meteos is now level 6 before Nintendo X. Their jungle advantage is there, but I think they wanted a little bit more. The fact that Nintendo X got the first blood means he was not shut down early in the jungle, and Wukong most definitely outscales Lee Sin in the jungle.
And you see the buys in these lanes as well. Doran's Blade for Lee Sin coming out, Doran's Blade on balls, which he had, and we talked about the Cutlass earlier, but this all helps Meteos impact those kills when they get to lane.
Yeah, Meteos definitely trying to get as much early power as possible. Yeah. And to get back to that Bilgewater Cutlass, that may be a Blade of the Ruined King rush by Sneaky, which is really curious. We've seen a few Ezreals go Trinity Force and then Blade of the Ruined King, because it will help them with just being incredibly elusive in the game. But to get it right away means he might just be thinking about killing Mundo like as quickly as possible, as soon as teamfights start. It's probably a safe lane item to build, but very rare to see Ezreal rush that.
Killing Mundo, maybe a bit of help. Not even that much on objectives.
A little bit more
it's
slipperiness
there.
for sure.
That's true. We'll see what they can do here. Shifter poised right behind Jat, and they are going to get 3v2'd here, but that's scary against Leona.
Yeah, it's about how quickly can Cloud9 get down to defend this. They are not there in time. There's the flash!
Flash Tibbers goes down, and so does Sneaky. It's going to be Lemon Nation doing what he can. The Zenith Blade, that time he traveled was his AD going down. He will follow after. A great job on the micro in and out of the turret damage.
Yeah, just a good gank by Coast. Cloud9 should have seen that one coming, even though they didn't have wards down. Whenever Coast sends Nintendo X to the mid lane to hold, you know Shifter's gotten somewhere. Where would that be? Probably the bottom lane. That's where they have the most gank support, and they're able to pick up a crisp 2 kills.
This is not the way it happened for Shifter before, so he does get to take off with that bit of snowball here in the early part of the game. Nintendo X is already onto Spirit of the Elder Lizard, and their impacts right now could be pretty big if they get in time. I don't think so for this dragon.
No. So the gank worked.
Yeah.
Cloud9 should be able to get the dragon straight off of this, just because everyone on coast should have been going back to base. Nintendo X wards over, sees that it's gone. Not too much is lost. The dragon at this point in the game is not immensely valuable because it scales off the average level in the game. I think the kills onto the struggling Shifter in lane, who only has 39 CS, and onto WizFusion's Caitlyn to try and bully out Ezreal and get an advantage in that lane, are more valuable than the shared objective that is the dragon.
And a lot of gold coming in here for High at 69 to 45 in that lane. We talked about it, that it's not a good matchup for Katarina versus LeBlanc, and it's showing so far. But they're not killing each other. Both are trying to do work for themselves.
Oh, Nintendo. Getting dangerous, but Cloud9 was a little bit too low, and the fear of Shifter was actually very real, so they backed away. Very interesting game so far, really.
Shifter going for that quick early pen as you would on Katarina. Sork Boots first buy up. Can still have somewhat of an impact in that lane. Looking at more inventory. Zion Spartan, quick health buy, and he's 20 CS down in that lane.
Yeah, and just to speak about the bot lane, they're very aggressive.
Oh, very, very aggressive. Lemonation with the Zenith Blade right on a Daydream, and he gets taken down, but it could be a trade for kills. The Retribution comes up. If WizFusion can stay in the brush, he gets his headshots back up, and he's definitely going to have an upper hand here. The mana's low on Sneaky, level 7 to 7, and it's not going to be enough on the combination. Now mid lane to High, a great Cyclone onto him. There's the split, but you can see the buff, and they don't decide to go for the dive.
So in the bottom lane, I was going to mention how aggressive those two had been with each other, much more harassed than you're used to seeing in most AD carry support lanes. That's because Cloud9 wanted the kill, but because of the positioning of the kill and the BF sword that's on WizFusion, he could retaliate with a lot of damage. They're in trouble in that bottom lane, but in the mid, High, just the superior matchup right now, even with the flash ult from Wukong, which is usually a guaranteed kill, not able to pick up anything. One thing positive for Coast is bottom lane, one thing negative for Coast in the mid.
See where they go with this. It's going to have to be Meteos still trying to make an impact. He is looking to do something in the bottom lane, knowing all of this just happened. Looks like Tibbers is still up since Daydreaming got taken out quite fast last time.
I know Meteos is very successful with Lee Sin in non-competitive games. It is just such a different style champion for him. I think he only played it once in the summer split, and it was in a defeat to Counter Logic Gaming. It's very hard as a jungler that takes that much farm and taxes lanes that much to switch over to Lee Sin, who's very much about not farming and just always being there at the last second to save people and just frustrate the enemy. Meteos is doing his best here, got another smite there, but you can see his farm is actually fairly comparable to the other jungler right now, which isn't typically what you see in a Lee Sin jungle.
Absolutely not. Oh, elimination getting hit out here. Remember, Tibbers is still up in this engagement. Solar Flare goes down. The Ignite brings down elimination to about 200 HP, but Meteos says he wants to have a say in the fight. True Shot Barrage just missing.
Yeah, Sneaky was a little bit low and wasn't able to follow that one up. Meteos decided to save his kick because it wasn't going to be an execute. Coast in the bottom lane is doing quite well with Wiz Fusion right here. That's the matchup they need to do well. They picked up Wiz Fusion in the offseason.
Yep.
Mainly for his potential and his ability to grow. He has not done well so far in this split, but this matchup looks like he's doing pretty good.
He has shown that he can keep a good head on his shoulders even when down very early, and all the odds are stacked against him. So right now, he should be really just reeling in the position he's in.
Well, if he's good when the odds are stacked against him, how good is he when he's got a lead? Bloodthirster completed compared to the Blade of the Ruined King from Sneaky. When they're fighting each other, the Bloodthirster is superior. We'll have to see if Wiz Fusion can take that advantage as well. But now that they have the turret, I wonder how long they're going to stay in that lane and whether they're going to start rotating around to other lanes.
Well, Meteos using those Moby boots first by to get around and try and make a few of those things happen.
Take this red buff away. He's very cautiously counter jungling, if that makes sense. Doing his best to pull it away into the brush, hoping that Wukong wouldn't come. But all that caution wasn't really needed. Coast had all gone back to base. Of course, Meteos had no way of definitively knowing that. I'm just a little surprised that he's being so careful with his invades.
And these are some of the most wards. Maybe he can do this because Elimination has been placing so many. Usually that is a lane that we see have very little ward going on.
Yeah, especially with Ezreal. You don't necessarily need to protect him that much. I'd say overall, though, this early game is really well played by Coast. They had such a bad matchup in mid lane, LeBlanc versus Katarina. Mundo generally gets pushed in by Renekton. Wukong generally gets pushed in by Lee Sin. But they're going aggro.
Oh, and under the turret you get pushed in by an Annie and a Tibber. Shifter gets locked up in another lockup. The crowd control's there, but the Shunpo is out. He is completely safe. He did have to burn Flash there, but it is well worth it as the ace in the hole takes down Elimination to end it.
That's the Bloodthirster damage coming in. They just flip a switch and go. Let's see if this True Shot
Shifter's
Barrage.
hurt. He's all right.
Completely fine. No one believes in snipers this game, but Coast continuing to push that mid lane. The second tier in her turret is much more valuable than this bottom tier, and Coast gets it.
The early ward that you were talking about, Jat, on that red buff, giving Nintendo an easy path around his jungle, confidence as well, and it's been able to escalate this game. He's got 2 kills for himself, and Wiz Fusion's picked up 3. Coast is in a great run right now.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about this team fight phase now as well. If Daydreaming can consistently land those flash Tibbers, which, by the way, he has rushed Distortion Boots on Annie, so the flash cooldown is greatly reduced. Is he going to steal that? No, but he did force the smite. So therefore, High doesn't have blue buff. Good harass there by Wiz Fusion. Any time that they can combo Tibbers with the Wukong ult is just glorious time for Shifter, because it means everyone's going to be low and Shifter should come around. So Cloud9 actually has to be very careful to never group up in these team fights.
An unfortunate position to have such a big wave bottom, because the smite being down from Meteos right now would be a great engage for them with this fight composition. We were just talking about 16 minutes in. They can dictate some of the game right now, and they need to pressure that advantage.
Yeah, this is the big thing here. Wukong ultimate almost up, and
That's true.
Tibbers almost up. If Cloud9 had Meteos in position, they could have just rushed down that dragon as quickly as possible. He was off, finishing his jungle item. He wanted to be more powerful for that fight. It was just a misuse of the timing, unfortunately. Cloud9 now looking to initiate, but everything on Coast is up. This is dangerous for Cloud9.
Do they want the monkey? Nintendude's still trying to look to get to the back line to put in that Cyclone. High is in the lockup position. He is taking damage on the back line still. Death Lotus goes down, but Shifter kicks himself out of it right away. Daydreaming and Balls going head to head, and that is not going to work for Daydreaming. All of Coast is running from this fight right now, but it is going to be a trade for 2-2 right now. Nintendude X very, very low, and it looks like he will finally go down. Sneaky hits him up. Spartan trying to run. He's got the ultimate out of Sadism. And a fight overall in the favor of Cloud9.
That was an incredibly spread out fight, but it's not over actually. The solo laners for Coast are still alive. Let's take a look at how that fight actually materialized though. Coast ran a little bit early, which is why Cloud9 was safe doing this because the Tibbers wasn't up immediately. You can see it's a very zoned out fight, but that Dragon is getting contested by Coast.
They were able to grab that up. Very good job by Cloud9 in the end of that whole quarrel in front of the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, action-packed game to say the least, especially when we compare it to our first game today. It's watching two completely different styles right here. Coast is definitely bringing it this game. No fear in their initiations at this point, but they couldn't lock down Cloud9 exactly like they wanted. And Cloud9 had a very good eye for Shifter in that fight. Just one final thing to point out, as soon as Shifter went in to try and channel his ultimate, Meteos kicked him right back. That's one of the things that just kept the fight split up enough for Cloud9. It actually allowed Balls to get many kills on Renekton because he had targets to himself.
And to keep it on Shifter for a second, doing quite well, not in CS, but for himself. It's like these guys went into this lane knowing they weren't going to be the ones to fight each other, but everything was going to come from the side lanes and from roaming.
You can't expect much else when you pick Katarina into LeBlanc. You're not able to stay near LeBlanc, and if his minion wave is gone, he can't farm. It's actually a little bit unfortunate for Coast that Shifter hasn't picked up more kills, but instead assists, because he really needs the gold in order to stay competitive. 5,100 to 5,900. Some of those kills were back on his side. He would be much more potent at this point. But we've seen how Shifter, even when down in games, can nearly explode on Katarina. There was that fight last week against TSM where Shifter nearly turned the game around by going in perfectly and getting about 5 Katarina Sinister Steel W's off in that fight.
Looks like a little bit of a tussle in the mid lane. Meteos and Sneaky are going to be joined on the side here by High Elimination, so it looks like they're positioning at least to gain control over the mid lane and see how Coast responds to this. They have pink wards down towards the bottom side of the map, and at 20 minutes, they're actually warding up Baron, but I don't think anybody really has the damage for it yet.
Yeah, not necessarily. We don't have any of those amazing Baron killers in this game. Zion Spartan will be the closest thing to with Mundo being able to tank it up.
So that Blade of the Rune King straight into the Last Whisper build for Ezreal.
Yeah, he is right now, I feel like, focused on Zion Spartan's Mundo. I think he's just saying, I'm going to have to be a tank killer. He thinks the rest of his team can kill the squishies, which is kind of true. If Balls and High are the ones that are trying to go for Shifter and Wiz Fusion, that's actually enough. The only job of AD carry sometimes is just to deal with tanks. That's why there's that whole everyone kill the AD carry. AD carry's just worrying about surviving himself. You do not see this build often, but I'm very curious to see how it works. You know, Blade of the Rune King and Last Whisper was some of the best synergy for damage because the percent health, max health that it does, or sorry, current health that Blade of the Rune King does, is obviously reduced by armor, so he can make it more effective by going Last Whisper. Those are both tank buster items.
Tank buster items for Ezreal, the Static Shiv and Blood Thirster for Wiz Fusion, who's pretty much keeping himself safe in these fights. He doesn't have too much peel. The Tibbers kind of used on engagement, so we'll have to see where his positioning is. 3-1-3, so still doing well for himself. 173 to CS there. They're actually quite even. 170 to 170.
We might see a whole bunch of turret pushing right here. Will Cloud9 decide to push mid in retaliation, or are they going to try and collapse? This just all tells us how aggressive Cloud9 is feeling right now. Balls would have to get in on the right target, and Cloud9 has to be very careful on this flank. Watch out if Daydreaming gets blown up by High. This fight could be over before it starts.
Over the wall, the chain hits him as well. The chain won't lock. Oh no! He almost got himself in but out with the Annie. And High is very, very hurt after that engagement.
It was all about who could hit the other man first.
Yeah.
And Daydreaming was the one to lock down High before he could blow him up. You got to have confidence in yourself. Person who makes the first move generally wins these fights. Now they want to set up a siege, but High has went back to base with home guard boots. He's back. and there's no Tibbers for this fight. So Cloud9 might actually look to initiate.
Oh, they might look to. They solar flare 3 members of the team. Wiz Fusion very low, and you can't get away if you're in the middle of the fight as an AD carry. Cloud9, however, eating resets right now. It's going to be a double kill for Sneaky. It was a lot of damage, but not as many kills as it looked like for Coast.
Wow, that fight was dangerous, to say the least. Cloud9 did get a good initiation down onto Wiz Fusion, but if Shifter got a little bit more lucky, just watch how the Solar Flare slows nearly everyone, and then they combo it all up. But look how grouped up they are for not only the Wukong ult, but for when Shifter tries to go, and you can barely see him. He's channeling his ult, that only hits 3 people. And then if he could have gotten a kill a little bit earlier and didn't draw that turret aggro, he might have been able to keep spinning and finish off more people for Cloud9. But they were able to finish him off in the nick of time.
So Cloud9 not having any of this Coast pushing in every lane that they want right now. They try in the top lane with all 5 members. And like you said, Jack, without that Tibbers, Cloud9 is using these windows to get back in the face of Coast.
Yeah, game on, though. 34,000.1 to 34,000.3. I do feel like the teamfight advantage overall does favor Coast. They have more teamfight synergies than Cloud9. So in order for Cloud9 to win, they have to outplay, and they have to catch Coast in flanking positions. High needs to be able to assassinate the right targets. They need to spread out and make it so Shifter can't deal damage in team fights. Balls needs to be incredibly strong. He's actually getting there with his 2, 1, and 3 Renekton. Balls is honestly one of the best top laners in North America. It's just, you don't notice him so much because everything about Cloud9 is Meteos over and over again, but it's always Balls who's there with a solid play.
As you say, Meteos, he himself is 1-0-6 as we start to clear out Dragon. Both teams posturing now on both sides. Smites are up, and this is definitely going to be an engage.
Yeah. See, all ultimates up on both sides. No heal for Cloud9. That's actually pretty big in stopping Katarina resets. This is going to be a Dragon Steal attempt for either team.
Oh, looks like Cloud9 kind of takes it over. The Dragon's not even dead yet. The Smite going over to Meteos, but the fight is already engaged. The Cyclone not really hitting as many people as they want. Falls to the back line, takes out Daydreamin', and Coast is getting wiped out of this fight. Another Q from High takes him down. Shifter's locked up. The Zanyas goes down before he can get over the wall, and it's a ward put over there by Meteos as well. He should be able to jump. They just get over the wall right away and take him out.
4 for 0 and the Dragon Riv right there for Cloud9. They completely outplayed Coast in that team fight. Now they might actually go down for the Baron. It was because it was 2 fights. One with the tanks, one without. Shifter and Nintendo X got caught in between and it was never a fight. Just watch how this initiation actually happens. Balls Elimination go all in, and Nintendo doesn't ult many people.
No.
He was stuck in between, which means when Shifter tried to go in, it was just a swift Meteos kick. So therefore, the Wukong Katarina synergy never worked out because Cloud9 split up properly. Then they cleaned him up over the wall with some fancy moves.
Great job on that. We see Baron being taken down. Zion trying to do what he can there, but a real definitive lead being picked up now by Cloud9. Just a few seconds ago, that gold was dead even.
Yeah, all about that fantastic Dragon fight from Cloud9. You really have to credit Balls and Elimination for just going all in. Sometimes they just know, as a team, how to team fight. Cloud9, ever since they've shown up on the scene, they were in a lot of close games, and then the mid-game Dragon fights would come around, and they would just kind of win them because they have this type of coordination. I heard from some of them, sometimes they play scrims and intentionally don't talk to each other because they want to try and predict how the other person is thinking. You can't necessarily always speak to each other in team fights. When we listen to the comms, sometimes they're like calling targets or something. But if you know what the other person is thinking, your synergy just improves so much. And that's one of the hallmarks of Cloud9. It's just how well they seem to always know what the other person is doing in team fights.
You have to think outside the box to be unique, and Cloud9 really brought that last season with a score we've never seen before. Possibly can do it better this season. Right now, Coast is trying to really stop that, though. They've done a great job so far. Faltering at the last Dragon fight is really what Coast is dealing with right now. It's led to this mid turret being pushed, and Cloud9 won't give up.
Yeah, now that they have the Baron buff, it makes an initiation immensely dangerous for Coast. It also means High gets to kind of take shots at the rest of Coast, going in and out with his distortions. Even if he doesn't necessarily get an execute, it's too dangerous for Coast to initiate. So these pushes are just going to continue.
Let's see. High not, or rather, I should say Cloud9 not wanting to dive this turret. They still have that Tibbers they're worried about, so it is a slow push for them right now.
Yeah.
They may be in the lead, but Baron doesn't give them everything.
Well, surprisingly, they've only taken 2 turrets.
Yeah.
Most of this game has actually been Cloud9's. I'd have to say Coast has played extremely well up until that Dragon fight, getting out of a what should have been difficult early game and really forcing some impressively strong fights. Cloud9 has just been one step ahead.
Seeing the pressure, seeing the pushes, like we said, kind of playing inside the window of when Tibbers is down. That was the last fight in the top lane. And here with Tibbers up, they're not as happy to go in on a turret. This one will be saved, but it's just potential gold sitting there for Cloud9 to come up.
Yeah, the flash just off of cooldown now for Daydreamin'. Still, though, being that far out against a Baron team is nearly suicidal. I think Coast is going to sit back and try and defend a little bit more. There's only about a minute and a half left on the Cloud9 Baron buff. Coast should look for a fight probably once the Baron buff is gone on Cloud9. They would still have a chance in these team fights, you know, despite being down about 7,000 gold. If they can pull off a combo on these squishy people of Cloud9, they can still come out on top in a team fight. Cloud9's just done too good of a job in team fights of splitting up their members.
And that was one of the big advantage of either team getting ahead here, Jat, with our mid lane matchup, a Katarina or LeBlanc. When you get ahead with either of those, they're going to take off.
Yeah, DFG, Void Staff completed for high. 63 CS ahead of Shifter.
Yeah.
I really do have to credit Shifter, though, for having a successful Katarina game, because in your book of picks, Katarina says, no, do not pick me against the block. That is just a disastrous matchup. But Shifter's made it work fairly well. Let's see if they can catch Meteos.
Meteos thought he had I was going to say he thought he had the wave to be safe with the safeguard, and he got there in time. 28 minutes into this matchup, Baron slowly ticking away on Cloud9. It looks like they have about a minute left with it. And we'll see what they can provide. And sneaky in the mid lane. It doesn't look like they're really wanting to do too much. Every time they get to a turret, they stop.
Yeah, they're obviously respecting the combo of Coast. They did slowly siege down a few turrets. Cloud9 not biting off more than they can chew, obviously. They got a lot of gold out of that Baron. Remember, the game was pretty much even before that Dragon. And just in the Dragon, the fight after, the Baron, and then the slight objective and turret pushing Cloud9 afterwards, they've stretched it to an 8,500 gold lead.
And it's not something they are giving up right now. 12 to 10 in kills as well, which means Coast has been taking out a few members per fight, but it's Cloud9 coming out of those fights with the minion waves in the right spot, the turrets ready to be taken down, and again, the timing ready for Dragon.
This is how they got their advantage in the first place. At this point, though, I don't think Coast can realistically contest. They've been trapped in their base for so long that the wards that would be in the river or around the Dragon are just gone. So it is therefore too dangerous for them to face check and go up for this Dragon.
And Tendudex, a black cleaver on top of that Lizard Elder now. As we see the Dragon being taken away. So Coast is getting some of the items required to make an impact in these fights. Shifter, we saw, has his Zanyas. Really was too much focus just from Cloud9 coming into the fight, though. They don't have enough time.
Yeah, I worry about Nintendudex's ability to channel his Wukong ult in these team fights because Cloud9, it feels like they have assignments for what they are responsible for in a team fight, so maybe they're just understood. But Meteos is responsible for kicking Shifter away from people. He's done that in almost every fight when Shifter tries to go in for resets. I think Hai, at this point, should be responsible for killing Wukong. Because Wukong has Ninja Tabi, a fair bunch of health, but almost no magic resistance right now from his items. He will obviously get a fair bit from his passive, but he is still very vulnerable to Hai's assassination attempt. If they can do those two things, the fight is basically won for them because there's no way Wiz Fusion can deal with the Thornmail Randwin's Omen Renekton.
And they are incredibly setting up that to happen. So many wards being placed in the jungle right now gives them the ability to create those pickoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. They've warded fairly heavy. I think they're just playing the objective cycle game right now because they can. This isn't one of those games where Cloud9 could just run away with it right off the bat because they had a little bit of a shaky start. Coast was making so many plays. They had to get their footing.
We'll have to see if Hai can keep up his score. 225 in the CS there to the 161 of Shifter. These guys' average farm comes in at usually 293 and 253. So a 40 CS difference is actually usually there between them.
Yeah. So
We'll see what they have for each other as now they move to the, or I should say High moves to the bottom, kind of starting the split push here to spread out Coast.
They're mainly just trying to get the waves going, so when the Baron comes up, they're safe grouping. If High had allowed that wave to go through, there would have been actually a lot of turret pressure for Coast, and they would have been able to get a push going that way. But at this point, Cloud9's just using those 3 sweepers, since they're the team that is ahead, to get this Baron area clean.
And they're going to be able to bully everything out soon. 276 to 191 between Balls and Zion Spartan, and they're pressuring the Baron now.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a fight fairly quickly here. A lot of pink wards going down on both sides. You can see Coast does not want to give up another Baron, but Cloud9 doesn't actually want to start the Baron. They're mainly looking for an initiation. There's a Reverie.
Talisman of Ascension goes off. Oh, it's going to be Daydream and flashing it. That means Tibbers is up, but do they have the turn? The re-engage is not there.
They weren't quite grouped, because the reason Cloud9 went so aggressive is Wiz Fusion was in the mid lane pushing it out. But now they have a window where Leona ultimate is down. Now Coast feels confident walking through wards and trying to take some positioning advantages. It's a very difficult choke point in here. Let's see if Coast goes. They really wanted to, but they're not going without a clean initiation.
They don't have the Talisman of Ascension finished on their side. They cannot just speed into this. It has to be the flash engage, and that was just used from Daydream.
He had to use it to escape. That is normally their reliable initiation, and now they don't trust at the moment. That's another reason they want to be scared. They have to go back now. No mana or health on Wiz Fusion.
That's not something they've been able to get yet, chat. You see the Banshee's Veil has been built on Meteos. That's stuff they can deal with, but it's taking Coast out of the game right now.
Yeah, using that gold lead for defensive items. This is the fight.
Nintendo X is locked up, but he's in a perfect spot for a Cyclone. If he wants to use it, he goes back in. Balls hitting up onto Shifter. He cannot get back into the fight, but the Death Lotus could be enough. He gets the reset onto Renekton. Balls goes down as Zion Spartan's forced on Sadism to flash out of the fight. And Coast, no, Cloud9 easily turns this one around. Just Zion Spartan trying to get the runaway with Wiz.
Yeah, but that was the Cloud9 fight. It was an awkward initiation right there. Once again, Nintendo could not get an ultimate on the priority targets of Cloud9. They were too flanked, as you can see. Watch how Nintendo is in the fight. He did some stuff, and now the Baron is getting taken by Cloud9.
This is going to be a pretty easy one for Cloud9. It only makes them that much stronger. Power play on top of a power play right now for them, and so much gold.
All right, so actually some defensive items coming in by High with the Banshee's Veil. They are making sure that Daydreamin can't catch the targets that he wants, because Cloud9 knows that once they split the fights up, they have been victorious again and again. Actually, at this point, Sneaky has a huge amount of damage on Ezreal. He's taken his kind of early game tank buster build to now just kind of a kill anyone build. The only difference between this and like a normal super late 4-item build is instead of a Bloodthirster, he has a Blade of the Ruined King, which is arguably better because people have more health, therefore the percentage current health is doing more late in the game. It also has less multipliers, though, since Infinity Edge will multiply your crits off of your base attack damage. I'm sure there's some math to run. I'm hedging on the fact that this is actually better. We'll have to trust in Lemonation and Sneaky's theory.
Well, it's interesting, Meteos being a little trolly, that they're able to play the lane with somewhat less damage, but still do all right and come out of it in the end with more. So they had to rearrange the way they played this game, and they did it well.
Sneaky kind of lost the laning phase, but he kept himself very strong. Lemonation always taking one for the team, the 5 death Leona. High's trying to put as much harass down as possible. Just took Daydreamin out of the action.
Yeah. This is probably going to be an inhibitor turret eventually. The next minion wave is quite a bit away right now, so they got some time to stall here, and it's going to be High continuously jumping over the wall, and Meteos landing those Qs.
So tricky for Coast to try and find a team fight right now. So many Banshee's Veils up on Cloud9. So much threat coming down from High.
Yeah.
And Sneaky is just so damn elusive at this point on Ezreal. Can't really seem to lock him down.
We have Daydreamin's flash just coming back up. Balls is going to stay in the mid lane as the rest of the team says we're rotating top. Dragon is up, so after whatever engagement happens, somebody can have that. But right now, these Banshee's Veils are really working against Daydream, and it's going to be so hard for him to hit anyone that matters.
Yeah, I feel also like Cloud9 is daring Coast to initiate rather than initiating themselves. While Balls could go in for a fight, there's actually no need. This is a slightly more passive Cloud9 than we've seen in the past, but I think overall making more calculated decisions right now. any initiation would actually be a medium to high risk, just because Daydreamin' could theoretically get a stun on Sneaky. Sneaky has no cleanse. Also, Lemon Nation has no Mikhail's Crucible.
Yeah.
So he could actually get locked down and potentially burst it out. If that happens, the rest of Coast could take down the rest of the team. So it's like this really off chance that Coast could win a team fight. But Cloud9 knows that, therefore they're playing.
Kind of an on-their-terms situation. A nice wave brewing in the bottom lane for Cloud9. They just kind of swapping around, watching the waves move. They take Dragon, and now they're going to try the 5-on bot. A little engage there from Nintendo.
Just trying to get some damage down. Still, Coast has been very gold-starved for a while. They were at about 36,000 gold when it was even. Since then, Cloud9's got 30,000. Coast has gotten about 13,000. So Cloud9's been doubling their gold gain for quite a while here.
Even without a Sheen right now, Sneaky is just crushing down these turrets with the rest of the team. That Rising Spell Flux passive,
There's
giving him more attack speed. Going in, the True Shot Barrage hitting a bunch of players on the team. High is able to take down Daydreamin', and there is no Tibbers for possibly the last fight of the game. Balls is on 2 members, and Shifter's forced to use Death Lotus there. It looks like he stays alive, and they have an inhibitor turret to their name.
Yeah, this might be it. Balls just took on the world at that point. High could clean up with a lot of assassinations, and everything just fell apart for Coast in that fight as Cloud9 stormed through the base.
Wiz Fusion, always really the one to stay alive in these. He has no peel, so he's always so far away from the fights to do anything, and Cloud9 is making sure of that every time. It's going to be a 1v1 quick, but High says, let's make it a 2v1 even quicker.
Yeah, burning the barrier right there for Wiz Fusion. They're just taking out all the inside inhibitors, not looking to end it quite yet, but taking all the necessary buildings before they retreat.
They're going to have quite a bit of gold after that. Let's just watch the introduction to this engagement.
So it was just an obliteration of Daydreamin' at the start. But then you could see High also took out Nintendude, so therefore Shifter could never get through the fight. Balls did a fantastic job taking out almost everyone. Meteos was not a friend there. He did give him a bit of a shield, but didn't block the ace in the hole. Still didn't matter. Balls had too much tankiness in armor.
Like you said, elimination for the team went down in that fight. Does pick up the Mikhail's Crucible. And he has a locket of the Iron Solari, so that just goes to show how much money these guys have now.
I wonder what Sneaky's last item's going to be, too, because he's been farming for a bit. He hasn't actually went back from that team fight. 3,300.
GA.
Nah, he's going to go. I think he's going to go for a Scimitar, if I had to guess.
Nice.
He just needs a huge amount of gold in order to get one of those. Mercurial Scimitar. Or he'll just go for a GA or Banshee's Veil. Damn.
Banshee's Veil.
Went for
There's a third guess. You still had it. 1, 2, 3.
It's just more boring. He hasn't needed it. No one's been able to touch him.
Should have got a Bloodthirster.
I understand the safety, you know. Banshee's Veil is an incredible item right now. People undervalue the spell block again and again. Honestly, I think it was an incredible item even when Spirit Visage was giving 20% cooldown reduction. But now that Spirit Visage only gives 10% CDR,
right?
People are going back to Banshee's Veil and really respecting its power a bit more. You don't realize how much damage you actually block when you can block a big spell from someone.
Well, you also get these assassins, and you're like, nope, don't want any of that.
Yep, they can't start a fight on you, especially against Annie. You know, with how prevalent Annie has been in the past couple months. You know, we should have been seeing more Banshee's Veil then.
See what we got here coming in. Sneaky's trying to speed up the rest of the team with that Essence Flux as they move in. Zion Spartan still taking a good bit of damage from that Sneaky build.
Oh, yeah.
And it looks like they're going to be to the back line. They're already pinching around the inhibitor. This is making it so hard.
Yeah, last-ditch effort for Coast. They're going to have to try an initiation. Once 3 inhibitors are down, the game's basically over. They've just gotten too low at this point.
Losing HP by the second every time they try to approach Cloud9. Coast on their heels in the base, and Cloud9 has really been able to work this for the past 10 minutes. Coast having a great early game, but I think this might be it. There's the engagement of the Solar Flare. It's going to be Wiz Fusion down instantly as he gets kicked back, and the double kill coming in for High. A very nice job. The fans are happy to see Cloud9 taking a victory, and it's going to be at 40 minutes.
It was a very close early game, but a very decisive late game for Cloud9. They really came together as a team there. Of course, it always seems to come down to this. Meteos 1-0-17 on Lee Sin, which is actually kind of a perfect Lee Sin score.
Yep.
I thought it was going to be hard for him to adjust to the Lee Sin play style. The rest of Cloud9 came in fantastically. Balls was zoning in team fights with his Renekton. High played his 6th champion in as many games and was very successful on the block there, dueling Shifter throughout the game.
And really, we actually got to see a different version of Cloud9 there, one that faltered in the early game but was able to pick it up. They either have it and run with it, or they haven't. And this was a little different from them, so we can see that they have two sides.
Yeah, they're able to take the close game and make it a not so close game.
Yeah, that's the thing though. They have the momentum and timing in the game to always make those moves.
Something Coast is going to have to work on throughout the season. That moves them to 2-5 so far. A very promising game for them. I do think though their plan coming in on the outside, we're like, I don't know how that shifter lane is going to work out. But they got out of that phase. They actually started losing it in the team fight phase where they were very strong. So Coast just has to work out a few kinks, and that game could have very easily turned in the other direction. They're looking poor in the standings at 2-5, but there's still a lot of things that are very close to working out and turning them into a top flight team.
They keep, as we said before, or I said before, like Zion Spartan keeps trying things. Last split it was Fiddle, then Leona, brought out the Wukong here. Like we said, it was good aggression for them.
We're talking about Nintendo.
Nintendo, yes, thank you. Of course. And it got him around the jungle perfectly. And he was able to get through with the wards they gave him deep into the jungle. But then it's like they didn't have anything planned after that.
Yeah, the Wukong pick I still think is good. It's just it got a little bit, outpaced because they fell so far behind in gold. If they could have landed a few better Wukong ultimates in some of those team fights, I think a lot of things could have been different in that game. But all things considered, we take a look at Cloud9 here. That was their first game of 3. There was a bit of a danger that this was a trap game for them because they're very likely to look ahead to either their second game of the day or the game they have at the end of the week against TSM.
Right.
1 out of 3 so far for Cloud9. They're definitely going for 3-0.
And that was a game, like we said, High had to play a different champion again. So these guys are keeping the variety up, and they're still getting the wins. We've got to go AFK for a second, but when we return, Cloud9 Dual Lane will join us to talk about locking down a win in their first game of the day. Then it's a rematch of Week 1's unique 4-kill match as Curse looks for revenge against Chronologic Gaming. The NA LCS will be right back. Why would you touch that browser? NACS is locked up, but he's in a perfect spot for a Cyclone. If he wants to use it, he goes back in. Ball's hitting up on the shifter. He cannot get back into the fight, but the death bonus could be enough. He gets the reset onto Renekton. Balls goes down, and Zion Spartan's forced on Sadism to flash out of the fight. And Coast, no, Cloud9 easily turns this one around. Welcome back to week 3 of the 2014 NA LCS Spring Split. Joining me at the caster desk for 2 games. The next 2 games is Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. Kobe, welcome to the desk.
Thank you.
I'm pretty excited to have you here. We're just minutes away from our 3rd match of the day, and that's Cop and Curse versus Doublelift and CLG. But first, let's check out what you've been saying on Twitter. Earlier, we asked you, who is the most underrated player in the NA LCS and why? And here are our favorite responses. JVOG says, I feel like Xpecial does not get the recognition he deserves. Might as well be Mad Life Jr.
I mean, Xpecial has been very good on Thresh especially, so I like the comparison there. But, man, Elimination in that last game might give him a little run for his money. An interesting little fact, by the way, that Freak pointed out as we were watching. Elimination had 5 activates.
I don't know if
There's a lot of extra buttons
I don't
there.
even remember to use one of my activates. Neferta tweets, the most underrated in the LCS is probably Balls. Medios and High get so much love. The power of the Cloud9 top laner is to be feared.
I mean, you guys did point it out during the game, too, so I don't know about underrated. Everybody seems to think that he's an amazing top
He had a
laner.
damn good CS lead and a whole, he had a good lead that game.
Yeah.
Chris Ring says in our next tweet, Shifter is the most underrated player in the LCS. He is a monster and deserves more recognition.
Ah, boom, and we just put out a video package for him. It looks like we're stepping up our game. Good job, Riot Video crew.
And as always, we appreciate your input and applaud the efficient use of the 140 characters.
So keep hitting us up with your most underrated player answers. We're at LO Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag LCS.
Now let's send it over to Freak and Jat, who are joined by Cloud9's dynamic duo, Sneaky and Lemon Nation.
Thank you very much, Riv. Unfortunately, Jack got ganked, so he's respawning. He'll be back soon, though. Guys, congratulations on your win. I want to jump into the first topic because you guys think it's interesting, too. So you're building Ezreal, Ruin King Shiv, Last Whisper, Eye Edge. Why this build?
That was actually the first time I've used it in all play together, like solo queue, scrims, and competitive. I backed with 1,400 gold, so I went the Borg first. And the rest of the build, I kind of just don't like Trinity Force anymore. I think it's kind of a weak item. Doesn't deal as much damage as it should.
Okay. Lemonation, I know you had 2 cents in this one as well.
Well, on the car ride over, I told Sneaky that on Ezreal, I think Botrica is quite a good build. Even though he's never done it before, I said, I don't think he should do it today since you haven't practiced it. But I don't know, he decided to do it.
So he obeyed you and disobeyed you at the same time.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel about your AD carry?
It worked out. It was a good build.
I guess it worked
Smart.
out. Fair enough. So you guys came into this game, and it was actually a really close match. About 23 minutes, it finally broke. Why was this game so close for you guys? You're a heavy favorite coming into this one.
I would say it's because of the cat dive bot where they got a double kill on us. It was a very good play by him to actually get through our ward so we didn't notice him at all and get that great dive on us right when they were level 6 and I was still level 5. So and give them
away from Katarina at that point.
And you guys clean up the rest of the kills, so good fight there. And of course, you actually mentioned to me off camera, you never had to flash in any of these fights.
Yeah.
Basically, completely safe the whole time.
Zero flashes?
It is. I don't know why. I think I was just super far back, and with Ezreal's E, it's just super safe anyways. So I didn't end up needing it. There was one point where I was chasing Wukong into the bottom bush.
Yeah.
Where I was going to flash, but I was like, all right, he's pretty dead here, so I'm just going to save it.
So very low flash game. Pretty good job then. So coming through, you've got, of course, 2 matches to go. Evil Geniuses tonight, and tomorrow TSM at the end of the day. How are you guys feeling, both of you, about this match? The 2 matches, sorry.
I'm feeling pretty good about EG and TSM, although they will be hard matches for us. We've never actually played EG, and TSM is always going to be our hardest competition.
Lemon?
I actually thought we were playing EG first, so we're completely prepped for that.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I thought that was our first match of the day.
Okay, but you got about an hour you're going to play them. And then TSM, how do you feel about them?
We're prepping for that tonight, so we'll see how it goes.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Of course, you guys won the game. You're still half a game behind TSM for first place. We'll see if you can catch up with them. And of course, we do have more action today, guys. Let's send it back over to Riv and Kobe for our next match.
Thank you very much, Freak. And, I think that works out for them, that they get to watch TSM tonight, or they get to watch that match, so it'll be good for them.
And plus, like Lemon said, he's already prepped for the next game because they thought it was going to be their first.
Absolutely. Well, let's dive right into our next battle, Voidboy and Curse versus Doublelift and CLG. This is a rematch of one of the stranger games we've seen so far this spring.
Yeah, so it started out with that now legendary Afromu blue buff steal at level 1 where he just went in and auto-attacked it. And really, from there, it spiraled out of control from Curse. Dominate didn't get to do much from the jungle. First blade, first blood in that game came at 23 minutes, with it ending just 2 minutes later, and CLG getting 4 kills, shutting out Curse. So Curse is really going to need some more decisive shot calling if they want to have a better showing, because they never really took a chance in that game and made a move.
Right, and while Curse made mistakes, CLG did show they have a lot of what we call potential.
I do have to say that CLG's map movements in that game were really good. They went from one objective to another before Curse were able to react. But they are going to have to clean up some of those mechanical mistakes if they want a repeat win today.
And right, one thing that won't be repeated, as we mentioned earlier, Hotshot's performance. Today he will be out, and Chauster will be roaming around in mid for CLG.
So Chauster, you know, he has started as support and as jungle for CLG last year, but he originally liked to play solo lanes. Way back when I used to play in Season 1, Chauster would play a lot of solo lane champions. He's always been very versatile and played, you know, all of the roles. So
Very
I
smart.
think it's very interesting how CLG keeps reaching into their very, very deep bag of ex-players that they have, and they keep on pulling out new guys and saying, now it's your turn to mid lane. Chauster actually pretty happy with this because he likes the lane.
Absolutely. While the first game between these two raised some eyebrows for just how unique it was, they are both expecting a different style of game the second time around.
Playing versus Curse in the first game of Super Week was kind of interesting because we were kind of scrimming them beforehand, and they looked a lot more stronger, especially when we were helping them prepare for relegation matches. But that game sort of kind of wasn't how I expected it to be because it was just like a complete stomp.
Well, our first game was really poorly played by us. We kind of didn't expect an early pick at all, and then just kind of screwed with us, and they were able to just draw the game out, go for a poke comp, and we miscalled the 2v1, so that was not very good for us either.
I mean, all you have to do really is shut down Quas. He's their best player, and if he's not doing well, then they won't win. Generally, their mid and bottom are just too inconsistent.
Last time we just let the game go on, and they just poked us out. But if we are able to, I guess, get a lead early and snowball it, I think we'll be able to take it.
Did Cop just say they didn't expect a Nidalee pick from CLG? That's interesting.
They also said they want to snowball it early and take it, which is something we see them do around mid-game. So it'll be quite interesting. And it is interesting to hear Doublelift call out Quas as Curse's best player. That's something else because he's been there and there's a notability about him, but he hasn't shown super well.
Right, he has a
really
good reputation for his mechanical play.
Right.
And I think a lot of what Doublelift was calling out for is stuff they've seen in scrims. And the potential that Quas has.
Absolutely. So right now, let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Curse. Quas in that top lane, dominating the jungle, Voyboy in mid, Cop at AD carry, and Zken on support.
And on the red side, it's CLG. Up top is Nien. Jungle is going to be Link this time, and mid will be Chauster. AD carry is Doublelift, and supporting is Afro Moo.
I think an interesting matchup here between these two teams is Quas and Nien because they play a kind of a different style of champion. You know, we've seen Karthus and Jax for Quas in that top lane. In the end, we'll bring the regulars except for his Zac pick, but Trundle, Mundo, Shyvana. So I like what they're going to have because none of that's going to be banned out. So they're going to get what they want.
Yeah, I am interested to see how that top lane turns out because Nien has had, you know, very strong early showings in top lane, but at some point he usually hits this point where he goes for too much and he either dives a turret or he starts pushing past the tower too much and gets caught. And, you know, he really he rides very high on the early confidence that he gets from doing well early in lane. So we'll have to see if he can keep his calm against Quas, because Quas pretty much never loses his cool.
Now, we talked a little bit about Chauster coming in here. Obviously going to be the big story of this matchup as Hotshot GG hangs up his mouse once again. What kind of does that provide you with? Isn't it an advantage? Or can they kind of just easily ban you out from knowing what you played?
So Chauster prides himself on the knowledge that he has spread out among every champion. So it's very hard to pigeonhole what champion he's going to pick here unless they've done very good research on, you know, what has he just been spamming lately in solo queue or from their scrim partners, because he really prides himself on diversifying all of his knowledge. And if I was going to be just like a gut reaction, one of his favorites is Vladimir as a solo laner. So I don't know. They could come out with anything here. They've been practicing with their coach with Chauster for a little bit, so maybe they whipped up something special just for while Chauster's on the team.
Right, Monte Cristo is in town for them, so hopefully instead of from abroad, it can be all done here at home, and It's going to bolster up the team a little bit because it's been shaky performance, shaky results. Champion Select will tell us really how the early game would start, and we'll see who gets the upper hand right here.
Yeah, since Chauster is not much of a Nidalee player, this time around, I'd have to say
yeah.
Cop, okay? This time I would be surprised if they did it because Link would be the Nidalee player, and since they're pretty sure he's staying in the jungle, I don't think they'll switch it up.
Say whatever they want and then choose to play it if they jump around. We'll see what happens.
boy taking it easy here. Take my time. So Jungle Pantheon, I don't know if that's ban worthy. Everybody's just been sort of reacting to the successful game that Curse had with the Jungle Pantheon. I don't know if that's like a very high priority pick because a lot of other people have tried to use it, weren't that successful. And it's really just off that one super successful game that Curse had. Everyone's banning it now, which leaves up Wukong, which he loves. It leaves up Vi. It leaves up Elise. It leaves up Fiora.
You and your Fiora. The day we see it, though, I'll definitely give you a pound on stream. It'll be fantastic. I know you'll be excited. Looking for what Quas is going to ban out for the rest of the team. Not too much chatter. We see Aframu and Zken on your screen. They're just kind of chatting it up. Quas typing in, and he gives the click to Elise.
So one of the reasons they were taking a while on those bans is because they were penalized the ban, apparently, from the last one. So they only do get 2 here. That was the last ban.
Right.
And this is now going to be the first pick for Curse. With the 2 sort of top junglers banned out here, I actually wouldn't be surprised if we see those in the early picks. Because like I said, sort of Wukong is up there on the same level of these 4 dominate.
This is definitely going to be a bit of an advantage with Chauster now being in the mix. Losing that ban helps CLG to really formulate a composition they may have wanted. They wouldn't have gotten with the 3rd.
Yeah, and so we've seen Curse go with sort of general bans here. They're not going to target Chauster like they targeted Hotshot. Hotshot's pretty easy for people to target because he's the type of player, like Jet says, that likes to master champions and plays the same one over and over. So everybody had a pretty clear idea of what they were expecting. But since Chauster plays so many different things, just go with the general bans, the strong lanes, trying to get those off the table.
We'll see what they pick, and they decide to actually take the mid laner. Boy gets Ziggs in this matchup, and we'll see what CLG favors with 2 quick picks because they pretty much have whatever they want now.
And Curse continue on with this sort of general plan where Ziggs is really good all-around pick.
Good point.
Because he can see us from afar. You know, he wave clears great. It's not really locking them into anything. Very safe first pick. The thing he does have to watch out for are now assassin picks because those are something that Ziggs is not going to have a lot of kill potential on these champions that can go all in. The thing is, Chauster, I don't know if he has the confidence to go for that kind of matchup.
Right.
Because if you go with an all-in champion like that, you have to know the damages. You have to have played it recently, because if you miscalculate a little bit, then you're going to get punished for the rest of the game.
The Gragas is still up, but they choose to go for a super heavy front line with the first 2 picks.
Yeah, that's pretty heavy there. The Dragon and the Crocodile. Now, like with those first picks, it almost makes me think that they might even look towards a Sivir or something to speed them up and make the backline super scary. But yeah, those are the jungle and top lane here. Very strong early for CLG. And whenever you match a strong top lane with a jungle like Shyvana, you're looking at possibilities of jungle invades even very early in the game.
This is actually a first-time pickup on Jinx for Cop, so they're going to be working with that this game.
So they're taking away the Jinx from Double Lift there.
Yeah.
I do always like that, but I think that Double Lift might, even with this composition, might be looking more towards a mobile AD carry with a dash of their own and not rely on the kill to get excited with Jinx.
Oh dear. I think it was back at MLG was the last time Double Lift played Urgot. Oh, but he locks in Vayne.
Yeah, that's why you just take a deep breath when he does that. Now, okay.
He's got a win-loss on Vayne.
Now, okay? I've got self-control here. It's more exciting, though, that Chauster's going to go with this Yasuo. So I talked about wondering which champion Chauster will play. Yasuo is a champion that a lot of people picked up in solo queue very quickly because he's super fun and he was new. So that's something I have confidence that Chauster's well practiced on because he probably has been playing that since Yasuo came out, just like a lot of other mid laners. And it also combos pretty well. You know, Vayne's got a knockback that she can set him up with even. Shyvana as well. So we'll have to see what their support pick is, because there's a bunch of supports that also have just displacements. Any sort of displacement is going to work really well with Yasuo.
And these pickups by Curse, I think, enough said, pretty crazy. Nunu and Janna, last 2 picks.
Nunu and Janna. So Janna is one of those supports that works really well with Yasuo because she has so much displacement. So they're sort of taking that away. But Mundo, Nunu, and Janna, none of them add very much damage late game. So they're really focusing their carry efforts here on Cop. Cop is going to have to be a big source of damage late game. He's going to have to get in there and play aggressively. And then they've got just the area of effect from Voyboy there. Ziggs all around is pretty much going to be able to add damage at all stages of the game. But this is really a 2-threat team versus CLG, who always used to run 2-threat teams. Like that was one of the things people criticized them for, was only running
not having the 3rd threat. And also another thing that could work in CLG's favor if Curse can't get them to group enough is that split push that they love to do if things aren't going their way.
Yeah, Double Lift loves getting that lane to himself once he gets a Blade of the Ruined King on Vayne. And we'll have to see if they go for the call to have him actually do that, because the rest of this team doesn't have, I guess they have pretty good disengage actually, with the last pick Lulu being locked in. Provides a knock-up for Yasuo, plus some good mobility for the rest of the squad.
We're looking at that. We'll see if they can get Double Lift quite fed on Vayne. While the teams load into the game, let's check with LOLesports.com to see who you think will win this matchup. According to them and the voting, it's 61% in favor of Curse to come out on top.
People don't look like they have confidence in all the CLG role swapping, I guess. Because maybe this was one too many swaps for them, and they wanted to see Hotshot back. But it's pretty close, considering the votes that we had for the first 2 games.
Yeah,
I'd say this is neck and neck.
The 90% votes. This one a little bit closer. Talking about that double lift on Vayne in the end, first time on Renekton for him, so more of a carry position as like a Zac utility bounce around for the team.
I did talk about how he gets very confident off of good early play, though. Renekton could be a trap for Nien if he gets super confident of the early bowling that he gets to do with Renekton and goes for one of those dives. Could be the same old story.
There still could be some habits there. We all know Nien started playing top lane last year, but he, as himself said, he will excel in that lane, and he has done so. So if he can keep it going within this matchup, within the spring split.
I really do want to see if he is able to work with Link well, because like I said before in Champion Select, like that's a great jungle invading duo of top and jungle there with Renekton and Shyvana. If they can work together and coordinate their efforts, then they could actually have a pretty good influence on that blue side jungle of Curse.
All right, so Dominate going with Nunu this time. Nobody's stealing his buffs. He's going to be able to stop Alphamove from getting any of that blue buff nonsense.
So I want to point out the reason Curse are going for this invade, their support has actually started a bunch of wards. We usually see people just line up and play the level 1 very passively because they've all gone for Dorans for the double lane there. But Curse starting a bunch of old style wards here, even Nunu grabbing one. They're getting some early map control so they can choose their lane and look for the counter jungling from Nunu.
This is finally not the line of scrimmage setup that we've seen every game. Curse wants to really break the flow of that early game, and now this makes CLG wonder, you know, we don't know where these wards are going down, and they're all regular ones.
Well, they've got a 1 pink one in the river there that gets taken out before minions even spawn. Aphromoo, at this point in the game, Aphromoo is the MVP for CLG.
If it's not a blue buff, it's a pink ward.
That was actually huge for them because that thing was expected to last at least 10 minutes for Curse because they don't expect a lot of roaming early. But putting it down so early before minions are even up is risky.
Let's see what they do about these lanes, though. Looks like they are sending Cop top. I was going to say they might lose out on some experience since they're all so roamed, but they get back into position.
Right, and that lane swap, as I said, all the supports usually start Dorans is for the combat in the 2 vs. 2. Lane swapping, since he only got consumables, seems like the logical choice here for Curse, and it's up to CLG to react. You can see the movements already. Renekton trying to farm jungle. He does see Dominate, so they're aware that this was just an even red buff trade, and he's going to try and farm up in the jungle, wait for that 2 vs. 1 top lane to push up.
Ooh, boy. Getting harassed by Chauster a little bit there, and he won't be able to really attack back for another few levels. Actually, never mind. I thought he was going to go wait for his level 2 combo, but he got a nice auto attack passive and the Q there.
So on that Yasuo in the mid lane here, this matchup, it's very interesting. I like going Yasuo into this because we've seen how he can get early kills. And Chauster started with his dash level 1. What you can do if you're really, really aggressive is charge up your dash by using it on minions. Once you max it out with 4 stacks, then go for the burst onto Voyboy and make use of your shield to even get an auto attack there. That's really where you want to thread in your aggressive playstyle with your passive playstyle. Yasuo, you have to really work around that flow to make use of your shield and time that with your aggression.
And with that, with being able to stack those up, we're actually just waiting on a quick sound issue with Zkent. What is the kill potential for Yasuo, even against the Ziggs? Is it level 1, level 2, or is it just
Depends
level 1?
on how crazy you are. I mean, I've seen people go for level 1 kills with Yasuo before. Usually you're going to wait at least till you get some more items there. And wait to go super aggressive till they get static shiv. But the all-in potential is actually there. We talked about it on Kha'Zix, how he can assassinate Ziggs. But Yasuo, if you're willing to go just crazy aggressive and charge up that dash, then he can actually do similar things.
We'll see what kind of attention that aggression pulls to the mid lane. Nien and both Quas have not really made themselves over to the top side just yet. And Quas has not been getting any farm experience either on any jungle camps.
Yeah, just a little taste for you there. Jungle action, we see Link moving over to the white. I like that he's going to take that camp. A lot of people ignore it early on the new jungle champions. It hurts a lot. Shyvana is pretty well equipped to actually take it down with the percentage damage that she can get for herself.
And a little bit of the changes to the items too kind of helps you stay healthy in the jungle. So that works out. All the junglers are happy about those coming in. With this game, a little bit of a pause, but looking at CLG's side as we're getting screen fixtures on Quas fixed up right there. Nien and Link both on Renekton and Shyvana. We were talking about a huge front line there, and they also have Yasuo. So it's almost like a triple dive buddy composition once they get to that fighting phase.
It is a very short-range team for CLG. They're looking for more team fights rather than sieging up here and looking for split-pushing late game. They wouldn't really like to play that long-range game. So I like that. I like that point. But I really want to talk about the 2-versus-1 split push or switch.
Right.
Because this is a really big thing that happened in the last game where TSM, they were on the receiving end of the 2-versus-1 switch. And what they did is TheOddOne got the dragon right before the top turret went down, since top turrets take longer to take now.
Right.
And so that means that the objective that you usually answer with if the other team freezes their top lane after the turret's gone was not available.
Right.
And XGG did not make anything happen. So they got sort of destroyed by this very old strategy that was around since before Season 1 of freezing a lane. After your top turret goes down, if you just last hit the minions, then your opponents are so low level, it's very dangerous for them to extend and come get you. And they don't, at that point in the game, they don't have assassins to come kill you back there. So it's, I'm very interested to see how Curse deal with that situation, because they have Nunu, so that's also great dragon control.
Right.
If they're able to time this exactly how TSM did, then it could work out in their favor.
It looks like they're going for the 3v1, but a great ward from Nien coming out in the brush thwarts that, at least for damage towards him. He can stay safe. This turret, though, won't be the same.
Yeah, they're working for the turret really early. That
Blood Boil.
minus 20 damage per attack from champions, if you just have super quick attack speed, then they're definitely making up for it here.
How's Blood
Jinx
Boil
is
and Jinx passive?
Pretty much the best tower taker early, and they're going to rush that one down.
So this is going to be a 3-minute, 46-second turret down in the favor of Curse. It looks like they're going to be able to control that lane. Since the junglers are not there, like we saw in the Cloud9 game, these guys are going to keep going for the second tier.
Now, the question of the super early dragon for CLG is up right now. Because, Chauster has to burn his flash already.
Very interesting.
So the question of that early dragon. Now, you can do it this early. It takes a long time, and you do take a lot of damage unless you're able to micro the turns very well using the aggro reset of dragon. If you go in and out with your support, I guess Mad Life has made it really popular, so we can give some credit to him. But still, it takes so much to go for that, and the Dragon's not worth that much early that a lot of teams will opt to just wait for a later one anyway, since CLG have control of that area. They can actually sit on this.
Link actually going back on his first buy, grabbing up a Doran shield for himself. We thought he was going to have to help in that stop.
So there's obviously they're going for the super fast push here. They've taken out one turret that has the extra champion reduction, damage reduction on it, and they're already looking at the second one here. This is a pretty good setup for taking the early turrets since they're support ranged as well, and Nunu Blood Boiling was able to get a lot of damage.
They do back off. Doublelift and Aphromoo were actually forced to come up after pushing the bottom lane themselves, but you are right. Curse is running amok around the map right now, trying to grab all the turrets that they can. I don't think they've gotten too much damage onto the bottom turret of CLG. Well, that's because they've traded evenly now, 5.5 minutes, and a little bit of a gold lead in favor of CLG, but that's only from these lanes.
And since Jinx was focusing so much on getting the turret damage down and getting it down very fast, actually a few less CS. So Vayne already out to a pretty good start here. Doublelift very happy that he's been able to keep his CS numbers up.
They're working the pink ward. There are 4 members of Curse bottom. I was going to say this would be a little dangerous to be going for Dragon, but it looks like they're just here for the defense, and Link will be off on the side for help.
Yeah, so the window where the power discrepancy because of the 2vs1 swap is gone, because Curse have already rotated their AD and support, and that was pretty much a Dragon check there. Defending a turret against this heavy siege, though, is going to be rough.
Curse is going to need to get some wards down here. They're pressuring in towards the Dragon Pit. We can see that they have one just above them and one below for safety. And they should have this. Smite, Consume on Dominate should be quite easy.
All right, so Dominate is maxing his Ice Blast, so it's not like he's maxing Consume or anything to go for super early. Just the level 1 is enough. Since you have plenty of... it's really... Nobody should ever outsmite the Nunu combo. But it has been done.
We think.
We've seen it.
We think. The turret's going to be taking some good damage here. A lot of range to be used on the turret, so nobody has to get in too dangerous of a position, and that's a good thing for this Curse team because you can easily get caught up.
Man, this Curse, they're putting so much into the early game. Look at Voidboy. He's got 3 Doran rings here. So they're just all going super early gambit on taking all the outer turrets.
Wow. So it happens when you're not used to playing against something. You get a little too close, you get hit by Nunu. Nunu slows you down. You see how much extra damage Link took there just because he couldn't get out. Had to blow his flash.
I mean, this is a really great comp that Curse has come out with. I can't really think of anything that would even be better for sieging. They got Janna's shield to add attack damage on whoever Nunu blood boils, which is going to be Jinx. Who already has plenty of attack speed, so they can take down turrets, but will they get hard engaged on?
They got a good pinch here, Kobe. It looks like it for sure. Link is not 6 yet, though. Nien just hits it and throws on the Dominus. Voidboy is, but he's out of mana, and the ultimate is down from previous. Link just trotting along. The last bomb, no, it's going to be hit up by Nunu. Dominate comes up with first blood.
And Quas teleporting in right there was able to keep off the rest of CLG from further aggressing and closing in on Curse. So even before Curse have hit the point where they've got Janna ultimate to rely on and Nunu ultimate to rely on for disengage, they still were able to get away from the hard engage of CLG because them themselves, they don't have their ultimates either. It's just a very, very... well played by Curse. They're showing so much diversity in the types of strategies that they're deciding to run.
Really pressuring their opponent before they have the capacity to take on all of these priorities, all these tasks that Curse is putting on the map. Top turret, then mid pressure, and people aren't even 6 yet. So like you said, Curse is really in the driver's seat.
Yeah, but they've only taken 1 outer turret so far. They got a lot of good damage on that mid one, but this team is so focused on taking the early objectives. They've actually, they're only even on turrets, and the lead really coming from the Dragon.
Yeah.
So they do need to take down another one here.
It'd be nice if they can get themselves a few kills and bolster up those champions before they move on to the mid phase of the game. CLG does have that composition we said can dive on through, and they're only going to get to that point, or they are going to get to that point, rather.
They're also going to get to the point where Doublelift will get a Blade of the Ruin King and be basically a perfect split pushing answer to Quas. At this point, he doesn't have it, so it's really rough for him. But once he does hit that, then they're going to hit that stage where they've got a good answer. It's just that Curse are really working against the clock. So they're trying to get as much of an advantage before CLG are able to get to that point.
Quas doing a good job in the bottom lane, has blown the flash of double lift, which may be the look that Curse is trying to get right now.
Oh yeah, they're doing a good job circling around double lift. Oh, he's so dead. I don't, there's not even anything to say about that.
Absolute Zero goes down, tries to tumble into some type of damage. Dominate picks up 2. He's got to be careful how many he gets here.
Oh, the rotation here through the jungle. Look at the wards that are littered through this blue side jungle by Curse. They started just from level 1 with Janna going all consumables, and they have not let up. Now it's up to CLG, though, to answer back. So many resources from Curse committed to that bottom lane. They need to make up for it on the other side of the map.
It's not going to be easy, Kobe. You have a Jinx and a Void Boy that's eventually, I think, going to build into a Lich Bane, and they're already taking down turrets with that Blood Boil on Jinx. It's just synergizing so well right now, and they're going for more.
Yeah. Stacking Blood Boil plus Janna for the attack damage and attack speed.
The shield.
It just synergizes so well. And since they have Ziggs, who is the tower siege mid lane, it's like, that's why I was saying at the beginning of this, I can't think of a better sieging comp for early game. They've got pretty much all-stars in each of these positions, and then Mundo to soak damage and take teleport in the off lanes and just try and hold off the CLG retaliation.
Yeah, Quaz knows exactly what he needs to do on Mundo. Win-loss on that champion so far. This one, they look to make it another win, and he's, as we said, kind of an unsung hero. He plays the lane safe, but right now he's actually helping to control everything that Curse has right now in these side lanes.
Right, his job is cleanup duty, and just to try and go to the split lane, get as fed as he possibly can, so that their outer turrets don't take, or their side turrets don't take too much damage in response to these moves that Curse are making, the very bold moves where they commit 4, 5 people to a single place on the map.
Yeah. Just trying to be that huge distraction. Very close. Zekan trying to bait out a little aggression there, staying in range of Chauster, but he does not bite. Nice wind wall for the bomb. Looks like we got a ping going down towards Dragon. 47 seconds on the clock, and it looks like both teams are going to start setting up some vision.
So 40 seconds. CLG need to time this very well because they've just sent Nien top. He's only got 30 more seconds to shove that wave and make his way down. No teleport means that if he stays up there for even like 15 more seconds, then they won't be able to contest the next dragon. You can't steal it away from Nunu.
No.
So getting close to that area is even rough because Ziggs controls areas so well. He can zone out the paths over to Dragon pretty easily.
Curse can do here, possibly force CLG into a fight that leads into this Dragon. We just saw Nien in the top lane swinging furiously with his Tiamat to push the lane, so now he can rotate, but he's rotating back right over a pink ward, so they're going to know he's coming behind.
Yeah, they're looking for the collapse here, but warding behind you really paying off for Curse, and they cut him off.
Yep. Gonna find him right. Oh, the zap hits him. They get Nien. He takes the long way around, and he's gonna find 4 members of Curse. He can't get through the wall. Void Boy gets the kill.
All the money spent on consumables paid off. It cost them a dragon, though. So CLG making the best of a bad situation. Since Nien killed on the top side of the map, they make a rush for the gold as quickly as they can. And CLG, Curse, the obvious option is to shove up that mid lane here. And since CLG are out of position, hard to answer because they don't have Nien, and it's a 4-on-5.
Pushing down on this mid turret. Great Curse wards around them to keep themselves safe. And it comes from having a Nunu as well, able to build a Sightstone along with Janna. They just full control.
Exactly. Just littering the map with wards so that they're able to make these smart decisions. The rotations are well informed for Curse because they have so much more information from the map. That's why they were able to get that pick on Nien and why they shoved up mid so quickly.
Says you can't hide in the bush. Cop finding Nien there. And it looks like CLG is doing somewhat of a pincer, but also just making sure their jungle is clear. They do not want to have to go in there in any dangerous position. Baron could definitely be an option here in the next 7 or so minutes with the way that things are going. Cop's ready to stack his Bloodthirster 14 minutes in.
Ooh, speaking of item thresholds, Chauster does have the static shiv now. He skipped boots to try and get that quickly. So it's a huge power point for Yasuo, but still, CLG are playing so reactively because Curse are switching this strategy up here and playing something that's not expected from them. You know, we usually expect, oh, a bunch of assassins, Void plays weird things, Quas plays weird things. because they're bringing out this very coordinated tower pushing and dragon killing strategy here.
Right.
CLG not expecting it, still playing very reactively.
And that's causing Chauster. We saw when Voidboy played Yasuo, he was roaming all the time. But with this push you're talking about, he's stuck in lane.
Exactly. They haven't had time to make roaming plays of their own because they're always trying to play defense and catch up to Curse.
Yeah. Always makes it a difficult position when you're coming from behind. The pink ward's being cleared out and also set up. A little bit of danger there for Z-Kent. But he gets the Blood Boil. They're going to get red.
It's just so nice to actually see Nunu played to his strengths. You don't play Nunu like a regular jungler.
Right.
These are the types of strategies where he really shines. And he is showing up big, not only controlling dragons, but also the buffs there, pretty big as well. So CLG, really what they have to do is try and just stem the bleeding, hold on to as many turrets as they can, and try to farm up because they do have some good late game answers, but Curse are pushing the limits here, and they're not letting them get to that point.
Talking about pushing, Quas was just cleaning up the mid lane, and now he comes together with the team right across the red buff of CLG.
Whoa.
Mega Inferno to the backside. Double is forced to flash.
Mega misses at times too.
Death Rocket and Inferno Bomb coming in. Looks like they are going to somewhat back off, but you can see that CLG still respects the regular ability power of Curse.
So it's already super annoying to try and defend turrets against Ziggs. Oh, here we go, double of slow.
So close, the Ice Blast just on the outside. He's going to give it to Nian. Had to hit somebody. It was the foul and the one after. 16 minutes on the clock, and there's 3 kills. That's it. This game is almost happening like it did last time, but with the kills happening a bit earlier.
Right, and CLG are just pinned up inside of their base. If they make the move, what it's going to look like is Link going in for a Dragon's Descent to try and hit Cop. If anybody displaces Cop, then Chauster will immediately Yasuo ult him, and that will be just a hard engage all in from CLG. But if they don't get to that point, then it's going to be another outer turret.
Kobe, we're 16 minutes into the game, and Curse is hard sieging the top inhibitor right now. CLG is just taking damage from this and hardly trading back.
I mean, I'm so impressed with this Curse early shoving strategy that they're pulling out here, and they're playing it flawlessly. I think they're going to get this outer turret as well. CLG have to pull the trigger for an all-in.
Jinx and Nunu wreaking havoc on turrets, and Link tries to stop it, but there is the counter engage. They've been waiting for the Monsoon to any dive in, and it worked perfectly.
And now they don't have any jumps for Link, so it'll have to be maybe Nian trying to use his Slice and Dice plus Flash to get in there for a Lulu knockup. And that's really desperate for them because he has to get his way through a minefield that Voidboy's laying down, and it's looking pretty grim here for CLG.
Great zoning potential coming from this Curse team. Nien now trying his hand,
there,
but with half health, the wild growth onto him instantly. Chauster flashes, but the exhaust is on, so will the damage be enough? No, it won't. Voidboy's alive, and they take down Chauster. 2 kills for Quas as he comes up big. Whoa! Almost a damage to ball. Not enough water in that one.
All right, so they will get the outer turret here. Inhibitor turret going down. Probably can stay for an inhibitor because both Chauster and Nien went down. I just have to, again, hats off to Curse here.
And they're baiting in these next kills, maybe getting a little actually dangerous in their positioning, but they feel like they can turn around. This time they back out.
Okay, they pull the retreat because it's so early in the game, the death timers are not long at all. Let's take another look at this. So they actually do get that Nien initiation that I was talking about, and Chauster went in for the ultimate there on Voidboy, but he gets exhausted, and he's all by himself. Nothing that he can do to finish it off.
Really great plays there by Z-Kent on the Monsoon, and then to hit the exhaust to keep Voidboy alive. On point with that support play right there. 5 minutes into the game and 18 minutes, or 5 minutes in. 5 kills into the game in 18 minutes. They're 2 different things. 28,000 is the gold score to 23, and we'll see if Curse can hold this. Like you said, very impressive play from them right now. They've been checking off everything on their list and doing it one after the other.
Exactly. They're just showing so much diversity that we did not expect from Curse. I mean, they're a very flexible team. This is definitely going to make people think twice about their matchup versus Curse, because you do not want to let them get all of these champions. This, like we said, is pretty much the dream team for taking out early objectives.
Yep, absolutely. They show they can bring it out, and especially dominate, you know, showing that a dream team can be formed. His champion pool has really played a big role for Curse, just with what he's been able to bring to the table.
Yeah, pretty much every player on this team is very flexible.
Yeah.
And I guess that's why they were able to get the surprise here for CLG. But this all being said, it was a great start for Curse. They can't let up the push. As I said, they're working against the clock here, so they need to press this advantage and end the game before CLG get enough items that they can actually all in and kill someone. Or have the Vayne split push, who has actually not gone for Blade of the Ruined King here. He's gone with the old double F special Bloodthirster. So he's not looking for that 1v1 with Quas.
Right. Didn't work out for him last time. He got flashed out of that one, or had to use his flash, I should say. Looking at Chauster as he is still trying to piece together, goes for the critical cloak to just get that critical strike out, because it's the impact he's looking for in the fight.
Yeah. I guess that's probably the right call, because Doublet's probably too far behind even at this point. Even if he did go for Blade of the Ruined King, it'd be really rough for him to deal with Quas. Since Quas has been the cleanup man and gotten so much of the side lane farm and 2 kills, he's pretty much hit that Mundo point where the AD is not going to hurt him at all.
CLG do have the wards necessary up towards Baron. You see they have pink wards. They have wards clearing all the way out into the river. So if something happens or they are in a type of chase fight, they could get some good kills.
So the way to end this out for Curse is just slow play the push up top and wait for Quas to work in towards that turret. You can see how far back they're playing. They know that they have really good disengage, but they don't want to blow those cooldowns. As long as Zekin holds on to his ult and Dominate does the same, they've got the answer for the all-in from CLG. And they don't want to blow those, because if they do, then that will be the signal for CLG to make their move.
Very risky movements by CLG. We just had Aframu backing in the jungle. Looks like Link is still trying to focus his way back in. That could be pincering here.
They're trying to flank around the back here, and it looks like Shyvana did get in range.
Oh, again! Oh, no way! He just threw Dragon off. You didn't even see it? No, he did not put it off. All right. Thought I heard it. Did not happen. So Link still has the ultimate.
Going down there.
There he goes. Throws it in as the Monsoon was used. Here we go on to Cop. Cop puts the barrier on. Now trying to orb walk out of this fight. Doesn't even have the Blood Boil on him right now. Chauster doing work to Zekan in the back line, but that's not where the damage coming from. But CLG has grabbed positioning on this fight. Quas is forced to join in here, but they may get each other killed.
So that was, Quas is going to get locked up here. It looks like they don't want to let him go. But that was the cooldown I was talking about. Curse blow Janna ulti to stop the Shyvana invade, but then they keep pushing after their defensive cooldowns have been used, and CLG capitalize on it right there.
Very nice job by Link baiting out the Monsoon there.
The flash steal, his flash is not up.
His flash is not up, and there's a lot to stop him.
Yeah, the call is just kill Nunu as soon as he walks at us. Don't let him near Baron. Very easy turn for CLG.
Quite a bit of damage. This is good. They have Condemn on the outside. He's not even going to get close to this anymore. Bam, right into the wall. He's going to be hit up by Doublelift a few more times. Zekan tries to get the Howling Gale steal in. 1 in a million.
Oh, that timer. The timer I was talking about is clicking down here. Curse really needs
It's starting to weigh against Curse, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Baron buff is going to buy CLG a few more seconds on that clock. So very, very huge turn of events in that top lane.
Kobe, like you said, when it comes to it, Janna and Nunu aren't going to be huge damage dealers in these fights. So
no, what they are is those cooldowns for the disengage, which they popped and then kept on pushing. So the CLG really did a very good job of capitalizing on that moment.
A game in which we see the AD carries not having too much effect. 4 assists to Cop. About 1,000 gold lead in favor of him as well. But that's from the pushing. That's from the structures being down on the map. And Doublelift can still be Vayne. There's still power to come from that champion.
Oh, there's a lot of power to come from Vayne. It looks like he is just going with a standard build too. Trying to get crit after this. The Bloodthirster plus Phantom Dancer is a great combo. It's not necessarily tailored towards taking down that Mundo. It's just going to be good all around in the fights.
So what kind of fights is CLG looking for if they were to engage one?
They're looking to have the same exact fights where they had top lane. If the Janna ulti is down.
Everything.
But
so it's based on that.
Barring that, they're actually just looking to buy time and get money, try and even up this gold differential before they go for anything. They don't really want to force something right now. As you can see, they're trying to get their resources from all sides of the map, even up the gold here, and get their damage dealing champions fed. Chauster taking up top residence here, and Doublelift taking down bottom.
It's been a bit of a slow game in terms of the inventory for CLG at this point. They're back 3,000 gold, but it's been a bit slow in terms of gold income for them altogether. The Dragons haven't been in their favor. They only have 2 turrets there to their name, and it's really just going to be a mid-split push, or mid-push for them here if they can get it.
You can see the turning of the tides as well, just on the map, because the vision for Curse has dissipated on CLG's side of the map. The wards are pretty much all running out over there. They only have a few left.
Chaos Crucible built up onto Zkent, trying to keep that safety for Cop. You saw him have to use a barrier in that last fight. CLG's front line, those first 2 picks we talked about, they are getting to where they need to be.
And they're doing that by flanking. Like CLG, they have to have flanking engages, as we saw up top here. Chauster looking to finish Quas.
He goes pretty hard. The abilities have been used. The ulti as well. Looks like he doesn't have enough to take down the ultimate of Muta.
Ooh, yeah, got to be careful to get every little step in between attacks and in between abilities on Yasuo really matters, because not only does it charge up your flow, but also your static shiv. So don't want to spend any time standing still there. He does get 50% armor penetration though, or bonus armor penetration after he uses his ult, so that's the time where he'll go aggressive after he uses it. But since he was running out of flow there, didn't have a shield to rely on, had to flash out.
We'll see if they can make any plays here. Voyboy now has a Zanya's. The Randuin's has been finished by Quas. He used that in the last engagement we just saw. So a lot of items that helps utilize the synergy of their team comp in these fights are being completed. And it's all defensive looking at CLG. It's not bad for them. They're still building what they need, but it's not what Curse has.
Yeah, I mean, Infinity Edge now for Chauster 2. He's got the combo, the go-to combo of Yasuo. That's his giant power spike that he gets when he finishes both of those. And then Doublelift also sitting on the 2 items he has decided to rush here. So CLG, they've at least gotten that foothold back. And you can see how they wanted to press it. Down bottom, they were able to get those 2 turrets because of this massive ward coverage, the 3 pink wards on the bottom side of the map.
And why so many pink wards on the bottom side now, this late in the game with Baron being an objective?
So Baron is very dangerous to go for with a split or a tower sieging comp like this. If they get caught in the Baron pit, it's really good spot for CLG to get either Nien or Link into the middle of the team, and then one Lulu ult chained into a Yasuo ult would be just a massacre inside that pit. So the team, this Curse team really wants to siege up, and being sort of huddled up inside of a little pit is poor positioning.
Let's see, possible catch here. The Randuin's Omen thrown off. Nien looks to get ice blasted, and that is going to be super slow for him. Another slow. So many stacking slows coming from this team. It's impossible to get away.
The pit going to be huge for Curse, but Link has been split pushing bottom here. They actually could just give up that inhibitor and trade inhibitor turret down. Oh no, Quas recalled, and he has teleport. So pretty much they had all the answers. That was actually very good by CLG, counting on Quas's recall because he has teleport.
Chauster trying to get a wind wall out of the ice blast.
And
we'll see the teleport in, so it's not going to be anything to start an engagement, but they are going to be forcing CLG off of this.
Yeah, 8 seconds here for Nien. Nien does not have home guards, so he'll be coming out at regular speed.
That is not good for Doublelift. And another one so close to hitting him on the backside. The inhibitor goes down easy.
He bought
again, the Dragon's Descent backed off by the Monsoon coming out huge from Zkent. A huge missile to the back line on the rocket. Doublelift can't even participate in this fight. He is trying to, though. Off to the fountain with him, and Curse takes the inhibitor with a bit of a fight.
CLG all need to be getting those home guards right now. Link and Nien both have them. And if Chauster needs to upgrade his boots before he can get them. But the defense was there. I was pretty sure they were going to have to give up that inhibitor, and that's all that they had to give up, though. So another pretty good hold for CLG, and as we look at the gold here, it's really creeping back up for them. So they're definitely making a strong stand, even though they've got that giant gaping hole on the top of their base.
It's starting to fold out into more of a normal type game rather than the last game we had, because that's what it looked like coming in at 20 minutes. It was only 3-0, and Curse was already in the base of CLG. But CLG's been able to find those kills on the right people. Doublelift kind of wants a few, but they are going to Chauster. Hopefully he can start making plays. That Infinity Edge is finished, and that's what they really need. He's going to start the split push.
So Chauster has his ultimate to rely on for armor penetration, but as you said in the last fight, Doublelift can't do much to the front line because Quas has so much armor. Doublelift has to get a last Whisper before he can, start hurting, even denting this front line. So he really is going to have to wait a little bit more. CLG need to buy some more time for him to grab a last Whisper before they really want to go for that decisive teamfight win.
And really something to point out on Curse, we said it a little bit before, but the synergizing slows. Every champion has a slow on this team to keep you locked up, and they've used it multiple times to get picks.
So it's a two uses there for the slows. Really heavy disengage, which is what you need for these tower sieging compositions, and also for chase potential. Like you said, when their supreme ward coverage takes effect and they see Nien out of position, then they can capitalize on it.
CLG still remembering to get the pink wards out. They're trying to keep those objectives covered, but right now they are on the back foot. Not doing too bad throughout the lanes, and you can, this is interesting to point out, Kobe, is that Link is on 145 CS, and it's 54 for Dominate. He has been focusing with the team.
Yeah, the Nunu, definitely not someone who tries to farm very hard.
Right.
The benefits come from the objective control and the ward coverage. So,
well, it's definitely been beneficial.
Yeah, exactly. The way that Curse have built this team, though, said it in the beginning, the two threats, Jinx and Ziggs, are going to have to carry so much weight. And as we get later and later into the game, they're going to be less of a threat because Jinx, if she ever gets displaced at all, one knock up, one knock aside, one knock back, means Chaucer's going to be right on her and he's going to obliterate her. That's pretty much most of the damage gone for Curse, and that's how you crack this sieging type of team that they've built.
Usually you get a Jinx, you'll get a Thresh, something to lantern her away or keep her safe. But here,
well, Janna's pretty good.
Janna does the deal. Monsoon gets the team away and keeps your AD safe. We see more pressure coming in now on the bottom turret. That Baron is up for anything that happens after this.
All right, so again, I wouldn't be surprised to look for a flanking here because CLG have had a hard time engaging from the front. It looks like both tanks are stuck at the turret, though. If they can get somebody behind the sides, they might have more luck.
Waiting for the next wave. It's just coming past the white here as they get a little bit of clear out. We can see the Alpha Moose trying to hover in from the side. Possibly a good place to wild growth to jump in here.
And that wind wall was used not during a creep wave. So it just bought time for the rest of CLG to get back to this turret. Have to see if they pull the trigger because the turret doesn't have much more life left.
Glitterlance going out onto Void Boy. It looks like Link may, yes, he's going to join Alpha Moon on the side now.
They're looking for the flank. They do have a sweeper, so they can take out the vision, and they've got behind him.
They're going to path this one in. It's going to be Link waiting to hit it. There it goes. Oh, he hits him with the Howling Gale in midair. And the Monsoon goes after. That's going to be the HP heal, but it's Void Boy going down very fast. CLG is on a rampage here, and the health bars of Curse are just dropping. Cop goes down. Quas follows after, and Zken is being chased out of the fight. He is the last member alive, and he will be the last member to go down.
And they've cracked that sieging strategy from Curse, just as I expected. Flank around the side. Great movement from Link and Aphromoo here. Aphromoo starts it out by clearing out Vision, and then Link, all you have to do is touch him. Get that small displacement. Chauster, 1300 range on Yasuo, able to get in there. And once Void Boy Zanya's, Chauster immediately changes targets to Cop. With only two threats, those are the only two targets he has to go for. And all the damage being on the run meant that Doublelift got to just fire away that entire team fight. Those are the situations where Vayne thrives because all the attention is on Curse running away. Doublelift just gets to output damage the entire time.
You've been talking about it all along, Kobe. The ticking time bomb seems to have gone off here, and it's all in their favor now. It's on their terms. CLG's in the lead.
This is quite a beautiful game to watch here.
Yeah.
I really like the progression from both teams. It was just a very, very small turn of events in the top side. One push up from Curse without Janna's cooldown ready, and they got caught. And from that point, CLG were able to get that small foothold in the game and got them right back in it.
Curse going to do what they can, getting up the Dragon for a little bit more gold. We'll see a Spirit Visage coming out of Nian, just built up. He's got another Kindle Gem. Actually, he does undo on the Spirit Visage buy. Undo again, and then, okay. So he's just working it. He's got some investment plans going on.
Who are you looking at here, Nian?
Yeah, he's buying and selling and undoing.
Trying to trick you up there? All right. Well, he does have, it looks like he's sticking with this combo because he's left the base. I do like that he's got a Tiamat for extra damage when he gets into the back line now, because they're going to have sustain. So everybody here in the crowd is kind of making noise because of this.
Because of what? What do you mean? I don't see it.
This is really what they have left for them. Because the siege isn't going to work. They got to go for the picks.
Nian gets hit up. He goes for the slice and dice, and he's forced to flash over the wall. Very good choice on not following. That would have been super strung out for Curse, and I don't think the follow-up would have been there. But again, coming around from the side, CLG thinks they might have it.
There's a ward where Quas is, though, so they've got him cornered here.
Oh, he gets condemned against the wall. A very nice hit. The Monsoon plays back, and they want to engage onto this. Doublelift is on the backside with Wild Growth in a very safe position. Dominate just gets crushed down by the Silver Bolts. Link now on the outside. Flame Breath's in, but Curse has a bit of structure now in the lane. And it looks like they only lose one.
4 versus 5, though. They only lose one. 4 versus 5, CLG are able to take somebody out. Chauster the whole time working that top lane. And it seems as though we're past that clock. It's run out for Curse. CLG just too powerful at this point. They can beat him in the team fight, and the siege is not going to work anymore.
As much chase as they can put on this to stop Curse from getting back to base. The only members right now are all running, and it looks like they may lose the inhibitor for this as well.
It's an easy rotation from CLG too, to go right over to mid lane, and they should get another inhibitor turret before Dominate even respawns. Nope, just kidding. Janna Shield saves the day.
Amazing job staying level-headed in this game by CounterLogic Gaming so far. Now 8,000 gold up after really being down. The gold stayed near, but now they've have a huge lead, 7-7 in turrets, and that only happened in the past few minutes. So that gold has been a giant influx of money for them.
Yeah, now looking at it from Curse's perspective, they're pretty much in a crisis right now, crisis mode. They're trying to figure out a way to save their back line from the Yasuo comboed all in. And it's really not popping out for them. They don't have much answers. As soon as Voidboy Zanya's, he just changes targets and gets right on top.
Yeah, the engage is really hard for Curse right now. We saw them pushing turrets like they were just butter falling to a hot knife. And now once they get to a turret, they can't get by it.
So, you know, the Siege comp is also extremely good at counter Siege because they have Ziggs. Like, that's massive wave clear. Janna also even helps out with wave clear, so...
They got their own clock to run down.
Exactly. They can defend very well, and they can siege very well, but it's whenever there's no turret around that they really fall down.
Pretty good denial on damage there from the wind wall, and you see it's enough to take down the turret, so they only need a few instances to make it happen.
Looks like Afromu a little bit caught out on the side, but again, only the 2 damage sources that both have to play very defensively for Curse means it's hard for them to follow up on stuff like that.
Gonna have to be a big swing for CLG to fall out of grace here. Maybe a Baron, but that would be too risky at this point. They've done a great job at getting themselves the lead. Chauster, after not really getting anything in the laning phase, is now to full build mainly on his own.
Yeah, well, nobody in CLG had any time to get anything in the laning phase because Curse were doing that hard push early and taking all the objectives. So CLG are all in scatter mode. Now, since they've had time to regroup at the very last step there when they're inside their base, they can now finally push out and go on the offensive.
Seeing a little bit more about the Nunu pick. They're not warding as much. And it really looks like they're losing control of the map just overall.
They don't have the power to fight CLG in a straight-up team fight anymore. So even roaming around as 5, it's dangerous for them to step out onto Summoner's Rift. That's why you can see they're all around turrets. They're all huddling. Well, I guess the turret's dead. They're all around remnants of a turret.
So what are your chances? You know, we see Curse having the siege strat when it kind of goes beyond that brink, when you're kind of past being able to siege. What are their options?
As we saw, going for the Fnatic Bush style.
Oh, right.
It's really the PowerPoint of their champions that they've chosen has sort of passed. So it has to be a massive outplay. It has to be a mistake from CLG. That's why you could see CLG, even at this point, being very careful. When their Baron buff ran out, you know, even 5 seconds before it ran out, they decided to recall from that mid lane.
Right.
They backed off the inhibitor. They didn't want to overextend their welcome. Because they have superior team fighting at this point, they now have control of the objectives that are deeper in the map, like Baron and like Dragon. So they don't have to press, and they can wait for those things to come up.
A lot of damage to come out of Chauster and Doublelift now. Double Infinity Edge, and the Infinity Edge combined with that Phantom Dancer giving Doublelift maximum power on those shots. They are ready and raring to get into these fights. And they're playing with the style that they know they have the upper hand now.
Yeah, and he doesn't really have to worry about anyone peeling the Mundo off him because all of Curse are focused on the CLG dive. They're all sort of in retreat, and Doublelift gets to make use of his invisibility and mobility with Tumble to get around the tanks. Even though the tanks have stacked Randuins and they've got Blade Mails here, he's been doing a fine job of taking them out because he has so much lifesteal with Bloodthirster and the armor penetration with Last Whisper.
And the rest of the pressure from CLG is so great that we see Zcan periodically just blowing the Monsoon in, you know, being scared in fear of the aggressions that CLG is bringing to the table. So they definitely have Curse now on the back foot, giving a little bit of their own medicine. We got 41 minutes into the game. Not running too long for what these teams would be on average game length. 67,000 gold, however, to 56. So Curse really looking to build possibly off of this, but they don't have any wards moving out.
Yeah, as I said, this is CLG's domain at this point in the game. Anything outside of Curse's base is very risky for Curse to go for, and they just wait for the Baron to come back up, grab it on respawn. Now they can go for exposed inhibitors, not having to fight this siege team around turrets, and they should be able to shove the waves in and then get those fairly easily because Curse aren't the ones really looking for the hard engage. They've really sort of passed their prime.
Yep, shoving the waves in should be quite easy with the wards that CLG has presented now in Curse's jungle. And they're doing what they can to stave off this attack. They've done well so far, but we'll have to see what Baron gives CLG on this next attempt.
They even go for the super safe play of shoving all 3 lanes in here for CLG. Instead of just going for the mid and top, they're playing just extremely safe. Now what the only opportunity is catching somebody out.
That was a Talisman of Ascension used there too, so they want Chauster on this. Looks like they are going to get him. Doublelift putting himself in a scary situation here. It may be enough though. The knock up in the lockdown, the armor pen is applied, and it looks like they're going to be able to get Quas as well. Those are the plays Counter Logic Game was looking for. Boy, you're way too close. 3 shots, another kill, a triple kill. Cobb looking to go down as well. Neon with Dominus on. The turret's there, and Avramu's the one taking it, being a bro support. They get out, and CLG just obliterates Curse all over the map.
I have to say, the change in the patch where Yasuo gets full shield after ultimate right there really helped out Chauster, and they were able to obliterate Dominate.
A quick fill up of the flow leaves him smiling. Leaves the team doing well, and after just holding out, turtling in their base, it's 43 minutes for CLG and the victory.
A beautiful game.
That was an awesome game.
A beautiful game by both teams.
They never yell at each other, and they always hug.
All right, so I have to say once again, I loved Curse's strategy in that game.
It was a great composition.
And they played it so well for the first 20 minutes. It's just very hard to pull that off because, as we saw, one misstep, one fight, will get CLG enough money to get back in this game. And they even were able to get a Baron off that, which bought them the extra time. So it was just very well played by both teams. And I have to say, the flanking engage from CLG turned the tables and earn them that W.
You know what impresses me about that as well is it didn't work some of the times. And usually a team would back off. They'd say, no, let's not do it again. But they went back at it, and they went at it even harder.
They had their backs up against the wall. The one inhibitor was already down. When 2 lanes go down against a sieging comp like that, it's usually all she wrote. But, man, they made the last stand when it counted. and we're able to get back in the game.
It was, like you said, an absolutely amazingly played game. To see Curse lose in that is almost crushing. Every team played very well. Curse played up, like you said, up until 20 minutes, and that's not because they made mistakes. It's just because the composition kind of fizzled out there.
That's why I kept reminding you, getting very excited here. The Curse is super far ahead, but those comps are very flimsy. Yeah, exactly. When you get that hard engage and you can actually crack it, they crumble pretty easily.
And this was with Chauster. They were able to come back very nice with a win there, and he brings out Yasuo, who is enabled this week. So back in the lineup, back in the mix.
And Yasuo, a critical part of that hard engage that you have to do against the Siege. So Chauster really a pillar for this first win for CLG. Really great showing for him coming back.
Bring back the wheelhouse, and things are looking good for Counterlogic Gaming. Right now, we've got to take a quick pause, but when we come back, CLG's new mid laner, Chauster, will join us to talk about his team's big comeback win, and then Snoopy and Evil Geniuses hit the Rift for their first game of the day when they take on Meteos and Cloud9. The 2014 North American LCS will be back. Stick around.
Just go in. We're going to go in on the back line right now.
Yep.
Walk.
Boy has no flash. Boy has no flash. Boy has no flash. Kill boy.
I killed him.
Okay, good.
Dominate. Cop.
Is that?
Cop's dead.
Dominate. Nice.
Walk.
Go mid.
Yo. I'm going to flash speed you, okay?
Okay.
Go, walk.
I got her.
Yo, good shit. Let's go mid.
Really? Hey, we need to finish on top of him.
I got it.
At the start of the season, C9 was baptized like the prodigal son, like the forthcoming of North American like LCS. They were gonna win it all. But we've seen that they can be beaten. I still think they're a better team than us right now, and we're definitely gonna be the one to upset in that match, but we can do it.
Welcome back to our coverage of the North American LCS. And before we get to our fourth game of the day, Evil Geniuses versus Cloud9, I'd like to welcome CLG's new mid laner, Chauster, to the desk. How you doing, man?
I am doing good.
So coming in, when was the call made that you were filling in now for the mid lane? Tell me about that story.
Roughly 2 days ago, I believe it was 2 days ago, they came to me and they said, hey, Dexter's visa got delayed again, like, we really need you. And normally, I guess if management told me, I would be like, no. I would probably say no, but then because W3D1 came up to me personally, he's messaging me on Skype like, we're screwed, we really need you, and I was like, all right, I guess I'll do it this week.
All right, so then crash course reintegration with the team. How does that work in 2 days so you can actually get a victory against Curse?
I guess we didn't really. I just felt like we just played. Like, it was kind of like a throwback. You know, I've been away for 2-3 months, and it was pretty natural. I guess the team was functioning. They've already played with Hotshot for a while, so they're used to this setup. So me replacing Hotshot mid wasn't a big deal.
I have a question then, actually. So why is the call that everyone's filling in for the mid lane and Link's filling in jungle, when Link's your normal mid laner, both you have Hotshot have played jungle for the team before?
I'm not sure about the Hotshot case, but for me personally, originally I was going to play jungle, so I actually played one set of scrims with the team as a jungler. Then I realized, like, you know, I've actually only played, I've main solo lanes and solo queue, and I haven't played jungle competitively for such a long time. And I was scrimming against C9 for so much, against Meteos, and then I felt kind of lost here and there. Like, man, it's kind of pressure. I'd rather just play mid lane.
Yeah, let's actually talk about this game for a second, too, because right at the start of the game, it seemed like Curse was in complete control. They fast pushed the top lane, and were just kind of destroying you guys. Talk to me what was going through your heads as you're getting pushed in so much.
Well, the first thing I thought was, like, man, Curse read us like a book. They knew I was going to, they early picked Ziggs. They probably knew I was going to play Yasuo into it. And because we also picked Renekton Shyvana in the first rotation, we have Renekton, Shyvana, Yasuo. We can't do anything. So it was just going through my head.
No
like,
wave clear.
No wave clear. Yeah. And they grouped early. They had really good rotations early. And we just had to make something happen. And we managed to do just that.
So when do you choose to make that stand to make something happen? You were at, like, your dead inhibitor turret, like, down to, like, almost 10,000 gold or something. When do you decide, like, well, we got to try now?
It's mainly pressure mostly. So we lost our tier 1 pretty much because we just got out-rotated. Tier 2, we tried to make a stand at tier 2, but we couldn't because we got chunked. And even at Inhib Tower, it's the same story everywhere. You can't just go in and die because that's the end of the game. So we waited till they're at Inhibitor, and we're like, okay, this is getting really bad. And you know that's when we decided to go in.
Yeah. But when you guys did find the fights, they actually worked out pretty well. And we actually have a clip of probably the moment when you really started turning around, you ended up acing them. I want to get that clip up on the screen. And Chauster, talk me through how you guys found this fight and what happened.
Okay, before this fight, I guess 20 seconds before this fight, what happened was we really needed to engage. We knew we had to go in. So Afro and Link were like, yo, I'm gonna flank them. That's what Link said. And Afro said, no, I'm gonna come with you, because then we can get a knock-up too with Lulu, just in case. And I was watching the whole thing, and the communication was really, really good, really fluid. We're going in now. We're coming in, and unluckily, like, Yasuo's ulti range, for some reason, I feel like it shrunk or something. So I was watching my ulti range the entire time, and I was like, all right, I actually have to flash just the ulti here. I think I flash ulti to get in range, and then, yeah, just get the gap closed.
Worked out. You got to the back line. You basically took down Cop by yourself in most of these fights. I got to say, you've done a really good job individually in these games. What was actually your individual prep coming into these games?
My individual prep, pretty much just solo queue. I'm Challenger right now, so I've just been solo queuing a lot. It's just a little weird because I know in the early game I misplayed quite a bit because I'm not used to the... We've been scrimming, but I don't think people don't generally swap lanes too much.
Yeah.
So I'm not used to the pure 1v1 mid lane. Ganks still come through my mind because I play solo queue, so I kind of let Boy run me over. So he did really well.
At least by the end of the game, it seemed like you and W3D1 had a bit more synergy going over. Probably the most exciting play of the game was the Yasuo and Vayne double kill you guys were able to pick up. Let's pull this clip up on the screen, actually. Tell me how you were baiting this out and if it was intentional, because you and W3D1 really just came together.
All right, so pretty much this was all planned, as I would normally say, but what really happened was I came down to the inhib. I know it's like, I just wanted to place a ward down. I was like, you know, I could die for this, but, you know, chances are they're not here. And lo and behold, I walk up and 5 guys are there. I'm like, oh, I'm dead. And W3D1 came to save the day. That's basically it.
Stubwolf came to save the day then. All right, so you guys won that game. Pretty miraculous one for you guys. You've got Coast up coming tomorrow. How you feeling about that game?
I'm feeling pretty okay. Basically, I don't have too much expectations. I know we're coming in this with 2 days of practice, so for me personally, it's just whatever happens, happens. But I think we can show some good games.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, Chauster, thank you very much for the time. Of course, congratulations on your win. We'll see you guys again tomorrow. We've got more LCS. Let's send it back over to Riv and Kobe with the 4th LCS game of the day.
Yes, we do, and thank you very much, Freak. Let's get right to it. Crepo and Evil Geniuses versus Meteos, Cloud9. And with EG and Cloud9 meeting on the Rift, we can expect the unexpected.
Yeah, I like these two teams because both of them have shown that they're willing to use unusual team compositions. Whether it's Teemo or Urgot, we should see some creativity during Champion Select.
And now, as we get deeper into the Spring Split, one thing we're learning is that a lot of these players are getting inspiration from the same place.
Solo queue is pretty much essential, I think, for professional play.
You're playing with all these people that have a really different take on the game, so you can maybe learn something new from the way they build their champion, the way they pick their champion.
It's really cool to see these one-trick ponies, as I like to call them. They're just so dominant on their one champion that they just know everything.
Like you'll see a Zengi, like one example, playing like all these control champions.
Gosu is one. I actually remember seeing him today. He plays Vayne only.
Ninja Ken with his Hecarim.
If they're rising just playing that one champ, then they have to be doing something right to get up there.
So there's this guy named Cash Dollar in solo queue. He played a lot of Teemo. It doesn't matter what his score was, 0, 10, 0, 6. He always became a presence because he placed a lot of shrooms on the map. That gave his team map control. They get Barons, Dragons, Turrets for free. So he didn't have to do well and he could still win the game. So I figured why not try it, and it worked out.
Nobody expected a mid-lane Teemo, but that's how Cloud9 rolls.
You know, we even see Jat was saying Wukong kind of trickling in, coming from solo queue. People realize it, and then it just gets out onto the scene.
All that I'm thinking of is McCash Dollar. Whenever you see him, you're just like, the Teemo again. You have to deal with it. So annoying, those shrooms.
Yep. This is a big game for Cloud9. If they can pull out the win, they will end the day tied for first place and set up a huge showdown for Team Solo Mid tomorrow for a first place fight.
Yeah, so Cloud9 have already picked up one win today, and it was that comeback win against Team Coast. A very aggressive early game with Team Coast putting up a lead, but Cloud9 came back thanks to what else but some huge dragon fights in the mid game. And Cloud9 really did well in those dragon fights, executing everything that they needed to. The timing was really good.
Their team can composition around fights so well, even if they aren't positioned to fight around the teams.
I'd say Cloud9 are very good at dealing with AoE teams, too. It seems like they're very strong against teams that run AoE team fighting teams.
It's like watching Gambit fight sometimes. Well, Cloud9 has already hit the Rift once today. The last time we saw Evil Geniuses was last week versus XDG. Crepo and crew pulled out an old-school bot lane comp, and they came away with the win.
Yeah, they did go kind of retro there versus XDG with that Soraka plus Urgot combo for the bottom lane. And they showed that they can improvise in Champion Select. Snoopay revealed in his interview that that was not even planned.
Yeah.
They had been picking, they picked Mundo. They thought he might go top lane. Didn't quite know where each champion was going to go. And that only came together once they saw the Champion Select really play all the way out. But beyond those throwback picks, Pobelter had an amazing game on Gragas, going 7-2-4, just outplaying every mid lane gank so well.
He really pulled ahead for the team. Right now, we're going to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Evil Geniuses. In the top lane, it's Inox, Snoopy in the jungle, Pobelter, as we were just talking about in mid lane, Yellow Pete at AD carry, and Crepo on support.
And on the red side, it's Cloud9. Up top is Balls, Meteos is in the jungle, the mid is High, the AD carry is Sneaky, and supporting is Lemon Nation.
Both teams very just kind of quiet and all in their own little zone right now. Usually you see them joking around. We could hear them before. I believe Cloud9 was joking as they play little early games before they get ready, try to flash over walls and get their hands warmed up.
Yeah, definitely getting warmed up is a big part of this. That's why, Cloud9 actually having a win already today, maybe coming in here with an advantage. They've already really had a good chance to warm up.
Well, they put themselves up against the wall in the first game because they thought they were playing EG. So they weren't even prepped for that one. So coming in with a handicap win there.
See
now
how they
versus
deal
EG
with the real thing here.
What's it going to put towards them? NACS there on your screen has had mixed results in his champion pool. A lot of people known NACS for being one of the players that's going to carry in the solo lanes, but he has reverted back to tankier champions when necessary.
Yeah, and they've talked a lot about how on EG they like to let their solo laners play whatever they are feeling very confident on. Like, they are the ones who have been carrying them in a lot of these scrims. So if NACS wants to play heavy damage champions top lane, they're going to let him do that. Yasuo is available again, and he has done that before, so that might be a possibility this time around.
He has tried Yasuo. They do have a loss on it, but EG has actually been on a bit of a stride here, finding wins here and there, so they can work on that last win. Snoopy was, as we said, on that Mundo. Really had a huge impact in the early game, helping Pobelter get going.
Yeah, and he said he hasn't played Mundo since the changes. That was like, what, like 3-4 months ago or something? And he was landing these full-range cleavers that were capitalizing on the good plays that Pobelter was making. Just a couple of cleavers to make sure that he could get the kill. Really, really good job considering how long it had been since he'd played Mundo in the jungle even.
It was nice to see as well for the fans, because a lot of teams were looking at EG and saying, where's the synergy? This was supposed to be another one of those teams that was going to take everybody by storm, but they're definitely coming together.
Yeah, and I think pretty much every team that's got Pobelter on it has always got that element of, ooh, which one's going to show up today?
They always have the ace in the hole.
Is that Pobelter? Yes, it is.
Yes. Either carrying the game or making the plays that don't help carry the game. Well, that's what you need, a playmaker. We saw it last game that something needed to be done, and they had a Shyvana Renekton. It makes it a little easier to make things happen, but this is the guy we'll be looking for in the game. Maybe getting Gragas. We've seen him on 6 different champions so far as he's played, so we could see a 7th here today.
Another guy that has been playing the game for a very long time.
Yeah.
You know, playing the game since he was 14, maybe even 13.
I say it every time. I never thought he was going to be old enough. It's like, is your birthday on a leap year? Because I thought you were going to be able to play this year, and you're still 15. But he's in, and he did find his way into the LCS. That is perseverance. He stuck with it all the way. And even Cloud9, they had a little bit of trouble getting into the LCS, but then they did and blew everybody away.
Yeah, it just goes to show, don't give up on your dreams, Riv.
Don't.
You could just be like Cloud9.
Reach for the clouds.
Yeah, you fail to get into the LCS first time around. Just get in the second time and go crazy. Be the best team in North America last split.
And it was kind of weird how they did it, because they just kept winning games. They were definitive, but they weren't doing anything amazing. So how do you beat that when somebody just comes at you with the constant strategy of, we're just winning? It's not like we're tower pushing. We're not taking a million dragons. They just did.
I like how Cloud9 have recognized that about themselves. And
that's true.
They've been saying in interviews how last season they really got kind of into a rut where they did the same thing over and over.
Right.
And they've showed already coming out this season, trying out multiple things, as we already talked about. Teemo, the Urgot combo.
Yeah.
That was actually EG, but Cloud9 could very well do the same thing. And it would be in that man right there in his notebook.
Lemon Nation.
Could have all the plans.
You could say he's a Thresh player. 4 games of Thresh, 1 game of Leona so far this season.
The game of Leona that we just saw from him today.
Well, that'd be a second one. So 2 now,
It's
Leona.
amazing. Yeah.
So he put that under his belt. He definitely has a little bit. It's on that booklet. We don't see it. But.
He's been dying a lot because of the plays that he's been making, but it's worth it. He's dying for the greater good. When he goes in on Leona and locks down the AD carry by himself, if he's the only one who dies on his team, that's 100% worth.
So Cloud9 coming into this game still, as we just talk about a little bit about the mid lane, because that's where a lot of the bans are focused for this team. The Kha'Zix, the Kassadin, the Yasuo, and even on the other side, those are bans that Pobelter sees as well.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to ban out Pobelter and High. You know, a lot of the guys, what they have in common when they're really high up on Challenger is that they play all kinds of champions and all kinds of roles.
Just try them.
Yeah, you have to be very versatile because, you know, when you're in solo queue, like someone could very easily just lock in whatever you are trying to play. You have to be flexible.
Yeah.
You win a lot more games if you're the one that says, okay, you already locked in my role. Now I will adapt to what you have chosen.
Like, don't worry, I'm playing Gragas mid. Nobody will take that in the jungle. Yeah. We'll see what they have for each other in picks and bans. Just a few more seconds for EG to start that off. And Sneaky will not get Draven. It's something he brought out last week and actually wreaked havoc with it pretty damn well.
I love this because Draven just builds up this excitement for when is that first kill going to come in, and when he cashes in all those adoration stacks. He really does a good job of snowballing a game. But going to be off the table, as you said, for Sneaky. And maybe he'll pull out that interesting Ezreal build that we saw from him already.
Absolutely. Lemonation stood behind it 100% after saying that he didn't want him to play it today.
Well, maybe not today. Yeah.
Then changed his mind.
Just jump in head first.
The Annie coming out is interesting because Lemon can, if they don't ban Leona, can still grab it and it gives just about the same initiation. But the laning phase, you don't get as much death if you can avoid the Zenith Blade.
Taking out Annie might mean that EG want to play Leona too, because Annie's very good against Leona since she can harass her down early. So with Crepo on your team, you're always looking, got an eye on Leona as well. So with those bottom lane bans, they might actually want to go with an aggressive bottom lane.
The last ban to come out is what Pobelter did his best on in the last matchup, that Gragas play, which led them to victory along with the Urgot lane and Soraka. And it looks like they may actually be going for Thresh, which would be interesting.
So that's kind of a dare for Lemonation to play Leona again, because Crepo's been very outspoken. A lot of people consider Thresh to be a soft counter to Leona. He really, really likes Thresh as a strong counter to Leona because he's confident in his plays.
Later.
And he's confident in his hooks as well.
Well, being a very prominent Leona player himself, you kind of see in the mind of your opponent in that situation. It could absolutely work out in your favor. Seeing what Cloud9 has for themselves, I was going to say, wouldn't be surprised if Balls took his choice in Meteos again.
He wants to prove himself on this Lee Sin and make some strong early game plays. I've heard a lot of stories about the solo queue Lee Sin from Meteos, but we get to see another ranking or another competitive game with him again. Glad to see ridiculous amounts of early aggression with those two lock-ins. Renekton, we always talk about the Renekton lanes early. That means your top lane's going to be strong. And Lee Sin coming from the jungle, he can beat so many junglers 1v1 early. Pretty much everybody.
And it does become an interesting pick because he was so heavy on Vi and Elise. With Elise being banned out, he's now chosen twice to not go with Vi. So the Lee Sin's working for him so far. Lucian actually being picked up here for Yellow Pete, and that will be his second time playing.
Yeah. Lucian and Caitlyn. So, or not Caitlyn. Excuse me, Kale. Lucian and Caitlyn would be a poor decision. But Lucian and Kale would be a good combo because that Kale has become sort of a terror in the late game. Yeah. We've seen so many games go long enough for him to get the full Nashor's Tooth plus Lichbane plus Void Staff combo where he obliterates any target regardless of magic resistance.
Yeah, and this actually is going to be Pobelter's 7th different yes, a new one every game, so he's keeping it mixed up here. And we'll see if that is going to be the help that Lucian needs with the intervention. On the other side, we do have Jinx, and the Leona will be grabbed for elimination.
So they're going to match this this early game. It's going to last longer by default. You have more time to clear the rest of the board and prepare yourselves for the top turret going down. That when you freeze it, you don't have to worry about the assassins coming in. You don't have to worry about the other objectives on the map.
See the Vi possibly being locked in here. Snoopy will take that under his wing, and Yellow Pete is going to go for the Ezreal. This will be, or no, wait a minute. See? It could have been a Caitlyn.
Yeah, I knew the double AD was coming in.
So this is going to be very interesting to come into these lanes. Are we going to see a mid lane Lucian here?
All right, so both of these AD carries we've seen built with Blade of the Ruined Kings and with Trinity Forces. So even though they're both AD carries, they're both very mobile AD carries that can fend for themselves in team fights. So these two don't really fall into the trap that a lot of dual AD teams run into. But Renekton can stack armor very early. So I'm interested to see how Cloud9 deal with this.
Right. Well, we just got word that there was a keyboard error that locked that in. So we're not going to see any Lucian Thresh mid or any cool lockup or any cool combination there. So we'll get them back in. So you got excited that time.
Yeah, a little bit. They got me.
They got me. So we'll get them locked back in. But you did see the main composition somewhat.
So was that the actual team that they're running with? That
I'm going to go ahead and say the last pick was incorrect.
Okay. Never mind then. We won't analyze that because that'll be futile. Lemonation, though, this might be preamble for something that's on the next page of his notebook here. He's got several chapters in there planned out further down the road.
Say, I'm going to choose my own adventure, and they picked Ezreal.
I'm scared for when we get to the wedding chapter, the red wedding, because
what's going to happen?
They're just going to pull out all Vladimir and all.
So as we get back into the champion select of this game, we saw that Balls was able to get Renekton. He already has a victory on that champion. Like you said, super safe lane there. And NACS is going to have his work cut out for him because Balls is not one to lose his lane.
I'm very interested to see what the last pick actually is because a lot of people have been taking a couple different strategies into Renekton. Very popular now are Shen and Trundle. Those are pretty much the two that I really like going into Renekton. I mean, Mundo's always an option, but you do give up the early game and you just try not to lose too hard.
Right.
I'm much bigger fan of the Shen and of the Trundle because they have such big impacts later. Shen, he can actually stay fairly close in CS with Renekton.
Right.
Because, he's got the Q and
just
he's
Q
got
all
his
day,
passive.
Purple Blades.
And he has pretty good sustain, whereas Trundle can actually fight him a lot earlier than most other champions can. And we've seen a lot of people have success on both of those going into Renekton lanes.
And we're just waiting to get Crepo's keyboard. It defaulted to a different language, which resulted in the erroneous pick that happened just now in Champion Select. So it's not an Ezreal that we're looking for, and it looks like he is completely set. Nothing to worry about on that.
Nice hairdo he's sporting now, too.
Yeah. He's got the bun in the back a little bit.
That's a Belgian style for you to go along with this Belgian keyboard that's causing all these problems. No,
All
just
right.
kidding.
So we will see a last pick coming over. Word is that was actually going to be a Mundo pick for NACS in the top lane. So
so we go with the boring one.
M is E in a different language.
Mundo, as we said before, he's probably going to take teleport, probably going to lose out early, then become a beast late game, as we've seen. This is a story that we've heard before.
NACS has taken it to the Rift twice. He has a win-loss on it, so it looks like they're trying to make this one a win, but it's going to be hard. Cloud9 is set up for these games. We heard Elimination talking about it earlier. They actually expected to go into this game first and still did pretty well in their initial game, so they are a team that can adapt quickly.
Yeah. My question always in the Renekton Mundo matchup is how close can Mundo stay in CS? Because we've seen a couple times where he just comes out even, and in that case, it's actually a big win. Nobody dies, but he had a pretty big advantage.
Yeah, Mundo hops into the fights, and you're like, well, this isn't what it looked like in the lane. He's a little bit stronger. So that is locked in for them with the Mundo pick. Lemon Nation has Vi, but he is now to select whatever mid laner they're going to get in here for High. So it'll be quite interesting. High, like we said, has been playing different champions throughout pretty much all of his games and into the last game.
And with EG picking up the Vi combo to go with Kale, he's going to have to be scared in that mid lane. If High gives up early kills to Kale, we talked about how crazily she scales in the late game. You don't want that to come any earlier than it's already going to come. So he's going to play something more defensive that he can farm further back with, that he doesn't have to overextend with. One of your favorites.
One of my favorites. Absolutely love the Orianna pick, and it's going to be synergized with the dive comp that they have out of 3 members on their team.
So yeah, exactly. Meteos and Balls both can get in there pretty well. Lemon Nation, if he lands the same ultis and Zenith Blades that he's been landing, he can easily get a good combo there for High.
I like it. The Kale pick was very nice on the side for Pole Belter to really stop a dive, maybe on Lucian, or like you said, give Vi that ultimate into the fight. And we also see that it can all, like we said, come back for Cloud9. They have the dive to get in there. Both teams, I expect to be in each other's face a lot this game.
I also like the switch of strategy from Cloud9 since the Kale is already picked for EG. They go more AoE. So instead of focus on one person down, spread the damage out. Kale can only ult one person.
Yeah, you have constant DPS. Intervention only lasts so long while the teams load onto the Rift. Let's check out who you think will come out on top. According to LOLesports.com, 76% of you believe Cloud9 will walk away with the win. And that's actually, I'd say, a pretty good number. They had 90% earlier.
What did Coast have against them?
Yeah, exactly.
Like single digits there. So EG got a bit more fans, I guess.
Definitely
rooting
getting
for
that
them.
click into the thumbs up vote. We'll see what they can do as they get into the game. As we said, if you kind of walked away during Champion Select, it wasn't an Ezreal pick. It comes in as a Mundo for Inox, and we did just kind of go back into Champion Select, and an Orianna for high and mid to round out these compositions. Cloud9 is a team that doesn't so much take the early game in their favor, but they have been this week. They've been warding a lot more and controlling it.
Yeah, and especially warding around the dragons and focusing on the dragon control, which is going back to their roots. So with this team, I don't expect much different. You know, they've got Renekton and they got Lee Sin. So
the composition just leads to that.
Should have some similar focus.
Just kind of hanging out. Early game, Cloud9 versus EG on your screens. And we are on to the Rift. Game 28 here in the NA LCS Spring Split. And we are underway.
And we have all Doran starts. Nothing spectacular here. Everybody starting out the normal route.
Rings in the middle for high and pole belter. Ignite to ignite. No barriers to be used in that lane. So those guys are going to be going for maybe some kills at each other. We've seen more roaming today than we have actually mid laners fighting, which is also unusual from the past weeks.
Yeah, most of our early action is going to come from Meteos and Snoopy. Where are the junglers able to get themselves after they get their double buffs?
Just got it. Wings are getting tired, maybe. Ooh, the BM. All right, let's see what they have for each other. Snoopy, Meteos, just positioning right above. So looking at who could go aggressive, we actually had Meteos playing fairly safe, even the last time he was up against the Kazakhs.
So Lee Sin versus Vi, if they meet each other in the jungle, is usually in Lee Sin's favor. Vi has to land her Vault Breaker, or else she's going to lose that duel. And Lee Sin really has an advantage because it's a lot easier for him to move around. And it's very, very narrow margin that Vi can actually win that by. So I would definitely give the early advantage to Lee Sin if he does find Snoopy in the jungle.
See what he has. Actually, Wukong earlier that he was matched up against. So we'll see what he does against that for Snoopy. And we are going to have a bit of aggression here. Yellow Pete, Crepo trying to waltz on in, but they are going to be walking over Ward, so you can already see High moving into this as well.
Right, so they stutter step on that blue just to make sure that there's not going to be a... Well, they can't make sure there's not going to be a steal because Sneaky shot one too many bullets out of that minigun.
Sometimes you forget your attack speed goes up a little bit, but he's going to be spitting out those zaps pretty good in lane at least. We'll see if they utilize this, and they have to. Maybe they can actually get Snoopy or Sneaky killed and then transfer back.
Also, the experience that you get from killing blue buff is going to be a pretty big...
Whoa. So with this, I feel like Hyde takes it into his own hands to go aggressive in mid and already start to create game pressure.
I feel like this is what Bjergsen was talking about when he was talking about little things that he's learning from High and how High plays early levels a little bit different than what he was used to before coming over here.
Okay.
That level 1 Orianna aggression, burning down that Ignite as well, enables him to be the one shoving this wave and enables him to be the one in experience advantage. As you can see, he got level 2 there first, took another advantage to land that harass.
He's actually going quick QW. That's going to burn his mana out quite hard in lane, but he's getting the auto attacks in. We'll see if he can keep this up. We see Snoopy just underneath Pole Belter right now at Wraiths, and he's going to have to give pressure here.
So now that, since Meteos lost his blue buff there to his AD carry, he is going to be a little bit further behind, and he's just trying to farm it up and make up for it with the smaller camps.
Moving in mid slowly. Meteos still feels like he can have an impact. He did this last time. He warded, and then he stole the wolves.
This is the exact same path that he ran last time. So I would not expect him to run that path on another day of LCS. Because if you get yourself into a pattern like that, it's the worst thing for a jungler. Snoopy has just found out that he's in the area still because he saw the wolves coming.
And they're getting pings down. Ooh, actually, Meteos sitting
on
a ward right now. It's going to be a full damage. Level 3 to 3 here. Does he have a ward to get over the wall? The trinket's down, so the flash is forced.
So it's a problem when you get predictable like that. If EG was watching the first game today and Snoopy calls out, hey, my wolves are gone, Meteos probably still here.
High get attacked a little bit. That E of Pobelter still proccing quite hard. It looks like they're going to trade even in the end.
Kai just chugging another potion there, though. Since he was the one to go aggressive early, he already made Pobelter use both of his health potions.
Now, before we get too far away from the blue going to Sneaky, what kind of information does that or allow Snoopy to do, seeing that the jungler doesn't have his buff and it's in a lane?
Well, he didn't really make anything happen. Lee Sin is like someone who does not need blue buff that much. It's not like, oh my god, I'm a Moo and my blue buff was stolen. I'm going to get invaded now. It's Lee Sin's going to be fine on his own. So you can see how Snoopy just...
Like the best of the worst.
Exactly. He went for the just to cover his own jungle.
Just on the outside of the Vault Breaker. Would have done some nice damage, but Balls kind of reads that one and puts himself in a safe position with the hard hat on. That means that Meteos now has vision onto Snoopy, and it looks like he will put himself in the river now, top or bottom. He has his choice.
The Bush ward here from Crepo is helping them, but they're still getting zoned out down there. Meteos with a nice little gank around mid.
Quickly getting in to get that cripple down. It's not going to be enough damage. Good shield onto Meteos in the synergy in mid.
I like that gank mid. Oh, here we go down bottom though.
Elimination. Very nice chompers onto Crepo.
So after the gank mid, Meteos, true to form, shoves the lane here. He taxes a little bit, and they get it into the turret. The purpose of that is not only to try and make your enemies lose CS, but also to draw out the enemy jungler. Since Meteos showed first, if Snoopy did not come to lane, then they would have to worry about counter.
Great grab, taking advantage of Lemonation trying to be off warding, but now they engage. Support to AD and the other way around. Yellow Pea taking a lot of damage. The last missile hits at 110 HP. They stay alive.
Everybody's still with their summoners though here. This could very well turn bloody because after a fight like that, both teams should be calling for their junglers.
You can see just how much force Cloud9 puts into how sure they are. Kale saw Meteos coming down.
What a call from him to find Snoopy.
Very nice job. Meteos actually just seeing Snoopy. Gonna get the kill on this one. Will he have it? Does not. He connected the Q too early.
If Meteos hadn't had to burn his flash and his escape up top, he could have flashed in front of the Vault Breaker there.
Yeah.
And at least made Snoopy blow his flash. But because it wasn't up, he's able to escape. And as I said, both junglers down, or both teams should be calling their junglers down bottom at their last fight. Meteos counted on that. He did a very good job predicting the move from Snoopy. And the wards that they are placing here, very deep in the jungle, are allowing Meteos to make these moves.
Yep.
That Wraith ward does a lot of work. Anytime Snoopy goes to the bottom half jungle, Meteos can then play around his movements.
And it really is synergizing perfectly. I made the comment that Sneaky and Lemonation didn't used to be that aggressive AD and support. They had that lane pushed up all the way, and they've been doing a great job at keeping Yellow Pete and Crepo behind. And a little bit in CS, but also in levels in the lane. You see the BF sword for Sneaky now, and we'll see how they keep in that lane. Pobelter back with the blue buff. We'll see what these guys have for each other.
Yeah, so the bottom lane there, Yellow Pete and Crepo, their CS has just shifted a little bit.
Yeah.
Crepo took a little bit more money because Yellow Pete has recalled here. Can he get the cannon minion? That's the one that's important. There we go. Cash money for Crepo here. He's going to be a rich man.
Looks like that's the only thing he's getting. The jungle presence hasn't been too much down in the bottom lane. Snoopy's been focusing that top, keeping Pobelter safe from a lot of Meteos.
Standing on the pink ward there. There you go.
Find a pink ward, because Meteos is pretty much living in the jungle of EG right now.
I usually really like defensive pink wards because those are the ones that last a lot longer.
Right.
But Meteos doing so much roaming on this bottom side, able to find that one out way before EG wanted him to.
Red buffs on both sides. The ganks become a little better for both the junglers, but who's going to be able to pull them off? We're still without a first blood here, coming up on 9 minutes in the game, and the CS really the only thing that's putting us back and forth in this gold lead.
Well, a lot of the ward coverage in the jungle for Cloud9 is all focused on the red side, but at this moment, Meteos is making his move up top. So I think he might just be going for some counter jungling here because Inox still has his ulti available. It would be a rough dive to pull off there.
Oh, there's the command shockwave back and forth. The ignite not there with enough damage in the auto attacks. It's going to be a walkout by Pobelter, but it's still danger in the top lane.
All right, so Pobelter's playing with fire here. He does have his ulti and both his summoners, but the rocket's on the way.
Oh, so close. So close. I think they called that one from the bottom lane. Snoopy just on the outside.
He's level 6. Oh, he didn't chase high into the bushes.
Not looking good for NACS here. They're going to get down right on him, and it looks like they get the first blood. That goes to Meteos, but the bottom lane is having its own fight as well. Yellow Pete tries to stand toe-to-toe with Sneaky as the attack speed goes up. Lemon Nation was in a bad spot to take an initial burst of damage, and now Yellow Pete flashed in the bush, denying vision, but it's not enough. Oh, the assault battery. Little too late.
Yeah, he wanted to save his AD carry's life with that, but they're going to have Dragon Control because both members taken down and because Meteos showed up top. This is something that happens all the time. When you gank top as a jungler around 10 minutes or past, then a lot of the times you can easily answer with a Dragon. There was the, oh wow, he flashed into that Q?
Yeah.
Was that a ridiculous... Wow, I don't even know if that was on purpose from Meteos, but that was godlike, I guess. He predicted that sideways flash? No, no way.
That ward, Pobelter saving his life. He almost got dove right into the mid turret, and that would be Cloud9 working as they usually do. Take one thing, get to it next one, and take it.
Teleport coming in, though. EG looked like they want to defend this one.
And Nox, don't think he can put too much of a fight up here.
5 people.
They are really
Everybody's
wanting this mid turret. It opens up just too much of the map, Kobe. Inox just got back. The intervention could save him. The attacks, oh! The lantern is stopped by the command shockwave. High's getting hit up in this one as well. He takes the turret shot. Everybody's in and out of the fight. Krepo is trying to get to the back line as well. Pobelter's in a sore spot to end this one.
So it ends up with the mid laners training lives here, but I have to say that was a sloppy retreat from EG. Inox staying at the turret as it's about to go down when they obviously are outnumbered was an initial mistake. Then it just happened to turn towards their favor, then flip-flop back there because a lot of very aggressive plays from both teams.
And Meteos has been out of base for days. He still has a Doran's
Right, so there's
only.
Inox. He stays way too much at this turret, but because they have Kale, then he's going to survive. This is the pull back from the shockwave, countering the lantern, and then high too deep. Pobelter flashes in to get a kill, but dies for it. That's the wild card nature of Pobelter that we always talk about. He wants to get those kills, and he doesn't care if he has to flash into 4 people to do it.
And right before that replay, I have to point out that Meteos just went back for his first buy. He only had the Doran's and the Machete. He was staying in the jungle to keep his lanes going over and over.
Lee Sin can sustain for a long, long time early game without having to go back and buy. So he was trying to make the most of his time.
Well, they made the most of quite a bit. 3 outer turrets have been taken down. The middle one with a victorious fight just now that we saw. 3-3 in kills here. 12 minutes into the game, and there
a lot of attention up top here. Yeah, a lot of attention up top for EG. They've got 3 members going at this Renekton with no defense items. So Balls does a good job of backing off. The exact mirrored situation down bottom, though. C9 might be too late.
Getting himself a little close. Oriana supposed to use the ball on that one, not melee attacks. Coming in on this. Yellow Pete looks like he's going to be able to get a lockdown. And, oh, gets out. No, the Mega Inferno hits very nicely. It looks like they get the kill off of that.
Nice pass there from Meteos. Kicking him right over to Sneaky to grab another kill onto the AD carry. Jinx is able to clean that one up. A bit sloppy early, though. High losing his life before the rest of the team got there. Definitely costing them a little bit of extra gold. But they answer in the turret rush, and both of them are going towards secondary turrets. High gets hooked, and that's pretty much all she wrote there. Good job by Krepo. I was pretty much 100% Krepo on that play. And Yellow Pete did a good job following up the damage, but as we know, they are doomed here. The pass and the dunk.
That rocket damage, a 3-man shockwaves as we get back to live. Inox and everybody taking good damage from that, and it deters them from taking the turret. Bloodthirster being stacked up on Yellow Pete now, and it's 84-95 in that lane, so I have to consider that Sneaky just hasn't backed yet.
Yeah, looks like they will recall now. He's got almost 2,000 there to spend. Let's see what build he goes. Since he's already got the BF sword, probably just get Bloodthirster, yeah. Pretty classic Jinx there. Almost everybody gets that. It just adds to her turret killing power and also sustain in the team fights.
Easy choices there. Quickly going for a little build-up damage. We got the Ninja Tabis coming out fast onto Lemon Nation, but even faster, the Aegis build for Krepo.
That's pretty interesting. Yeah, we don't see a lot of Aegis Rush, but it will help out with the AoE magic damage that Cloud9 went for with High switching over to Oriana mid. And a little bit more team play there for Krepo. But he does give up the ward coverage that an early Sightstone would. And we'll have to see if that comes into play during the next Dragon that's going to pop up here, because Cloud9, as we said, have been focusing on those. And you can see it in the money that they're willing to spend on all these wards and even pink wards around Dragon.
EG holding off right now as Yellow Pete grabs up the red. Like you said, a little bit of control going around Dragon, setting those chess pieces in place. It's now a minute ahead of time, but they will be prepared for it with that pink ward down. And still only focusing the bottom half of the jungle with wards, not so much the top. That's just split push zone.
Elimination. Just giving a little love tap to Snoopy.
Everything's kind of stalling
Did
out.
they mistime Dragon? I feel like they're waiting around it for a long time here. Maybe they're just trying to make him play in the bottom side.
Could be true. Try to draw them into where they have the advantage. I mean, now 3 pink wards going down on that side. They know they're going to be there for a while to guard that.
Right, what they're doing is seeding this top side of the map. It's allowing the Mundo, who has teleports, to push it in.
There's a face-to-face engage here. It looks like Snoopy's the only one in the party. Who else got an invitation? Because nobody's there from EG. Whoa, he went a little too far right off the screen. Meteos safeguards back to a ward after getting too much.
Definitely sloppy here. That was obvious miscommunication from EG. The Lantern came out even really early, as Snoopy aggressed even after the Lantern was thrown. So definitely only half the members wanted to fight there.
Well, that's an ultimate down from Vi. Lemonation taking a bit of 2-man Shockwave. He'll going down so fast. Great job with the rocket from Sneaky, and they continue into the fight. Great positioning here from Cloud9. Running through the dissonance is going to give them a bit of speed up, but they take off, slow it down.
So that sort of mistimed fight, putting EG on the back foot, is just in time for a Dragon for Cloud9. They'll gladly take this one. And the giant wave that Mundo was building up top has actually not even gotten to the turret yet, so they could actually go back and save that gold before it all is lost to the top turret.
Well, they're going to need that gold as well, because without that Sightstone, everybody's forced here to keep buying consumable wards on the side of EG, and they're not getting too much jungle back for it.
Interesting. So EG, they go to finish off the turret, which is good. They got their global gold, but again, that big wave is lost, and now they've put themselves in sort of a compromising position.
Oh, he didn't want to find that. Nah, he's all right.
Never mind, it's Meteosa who's in the compromising position.
Sometimes you don't have everything warded and you walk into danger. Meteos finds that out, and I think Cloud9 will adapt a little bit more with wards, because you see the bottom half and it's pretty lit up.
Wards are a limited
it's
resource,
like a light bright.
And they've spent pretty much everything they have around that Dragon area. 3 pink wards in the river.
Those are still the same ones from what we just saw.
Regular ones in that red side jungle.
Oh, they heard you. It's Tuna. Sorry, Kobe.
That's not funny, because we don't want to give away tricks like that. Hey guys, there's pink wards all over the river.
5-3 in the favor of Cloud9 right now with turrets. The 4,000 gold lead. Inox is trying to thwart by split pushing this, so Cloud9 can't use all that money that they have and just fight.
Now the answer for Inox split push, interesting to see what they'll choose. At this moment, it's Sneaky. Like, there's not a lot of kill potential for Sneaky. I think they just want the money on him, so they're just trying to have him soak this up. But eventually, when Mundo does start to get big, they'll have to use somebody else. Oh, here's the hard initiate again from Snoopy.
Again, so deep. Can anybody follow this? It's going to be the intervention going down. Oh, he gets out just past the solar flare. A beautiful command shield into the shockwave onto Meteos, and they start to retaliate.
So Inox didn't have to burn his teleport here because they did not want to follow that one up. This is, again, Snoopy went so deep there, and he got kicked back, by the way, by Meteos. He was kicked out of Kale ultimate range. So Pobelter had to flash forward in order to get that intervention down, and then it cost him his life. So Cloud9, again, doing a good job of capitalizing on that sort of sloppy initiation from EG, and they're trying to get this Baron down.
Teleport is in. It looks like Cloud9 wants to turn off of this one, and it is going to be balls right in the front. The box goes down, but Crepo doesn't look like he's going to live for long here. They're going to give it to Lemon Nation. Good guy, Lemon, with the auto attack kill. Inox and Yellow Pete looking to run, and there is not much mana to be had by Yellow Pete.
Cloud9 did take a lot of damage from that Baron, though, so they have to return and heal as soon as possible because they no longer have control of the map, and EG are looking to answer objective.
This is going to be much needed gold for EG. They are behind in structures, global gold, and kills right now at 20 minutes into the game. So opening up that mid turret really helps.
Good rotation. As soon as you take mid turret,
Yeah.
grabbing up the blue buff, that's a really big cooldown actually. Kale enjoys those just as much as High would. You saw High ran out of mana at that Baron pit and was one of the reasons why they really had to pull out after EG showed up.
Cloud9 is adapting with these wards. You see if it's kind of transferred a little bit towards the top side of mid lane now. So they're going to start having control over the more important Baron pit.
Looks like it's a kind of a slow swap out here for sweepers. Only one for Cloud9 there, Lemon doing his part. They're more concerned with buying pink wards than using a whole bunch of sweepers to clear out the wards. As I say it, he grabs 2 right there. Good shot, Lemon.
2 pink wards also being bought up here. Crepo has one to himself, and Snoopy coming out of the base got himself one. So they are looking to gain back whatever they can, but those will only be placed when they have control over those spots, and that's scarce right now.
They just barely saved that one right there. He's going to go down in a single another hit. So again, this Inox split push. I'm wondering what Cloud9 are going to do about that situation. Because they don't really have a super strong duelist besides Renekton. And Renekton's really, you know, with that Hydra, just looking for like pushing and wave clear. So they saw him walk in here, and Cloud9 know that this ward is here.
Oh, man.
So this is a good bait, but they're taking Baron damage here. All the debuff as well.
They all thought they had an extra 1,000 range to
Abort.
engage. Get a little scared there, but they go back and forth. Now, knowing where the position is of both teams, they kind of walk it down parallel. Jungle side and mid side goes in onto Meteos. It looks like Lemon Nation tries to get to the back line, locking down Yellow Pete perfectly. And it looks like Crepo is going to be able to stay in the middle. Vi going down first. Snoopy won't be able to put out any more lockdown or peel. Pobelter following after. Kale not two-shotting people in these fights. Back and forth for Meteos. A very nice dissonance could slow and continue the fight, but it does not.
Pobelter did at least get to use his intervention on himself this time, but Cloud9 did a great job of returning their focus to him after it wore off. Sneaky was confident that he could get the reset and gain his distance away from Mundo after he kills Pobelter, so he runs right into his face there. Supe wanted to take this engage, and it was a good chunk out of Meteos. But you can see Balls doing so much work on that back line. Yeah. Balls basically had both Pobelter and Yellow Pete held up. And here Sneaky goes into the face of 3 because he had that confidence he could get excited.
These lanes have gone pretty even. We talk about Balls, we talk about Inox and what they're doing in the fights. It's only 187 to 168 there, but Balls and the team have just been getting things going. 2-0-4 in that top lane, and that's why he's usually on top for Cloud9.
As always, you know, that's why a lot of people keep saying Balls is one of the most underrated players.
Absolutely.
In the North American LCS. But I think mostly the story of this game has been the miscommunications of EG. It doesn't seem like they are on the same page today. The initiations have been pretty sporadic. And you have to also give credit to Cloud9, though. You know, Meteos was doing a good job of kicking Snoopy even further away from the team than he already was.
Good flashes on the assault and batteries, trying to get them deeper into the fight. It's kind of the problem you had when you played Maokai back in the day, and someone would flash, and you're another 700-some distance farther than you wanted to be. That's what Snoopy is finding right now, and hopefully the team can get with them, and they can start to get these fights in their favor. They're only down 5,000 gold. That is not a huge amount for 23 minutes into the game, but the map control that Cloud9 has is very big.
They're circling around Mundo. That's a hard guy to lock down here. All right, with the flash, he should be okay.
Get the shield bash. 1, 2, 3. They're going to combo just about everything that Zap misses. Do they have enough crowd control? The ignites down. The rocket goes flying by for good measure, but it looks like they could trade second-tier turrets.
There's no minion wave here, though, so they have to take a lot of damage on that second-tier turret.
Yeah.
And both teams actually recalling. Now Cloud9 can make the call to push down this inhibitor turret.
This is what they've been waiting for all game. A team of 4 with Leona going back. Lemon Nation's going to be able to stop what he can, but it's already EG coming back to defend this inhibitor. Pobelter's up with the home guards on, and they aren't going to get an engage.
Snoopy has his assault and battery, but since Inox went down in that 5-man engage, which I thought he was going to get out of, they can't capitalize on this, and a hard engage would definitely be against their best interest this time around.
So looking at Baron now, 2 pink wards down for Cloud9. They have easily the better vision in this situation. Only 1 ward there. The EG is hatching of their own is what they have.
This is all stemming from that catch on Inox too. You know, maybe if he had flashed earlier before Lemon could get in range to stun him.
And wait till they see Inox in the bottom lane. Teleport is up, but they might be able to take a fight fast enough.
All right. EG were able to get him off Baron, though. That's really all that they wanted in those few seconds.
See what they can do. Yellow Pete doesn't even have the Triforce finish. They are missing a lot of damage in what should be an explosive team fight with a Lichbane and a Trinity Force unfinished.
Ooh, yeah. A lot of extra on hit that would be. And that's a power boost that EG really need, but the sources of income are not really there for them.
Right.
The next Dragon probably going to go to Cloud9, so I think they need more ward coverage so they can try and pick somebody off here.
Yeah.
And if they just play to this Mundo split push, well, we already saw it go sour because he got cut off and killed by 5 people. And again, ward coverage right there would help the situation.
And as they get more wards placed on the map, that just means a jungle gym for Meteos, who actually have to call back to because his 2nd game in a row on Lee Sin, and he's playing it amazingly.
He has done a phenomenal job of setting up kills, but the rest of the team here, Cloud9 all playing really well. We also have to shout out, you know, how high has gotten the death cap for the Orianna, so it's going to have that extra impact. They do have the large source of magic damage that they need in the area of effect that's really going to decimate this EG team. They can't just rely on intervention blocking something.
Sneaky sitting on 1,900 gold high. I like that going with the damage instead of the safety of the Zanyas. They're looking to just take out EG before Pole Belter can get the intervention onto anybody. We'll see what they decide to build next. Looks like everybody's in a stalemate in their current builds except for that 2K gold we just said on Sneaky, and he's doing a farm in top lane right now.
So what Cloud9 are doing is trying to keep EG just walking around this side of the map here. They want to keep them out in the open because this Cloud9 team really thrives on those team fights where they can make use of all this area of effect damage. And if they just keep on threatening Baron over and over, eventually they can catch EG in a poor position. Whereas they don't really want to try and play the EG game here and go for that split push answer.
And this becomes even more of a dangerous fight for EG because if they lose this, they lose that inhibitor.
Now here's an interesting call. Give up that outer turret and go for Baron, or recall and try and defend. Since they're already taking so much damage on that turret, they have the confidence to burn down this Baron fast enough that they can recall by the time EG get to the inhibitor turret. Wow, they're just stopping the mid lane, actually. Very indecisive move here. EG need to make a move.
Oh, they want to come back for Baron, Kobe.
Got to teleport now.
The smite's going to be in there for both junglers. They're not going to go for Baron, but they do turn around. Lemonation in the front trying to take most of the culling damage. Snoopy is very low, but he gets intervention. Pole Belter kick back, but he flashes into the kill onto high. Krepo's in the back line doing a great job of zoning, but Cloud9 looks to be on the hunt here for more kills. Sadum is on for Inox, trying to get his HP back. They might be able to re-engage, but Pole Belter is very low.
Whoa, saving grace for EG right there. Pole Belter was able to get out with his life in that one. Again, having to use his intervention on Snoopy and being stuck in the middle there, just flashing out to the kill over by Krepo's box really saved him.
Great communication in that fight, going 1-for-1. We'll see what happens when they come back. High really wasn't able to get a superb ultimate off that time, and it was the first time we saw EG kind of evening out a fight, at least, if they weren't able to get ahead there.
I have to say, EG are actually probably happy about that one because they were really worried about the Baron, and just trading 1-for-1 turns out really well for them. Even though that was so scary.
No, yeah, they're adapting to Cloud9 being on Baron has actually been quite good. 39,000, actually 40,000. That takes up another 100 gold, so a 6,000 gold lead in favor of Cloud9.
Far away here.
Yeah, very Lemonation, not even close for this.
Leona's ultimate just did come off cooldown though. If they can actually catch out Pabelter in a stun, that would be a huge start to a fight for Cloud9.
They got to be thinking, where's Lemon Nation? And he comes in from the side again. Snoopy gets the intervention. It was very early, though, so that's going to be completely down. Pabelter is the focus. Snoopy trying to get out of the fight. He goes down next by the hands of Sneaky. The calling from over the side. It's going to do good damage. The rocket just missing on the side of Inox, and it looks like Cloud9 comes out of this one on top, but very hurt.
Immediate target switch as soon as Pabelter ults Snoopy once again with the intervention. Balls goes to splash in and stun Kale.
Oh, that's the time they were hoping for a big amount of AoE. Inox back to the top lane to clean this up and try and get pressure on the turret. You have a back from both High and Lemon Nation, so that'll be a clean save for him. And EG's just trying to put things in place right now for everything being behind.
Cloud9 this time playing the exact same strategy that they did around Baron Pit, but this was around Dragon, so it does less damage. There was a lot less pressure on them, and they were able to get the positioning right this time that the target switch over to Kale after she uses her ultimate was very easy to pull off. Good ulti there from High as well.
High himself looks to be going Glass Cannon. He's going to put in that Void Staff just after this Rabadon, so no Zhonya's for him. They want to get bloodthirsty real fast. Another BF sword as well for Sneaky as he goes for more damage.
EG finally take out the treasure trove of pink wards.
The return on investment is real. 30 minutes into this one, they're trying to do what they can to get this game back into their favor, but Cloud9 not making it an easy task.
Now, the exposed inhibitor is going to go down way quicker here than the mid lane turret. So EG immediately making the call to back up and defend their base. Definitely the right call here, especially since they're fighting a Jinx. Now, the only question is, will EG actually pull out the hard engage again?
Right. Any extra gold they just had was actually put into home guards for the rest of the team. I think 3 more were bought. And they need to. This is getting pretty scary in Cloud9. Once they get this far ahead, don't let up at all.
Ooh, Leona ulti actually missed, and Zenith Blade missed. That's huge.
There's the hook from Crapo. It could be the other way around on this. They use a lot just for Leona. That leaves balls to get the Pabelter, but he pulls off. The communication is to turn around back to the other end of the fight. Inox falls. They're going to get balls in the end there. It's a shutdown onto him going to Pabelter, and it is a double kill coming in big for Sneaky, trying to hit the last zap as Pabelter puts on his shoes, sidesteps that one, and it looks like they are going to be able to get the inhibitor.
Ooh, Crepo finds another with the hook.
Big burst there. That is the Triforce completed from Yellow Pete, but the front end damage burst is not enough for the kill. Pabelter very low, can't get the heal steroid for speed, and the inhibitor falls. Crepo watches it happen.
Another miscommunication here from EG, I think. No damage ready to follow up that hook.
A very good game from Cloud9. EG holding strong in the beginning. Another kill to go on the scoreboard for them. It's going to be a 32-minute game for Cloud9, and they pick up the win versus EG.
Yeah, congratulations to Cloud9. Every time EG gave them an opening, they just jumped on it, immediately turning it into an objective or some sort of ground to gain. And they really looked hungry in this match.
Meteos again on Lee Sin as the teams get up, go over and shake hands. A fantastic game. I think he had 17 assists on his previous game, 4-0 and 14 this game. And Lee Sin wasn't even a champion he's played before this. The rest of the team to just keep going. Immaculate play throughout the entire game and amazing warding.
The warding was definitely over the top for Cloud9 this game. I have to say, they did play the Vision game quite well.
It's something that EG kind of struggled on as well. We saw Crepo go for the early Aegis, which he believed the team needed because there was so much roaming, and that cost the team to buy a lot more wards.
That is a good point. Not having the early Sightstone can cause you to give up that early ground for the important early dragons against Cloud9.
And it's especially different when you play against a team like Cloud9 that can adapt, and you kind of may think you're behind even more once the first fight happens. And it gets in your head. You're like, these guys know what to do. It's going to be even harder that we just lost that first fight.
Yeah, especially going up against like Lee Sin and Renekton in that early game. Hard to overcome those early fights.
Pabelter not really having an impact on Kale. We said this was, again, a different champion that he has played going into every game. He's played a different one. Not working out so well. Gragas had a bit more of an impact for himself. And I think Kale, he needed to roam, but he was just getting pushed in.
I kept on feeling bad for him because he was, every time he'd use intervention to save someone, the whole Cloud9 team would just turn direction right on him, which is exactly how you're supposed to play against Kale. But, man, yeah, he kept on having to overextend to try and save people.
It might be one of the first games I haven't seen a Kale be able to like 2v1 people on the map or explode something. Cloud9 made sure to shut down the right things, and I guess they were prepared for this game. They came in thinking it was their first one, but it didn't matter that it was the second.
And 2 down. They still have one more game this week. Tomorrow, they're going to be taking on TSM. So looking at the clash between the 2 top teams, they're going to have to go back tonight and prepare everything for tomorrow's game, because that one is going to be very exciting.
It'll be interesting to see who's our MVP this week, because Bjergsen took it 2 weeks in a row, and that's who they have to face tomorrow. So they better have their wits about them if they really want to get that match under their belt. All right, everyone, with 4 games in our rearview mirror today, let's take a look at the standings. In first place, it is a tie between Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid, while sitting all alone in third, it's Dignitas.
And thanks to their comeback win against Curse, Counter Logic Gaming has jumped into a 4th place tie with Voyboy and crew, while EG, Team Coast, and XDG remain at the bottom of the standings.
All right, everyone, coming up tomorrow, we have 4 more games coming your way from the NA LCS. Up first, XDG tries to turn around their spring split when they take on Counter Logic Gaming. After that, Cop and Curse battle it out with Yellow Pete and Evil Geniuses, and then Double Lift and CLG head back to the Rift when they take on Shifter and Team Coast.
Our 4th game of the day is an epic showdown for first place between TSM and Cloud9, and then it's the last Challenger quarterfinal of the first spring series, Cognitive Gaming versus VVV White.
That action gets underway tomorrow, 12 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Central European Time. And remember, if you missed any of today's games, click over to lolesports.com, where you can rewatch matches, find news, interviews, and in-depth statistics and analysis.
And you can get your tickets to join our studio audience for our future taping. Just click on the tickets link for all the details.
All right, now let's throw it over to Freak and Jat with the NA Challenger Series.
Thank you very much, Riven. Welcome, everyone, to the 2014 North American Challenger Series, brought to you in part by our friends at Coca-Cola. David Freak Turley, this is Joshua Jat Leisman. He's awesome, and I gotta say, Jat, the traffic walking down here from the LCS studios was brutal. It was at least 50 feet. I'm glad we made it in time. How you doing?
Generally, I like to walk those 50 feet. Driving today was definitely a mistake because there's a lot of foot traffic inside here, and it stops you from being able to drive your car. But anyway, I'm excited for tonight's quarterfinal nonetheless. Last week's games were rather impressive. NK Inc. and Skyline upset the top-seeded Cloud9 Tempest. Not many people expected that. And you and I actually got to watch Xiaowei Zhao get some huge CS numbers, 300 in under 23 minutes, and actually something like 400 in under 29 minutes. So they were able to take out Wiso Esports 2-0.
Yeah, that was a pretty good series. Of course, we've got more series in front of us, though. We're going to see if we can make it a 3rd in a row that goes awesome. Tonight's match is one of the 3 Spring Promotion Tournament participants, Determined Gaming, taking on Rux, Gatekeeper Fabi, and the rest of Curse Academy.
Yeah, and the winner of tonight's best-of-3 quarterfinal fight will advance to next week's semifinal, where they'll face the winner of tomorrow night's matchup between Cognitive Gaming and VVV White.
And now, because I like full-screen graphics almost as much as I like Teemo skins, let's take a look at the North American Challenger Series bracket. Our first semifinal series was locked down last week. It features 8th-seeded Skyline looking for another upset when they take on the Chinese hype train LMQ on Saturday, February 8th.
Yeah, that's going to be one to watch. And the bottom half of the bracket features this week's 2 quarterfinal matches, with the winners meeting in a semifinal showdown on Sunday, February 9th.
If seeing that bracket once wasn't enough to quell your hunger for Challenger League info, be sure to head over, tab over, or scroll over to lolesports.com.
Yeah, there you'll find everything you need to know about the Challenger Series. Just click on the Leagues and Tournament tab at the top of the page and select the NA Challenger Series.
Okay, guys, so it's going to be time to get to it. The North American Challenger Series quarterfinal of the day, Determined Gaming versus Curse Academy. Now, Determined is the top seed still in this series, and they're full of veterans looking to prove that they're just better than their disappointing showing at the spring tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Determined Gaming, they were a top-seeded challenger team in the promotion tournament. The top-seeded challenger team in the promotion tournament. And neither Team Coast or Curse decided to pick them to play against, which meant that they defaulted to playing against Velocity, who ended up being acquired and turned into Evil Geniuses. So it was a very tough draw for them, despite being such a powerful challenger team. And it did not go very well for Determined, if we remember that one.
No, they were the favorites coming in, but EG put up a really good showing. They kind of turned everything around in the last day. They 3-0'd Determined, and you kind of see the scoreline at the bottom of your screen there. Not a great series of games for DTG.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting now, because after that experience, Determined is turning themselves into a roster full of kind of veterans at this point. Westrice has been around forever. Robert X. Lee and Bubba Dove are all getting a lot more experience. They did underperform at the promotion tournament. After that, though, they've actually added someone else, a pretty familiar face. Hasn't been around lately, but Complexity's former mid laner, Prawley, is actually with Determined Gaming now.
Mhm.
He replaces Arthalon, and we're going to get to see Prawley again tonight.
Yeah, and Prawley's put on some good
always fun.
performances. Yeah, he's a fun guy to talk to. He puts on fun performances.
We used to be like, he's going to play Ziggs. It's so unconventional.
Now it's like, he's going to play Zig. It's so conventional.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it is fun to see. Of course, Determined isn't the only team with an LCS veteran on its roster, though. Curse Academy is running with former Curse support Rux in the top lane. Not only that, they've got the gatekeeper himself, Fabi at AD carry. He's going to try to open the door to the semifinals for his squad.
Yeah, Fabi, the gatekeeper of Challenger. If anyone doesn't get that reference and they want to, spend 8 or 9 minutes, just look up that YouTube video. It's interesting to say the least, but it might give you a little more context into who Fabi is. But anyway, Curse Academy won their way to the night's quarterfinal by taking out Complexity Academy, Battle of the Schools, in the first round, and then they smashed No Big Deal in their second game. Rux also. He hasn't died yet in the Challenger Series. 4-0-15 combined in 2 matches. And so far, the Fabi that showed up has been the carry Fabi, not necessarily the Fabi who feeds, so it's all good for them so far. He's put up a KDA total score, 10 kills, 2 deaths, 15 assists in the 2 contests.
He's like the AD carry version of Pobelter. But Fabi doesn't have
Yeah,
a
I guess that's
Smurf.
true.
That people is that
Yeah.
Fabi or is that... And then there's like nothing. There's no
Yeah.
other name. It's just Fabi on both
Yeah,
sides.
we had that. If anyone watched the LCS yesterday, we had an interesting feature on solo queue. A Zingy made his way into that one. He is like the Fabi of jungle, if that makes sense, because he's someone who will either just take over a game with crazy farm or just fall flat on his face.
Or he'll steal Baron with a Karthus Q.
That happens more than you'd think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were talking before about Trundle Pillar dealing 1 true damage, and if that ever
Yeah.
steals Baron, you're pretty much amazing.
See, I don't think it does deal 1 true damage. Are we sure about that?
I don't know.
I know Zillion Bombs deal 1 true damage as it's ticking down, but I like Trundle Pillar gathers aggro, but I don't necessarily think it's because it does damage. It's a weird skill.
Well, or
if it does, that's the most impressive Baron steal.
Yeah, and over in Korea, of course, Shy's Sunfire Cape steals Baron.
Yes.
So there's all kinds of ways you
Don't
can steal
believe
Baron.
everything you hear, freak.
No, but yeah, and that's always fun, right? The crazy Baron steals. We had one earlier today, actually. The last hit from the it was Wisfugen's Jinx stole the Baron away, or grabbed it for his team, but it was like missed smites on both sides, and he lasted it as the AD. So that's always fun.
Some pretty interesting games today. And,
Yeah.
Some of these teams that are coming up here, like with Determined Gaming and Curse Academy,
Mhm.
they're both fairly experienced players. Like you
Yeah.
consider Prawley comes from the LCS. Westrice almost made it into the LCS. It's this weird thing because he was on Curse Gaming way back before the Season 3 spring split, and he's just been just a hair away. Is anyone else in this game? Rux obviously made his appearance with Curse as well. Now he's on Curse Academy.
Jaximus played at IEM Kiev way back when. He filled in for Curse.
Correct.
When they could only bring like 2 players in the original roster, basically.
He played top lane then too, didn't he?
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, he was a top laner then. Now he runs really weird mid laners.
Only Brand.
Yeah, he's a big Brand player. Also, Scion is a big one. AP Scion mid lane. We see him sometimes. We've seen that in Korea. We actually saw it in, I believe it was Lemon Dog's TSM.
Yeah.
It was actually a lane swap. Mew played it there.
Yes, you're correct.
But yeah, so that's a fun one. And of course, champions like this, I actually talked to Broken Shard a little bit a couple days ago. And he's like, yeah, we're ready for the AP Scion. He said he wasn't worried about it. We'll see. Of course, we're going to get champ select soon, and we'll see if the AP Scion ends up being crazy. But there's always some fun champion roster for these guys.
Yeah, I wonder how, I'm thinking, as far as the Challenger matchups have been so far, these are probably the most, I want to say, experienced players or most storied players we've had thus far in this Challenger bracket. And it's surprising that they're kind of meeting in the round of 8. It's almost like an unlucky draw for both of them.
Yeah. But you consider the other sides, right?
Yeah, Skyline beat Cloud9 basically Walking Zed.
Yeah.
LMQ is like a Chinese pro team just in the amateur scene.
They played in the LPL last season. So you're right. There's a bunch of that.
Yeah.
The VVV squad's been around as well. We talked about the other quarterfinal.
Yeah.
You've got Cognitive Gaming, of course. They were also in the spring promo series. You've got VVV, who's actually shaken up the roster a lot, but they've still got some familiar faces there. Those guys have been around. They played the NACL season and whatnot. So I do like how the scene has grown, the Challenger scene, that you're like, oh yeah, I remember all these guys when they were playing before. Right? And you have a decent tournament history for these guys.
Because you think even just the top 4 or even 6 or 7 teams, they're all pretty solid teams.
Yeah.
There's a lot of competition in the Challenger League this split.
Yeah, the lineups are they're shifting around still, but you're seeing the teams stick through. I know, like, for example, at least in NA, like, teams break up kind of often.
I think that's kind of the nature of Challenger, right? The stakes are a little bit lower, therefore they're faster seasons too.
Sure.
Teams need to iterate a whole bunch, change their roster up to try to find the right combination so that they can make their run to the LCS.
Yeah, and I found that the teams that work really well are the ones that sort of natively work well together. For example, I forget if it was you or Kobe talking about this, where Cloud9 would sometimes scrim with no voice chat.
Yeah, that was actually earlier. We were talking with Meteos.
Yeah, and it was just like, yeah, because if we instinctively know each other, then it's much easier. And sometimes you just get a group of players who they always know without thinking what's going to happen. A couple of my friends I play with, and if we do a bot lane, we'll both like, oh yeah, we're totally going to flash for that kill. Without speaking, it's like, oh, we're totally screwed, let's just go for it. And it's like, oh, we happen to communicate that properly.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, you get a player that you're always on the same page.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing about League of Legends, and this is a bit of a tangent. Going to bring up a different game, but it's something I experienced when I started playing League of Legends that makes it kind of unique to other games. So I used to play a game called Guild Wars. It had really slow team fights in the sense that healing was like so overpowered in that game that pretty much no one would die unless you literally called down a spike and went 3, 2, 1 like on voice chat, and everyone used their abilities like in synchrony on the same target to beat like the healer's reaction times.
Yeah.
So that game was actually just like a bunch of chatting as you're in like this long 15-minute team fight. Whereas when we started playing League of Legends, it was entirely different because we would be chatting the entire game when we weren't fighting, but then as soon as fights started, everyone would go quiet because there is too much happening in the League of Legends team fight to like actually talk and communicate effectively like when you're first playing.
Oh, sure.
Great communication team is what we had, but when team fights were happening, everyone just didn't know what to say, which is why, to get back to your point, the natively people that speak elsewhere and just kind of know what you're going to have to do, I feel like that's kind of required for League of Legends team fights. You just have to know and be able to react in an instant. As soon as you open your mouth and talk, that word took longer than the 0.1 second you had to react, and you died.
Yeah, this entire story took longer than like 3 picks would have taken, but like it's the point. That wasn't even a slam at you. I'm just like measuring times randomly, and I decided to choose the duration of picks in League of Legends.
Sometimes when you talk, things happen for a while.
Yes, that does happen sometimes, but yeah, I kind of like this point because to even add to that, right? In League of Legends, the facts change all the time. Like, okay, a jungler ganks you. Next time he ganks you, he's 3 levels higher, and it's like, oh, by the way, now Elise can stun.
Yes.
Or now she has a bunch of magic pens, so you better have kept track or pressed tab when she showed up, or seen her through a ward and been like, by the way, next time the jungler ganks, she'll 2-shot me. Changes the entire dynamics. You both need to know that as well. Leona hits 6, and then the lane swaps, and now Leona's the aggressor who's been getting harassed all the time.
The variables are just constantly changing on you, and you both just kind of need to have the same agreement of calculation. That's why, like, every time something goes wrong in League of Legends, people like to try and talk about why it happened. It's usually pretty important to do so because you have to just get on the same page through trial and error sometimes.
Oh, sure.
Because you can't do it in the moment.
No, you never can, but we'll see if these guys have worked everything out. Shyvana, Kassadin banned away already. Kind of word of the day is, yes, red team's been banning Kassadin most recently. Shyvana, Gragas dropped away as well from the tournament.
Gragas, the new Kassadin, as far as picks and bans go. Pretty much banned almost every game. I wonder if Prawley's going to bring out anything creative. Doesn't seem like it from his trends.
Yeah, his recent play has been pretty standard. I guess Zed is slightly oddball in that he's not as sought after he was at the end of Season 3. But certainly you're like, oh yeah,
changes
Zed.
to Zed.
Totally.
I actually rather enjoy watching the new Zed because he is so much more slippery than the old one.
Yeah.
The fact that the old one put the shadow directly behind the target he went to basically just made him more all-in, more aggressive. As soon as he went into ult, he was just like in. He would also be almost inescapable because even if you peeled him off, he just go back to that shadow and continue killing you.
Exactly.
But now, since the shadow goes at the origin of where Zed ults, it allows for substantially trickier plays where Zed will just go way in, but then always come out. And there's way more Deathmark play in that too. Like, can he get enough damage before he goes out? Because surprisingly, Zeds almost always opt to go back nowadays, which makes it kind of more exciting for me to watch.
Do the early burst, see if you can shield it up in time and survive. 3 bans coming through here. Elise banned as well away by Determined. So a lot of these high priority sort of top picks still banned away here. No one's really doing target bans. They're all the default bans. The Kazakh's ban as well. I like that one. That's a West Rice and a Broken Shard ban.
Olaf maybe for Broken Shard in the jungle. I think it would be fairly likely. But Bubba Dub's Thresh has more importance for them actually right now.
This is interesting to me because Sheep is known for 2 champions basically. It's Thresh and that's Annie. And they didn't ban Annie and still first pick Thresh. So I feel like Sheep is still going to be fairly comfortable here.
Maybe they're banking on those Annie nerfs.
Yeah.
to slow it down.
It's going to hurt it a bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Probably not too much. Annie Caitlyn is pretty potent lane. Stun traps.
Yeah.
You could do stun traps with Jinx too if they wanted to. Fabi, probably Kate.
Yeah.
If we look at the things he's played recently.
Yeah, in this tournament, a lot of Caitlyn. Actually, it's kind of similar for Robert. These guys have really been. I feel like Kate's like shown back up. It used to be like, okay, Sivir, Jinx, and Lucian over and over again, and then people were like, I mean, okay, some of it's the nerfs, but like Caitlyn just came right back up.
Of course. Caitlyn always seems to just come right back up.
Yeah.
People are so much about laning and just being able to siege turrets. And Caitlyn can always do that. So Caitlyn will never go away. I almost feel like she'll never go away unless her attack speed gets completely destroyed or if her range is decreased. And I don't think either of those things are going to happen.
Probably almost definitely not the range. That's like the hallmark of what Caitlyn is. And generally speaking, when we like nerf and buff champions, we keep what's distinct about them.
Absolutely.
I don't think we'll ever see a 550 range Caitlyn. That'd be strange, right?
That'd be the silly. She's got like this giant gun and just like shoots right in front of her.
Yeah. Unlikely. Vi and Caitlyn picked up on the case here for Curse Academy. These guys grabbing up one of the high priority junglers still left. Lee Sin, though, still on the table. You're going for
Broken
Olaf.
Shard's Lee Sin is actually really good, though.
Yeah.
And he definitely favors picking that a lot. As you can see, he's played Vi by Shyvana. Shyvana's banned. Vi's taken. What's he going to do?
Lee Sin. Well, and his Gragas and his Kha'Zix both banned. Those are his top two played in solo queue as well. And so he's kind of going down like the chain of things he likes to play. But
somebody's getting targeted pretty hard here.
Yeah.
And his name is Broken Shard. Lee Sin!
And the Ziggs.
And the Ziggs for Prawley.
Yeah, there we go. Lock in.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. You might like this one.
Oh.
You know how Prawley picks Ziggs?
Yeah.
He types GG in and picks the only champion available.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, please, Curse Academy, please do this. I mean, the thing is, these I don't think we actually see all these champions together. The Scion mid I could see regardless for Jaximus.
Yeah.
And I think he knew he'd be playing it coming into this one.
I feel like Scion mid, wouldn't that be like a disaster against Ziggs? Ziggs could just blow through his shield like as the stun is traveling towards him with a Q and one shield?
Maybe. That's definitely a possibility. The reason I like the hover over Tryndamere, though it's not likely, is because Curse Academy used to run a comp where they ran no AD carry, and Fabi would play Tryndamere, and they'd have two fighters running around.
They would do that. Unfortunately, they already have
not
an
the
AD
case.
carry.
Yeah.
Those bastards.
Scumbag Fabi not playing Tryndamere.
It'd be like a Nidalee, like a Fiddlesticks as well, and they'd run those two mid lane, and then they just run two side laners. Just destroy people.
Well, so it's Zed after all.
Yep.
So Zed versus Ziggs here in the mid lane. Keeping the letters similar at the very least. Annie Support is going to come through here for Sheep. And Curse Academy putting together, honestly, a fairly comfortable lineup for these guys.
Yeah, Curse Academy looking pretty strong. Very AD focused thus far.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're going to get anything interesting with their top laner. Mundo's left unbanned, same with Renekton, so plenty of options to get a little bit of magic damage in when they decide to pick Rux's top laner. Ooh, interestingly enough, even though they played Zed mid a fair bit, Rux also used to play a lot of Zed top lane.
Oh, nice.
So there's an outside chance that we could see a hyper-aggressive composition from them.
We'll see if it comes back around. Pulling kind of an old Nick Wu.
Yeah.
Gonna go back to Spring. Spring, right?
Only play ninjas.
Yep, only play ninjas. Worked pretty well for him,
Shen,
unfortunately.
And then he didn't even play Akali, so he was like, only play some of the ninjas.
Oh,
Only
well.
play
Only the
ones
male
that are
ninjas.
related by some type of family murder.
Okay. I was gonna go by gender, just because he ditched Akali.
And Kennen? He didn't?
I want to say he played Kennen. I feel like everyone played Kennen in the beginning of Season 3.
We never talked about that. They were always just like, Nick Wu and his ninjas. And
His
like,
two.
Zed and Shen.
You look for things. Okay, well, there we go. Renekton for the top lane here for West Rice. So pretty full team comp here for the tournament. I gotta say, late game looks sketchy for these guys, but a lot of early power.
For Determined.
I feel like.
Yeah, I think so too, actually. But they have a lot of lane presence.
Yes.
A lot of lane presence. And if we look at the way, I'm actually just going to make a really terrible comparison here. Complexity played when they had Prawley. They were very good at capitalizing off of early advantages. And whenever Prawley joins a team, he brings a lot of his own personality to that team. So I'd like to think that Determined is going to be playing a very fast, aggressive style.
Well, it's going to be fun to see if they can do that. Of course, these are very high-skilled players. 3 of them already made challengers so far this season. 2 seconds to go. I mean, Season 3, right? Rumble was plenty popular, so was Renekton. Why the heck not go back to the old style right here? In fact, yeah, aside from the fact that Annie showed back up, these guys are running, I feel like, champions that you would see these guys all playing 6 months ago.
Yeah, throwback time.
Yeah.
I like the Rumble in the top lane for Rux, although Rumble never done that well against Renekton. Renekton definitely bullies him a bit. He can probably survive. There's a chance we might get some lane swapping and watch Determined really try and pick on Rux's Rumble and try and take him out of the game. If not, though, Curse Academy is going to rely very heavily on Sheep's Annie to lock people down in team fights. Running Zed Rumble brings very low amounts of crowd control into your solo lanes and puts a lot of reliance on the jungle and the support to make plays for them.
Well, thankfully they did bring crowd control, support in jungle. And kind of a random thought, you were talking about lane swap, something dawned on me earlier today. So Renekton is like and we keep bringing this up, Renekton's the big lane bully. You bring him, he wins most 1v1s. And usually falls off late. I feel like, this is a random guess, when you fight a Renekton, you look to lane swap because then you kind of nullify that advantage. Or is he just such a good 1v2 that it's actually fine, he goes well no matter what?
I think there's an element to neutralizing him into a 1v2 because his 1v2 is average to good. I think if you're going to get crushed by him, you could try to do it.
Okay.
But I don't think that's a big enough distinction just because we see so much... I'm trying to figure this out. The people who would lose to Renekton are generally also going to be bad in 1v2s.
Okay. So, dodging that entirely. Here we go, on to the Rift. Determined in blue, Curse Academy in red. Let's see where everybody goes.
Top lane, so far.
Yeah.
For Determined Gaming. They might try some sneaky moves here, even though we don't see it often, Freak. Thresh and Annie are very potent in invading. Right now, Curse Academy's trying to set up. They're going to be going for Rux here. What they want to do is they want to get in the lane, they want to come up to that wall that just got blacked out, and hook him over the wall, and have everyone else fly in.
What? Bubba Dub probably going to spot him right here. Goes to the hook and lands it. Here comes the Team West Rice. Will he go for the stun with Renekton? So far not. Still the chase forward. He really could have flashed W'd. I feel like they could have gotten the kill if he did. Maybe. But they forced Rux away with a flash.
Well, it's interesting because Rux kind of flashed right after the mini stun from the hook. I think it was worth the flash. I think a flash W wouldn't have gotten him in range.
Okay.
I'm surprised they didn't try
to.
I'm surprised they didn't try to throw the hook over the wall.
Yeah.
I think they kind of ran into Rux while they were trying to invade red buff and just kind of made the best of that situation.
And actually, I'm kind of thinking in retrospect anyway, with First Blood only being worth, what, like 280 gold roughly?
It's 60% of the normal value.
Yeah, so it's 180 for the basic kill, and the First Blood is still worth 100. So it's 280. I'm pretty sure I've seen 280 pop up for the First Bloods.
For the killer, it is 240.
Really? Okay, so that does get rolled in. The First Blood gets also rolled in. Okay, so it's 360 total gold for the first kill. Which I guess, to be fair, is probably not worth 3 flashes.
Interesting.
So that might have just been restraint by Determined saying, you know what? It's really worth having our summoners up in the lane.
Yeah, I think so too. Especially against that jungle Vi from Curse Academy.
And not to mention an Annie down there, like, he's going to make you regret life pretty quickly. So probably Jaximus here in the mid lane, probably aggressively going for the harass. So he goes with this one.
I know something we actually haven't discussed. I wonder how much the reduced benefit of like an invade going well is dissuading teams from being aggressive. You know, because it's almost like back in Season 3, people were talking about how if an invade went wrong or if you get a double kill, it's like, well, the game's basically over from there. So like the gold is reduced. And maybe it's just like teams didn't like doing it in the first place, but it was so rewarding if it worked that sometimes they do it. This is just a random theory I've got right now. That now that it's such a reduced benefit, they're just like, well, it's hard. I still think teams should be doing it, but I just wonder if that's allowing them to do this thing, because even if the other team tries to arrest them, it's like they're not really gaining much out of it. So much time and investment can go into these early game invades. You think about a lot of times if you want to invade like 5 people, you would lose out on a lot of lane experience, and that could potentially actually hurt your laning phase later. Additionally, if you actually get a kill, only the person who got the kill can make a purchase, and usually not even an item. Since, like we said, it's a 240 gold kill.
Not even boots.
There's a gank.
All right, Fabi's going to get hit up right there. A little bit of damage coming across. Sheep dropping down to half HP. Flash in for Brokenshard. They're going for this kill. One more attack to go. Robin Exley gets the kill. First Blood going up there. happy stuff for Determined.
Yeah, and now that it's about 3 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, that's almost a full value kill. So that one is actually fairly impactful for them. Having it go to Robert X. Lee is fantastic. Also, the positioning of the lane could not be better because not only do they get the kill gold and all these minions, they are denying Fabi from subsequent waves as well.
And look at what Curse Academy is going to get from the recalls there. A ward for Annie, an extra Doran's Blade. Okay, not too bad here for Fabi on Caitlyn, but you know when Robert X. Lee chooses to go back, he's going to have a whole bunch of items ready to go. And he's not going to really be on much of a downside for just staying in the lane instead of recalling early.
Yeah. Pick Ezreal. Win lane is generally how Doublelift likes to think of it. Against Caitlyn, though, it's not that clean cut in the need of the game to help because Fabi was pushing them in really heavily. It's what Fabi has tried to do all of his games on Caitlyn. Only his 3rd death in 3 games on Caitlyn, but never mind, he didn't die.
They got the
Still only died twice. Sheep died, though.
Yep.
Let's get my facts right.
Westrice used both of the dashes, has flash. Can he get over the wall? Try, doesn't get it. Westrice is going south for you, and he goes down 300 gold for the kill. It's going to go to Rux, 151 on the case. T-Tours. T-Tours.
I blame
Fresh Canadian.
If I was Westrice, I'd be blaming Vi. I'd say she knocked me away from the wall, and that's actually what happened.
Yeah.
Westrice got knocked a little bit back. He tried to walk a bit closer.
Didn't get it.
You have to literally be right next to that wall.
It's a very hard wall to get.
And if there's a champion model in the way, you cannot flash over them both. Nope. Westrice should not have tried, in my opinion, because there were people in the way. He just panicked.
Okay, well, Broken Shard's going to look for the top lane. Does not have a friend just yet. We'll see if Rux stays. I feel like he wouldn't, but we'll see. Maybe he gets greedy. Here comes Broken Shard. It's not going to be in the minion wave. He dodges most of it at least. Here comes the damage onto Rux. Rux has no flash still. 300 health left. Shield goes on. Jumps to a ward. 300 health left. Can Broken Shard do the damage?
No,
not worth it. Not enough damage. Gives it away.
Yeah, looked like he might have a chance there. Good job of getting him to go back now, because Westrice will have some time to farm.
Oh, what a flay! Catches Fabi mid 90 caliber net, forcing the flash. Sheep running backwards. That was a hell of a good flay.
Yeah, first pick Thresh there from Bubba Dub, getting a quality flay. They're really going to start putting some pressure onto that Fabi lane. You know, if you can keep a Caitlyn lane confined to their turret, you are doing an amazing job.
Oh, yeah.
Caitlyn lives to push, and if all she can do is last hit a turret and fear for her life, then not really doing much.
Yeah, not being a very effective officer here. And I gotta say, you know, we're talking about how well Bubba Dub's playing. He went 2-17 and 15 during this promotion tournament. So him kind of being instrumental in a kill and a lane domination now really improved here stepping up in this match.
Yeah, tough time for Bubba Dub. Tough time for the entire Determined Gaming team, you know?
Yeah.
Being the #1 seed challenger team coming in, they kind of had the expectation of making it into the LCS.
They were super confident.
And then especially when they would get 3-0'd in the promotion tournament, a lot of teams wouldn't be able to stick together through that. But, you know, only Arthalon decided to step away from the team. They picked up Prawley, haven't missed a beat, and they're just right back at it, you know? There's definitely some team synergy going on here if they can stick together through adversity like that.
This guy's definitely looking pretty good. 400 gold lead here for the tournament so far. Their top lane looking pretty decent for Westrice. A 13 minion lead for him. Early Seekers there for Rux, and level 6 picked up on now most of the champions on the map.
Those are pink wards. They both want them. Who's going to get them?
Level 5 though for T2, but it's not going to be. Broken Shard's going to get control of that one.
Credit goes to Bubba Dub
for
that, actually. He had rotated down from the lane, and it meant T2ers did not want to fight Broken Shard.
We got to fight again though in the bottom lane. 5-5 versus 5-4. Small lead here for Determined. Close one there. Sheep dodges that one.
He was also taking turret shots. That would not have been a good hook to land.
You wouldn't want to follow that one up.
No.
Unlikely. There's not even a flash available, so. All right. These guys safe so far. Only 8 minions separating the AD carries. The buffs respawning now 7.5 minutes in. T2 is French for Little Bear, I believe, if Twitter's to believe.
Do you want to call him Little Bear instead? T2 is kind of hard to say.
Sure. Yeah,
it's going to get way too confusing.
Yeah, I got corrected on.
I know we're supposed to just like agree on everything, but that
well, no, I agree with you on this one. I got corrected actually yesterday for calling Cloud9 Eclipse's AD carry. If I get it right,
you guys were calling him
Hjarnan.
Fabevin.
No, that's mid laner. Oh. Hjarnan is how we call the AD carry, but it was, I think it's Hjarnan.
Wow.
Is a little bit so no H at all, completely silent H.
By the way,
Jay, we got correctly.
If any player in the Coke Challenger Series wants us to pronounce a name, be feel completely free to tell us how to pronounce the name. We have no qualms about it.
Yeah.
But a lot of these players actually don't care. You'll be like, tell me how. Oh, they're going to get it.
Ooh, close.
Almost got a kill.
Yeah, seriously.
With the ward on top of that.
Super worth it.
Yeah, because Cloud9 Clips also has another guy. You were calling him for Bevan. I always called him Febevan.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Huh. I can see that. Didn't even think about it.
That's why I thought that's what you were talking about.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
I
know.
butchered something even worse.
Cloud9 Eclipse. Eclipse is easy enough to say.
All their names are in their like home languages.
Yeah.
Their top laner's in Romanian. So I first said Odoamna, and then someone was like, no, it's Odoamna. I was like, okay. And then I did that, and someone was like, no, it's Odomna. Like, freaking A. So I don't even know anymore.
This is tough.
Thankfully, these are all like American players aside from Broken Shard. North America at the very least. So a lot easier to pronounce them all. Crawley,
Who knew that League of Legends casting would require us to be so cultured?
It's like it's an international game or something.
Something like that.
Weird, right?
Anyway, this game's actually going fairly close for Determined Gaming. They're winning the lane war fairly well right now.
Oh, yeah.
Most credit going to Robert X. Lee and Bubba in this bottom lane because they're keeping Fabi completely back. You know, the Caitlyn Annie lane wants to get aggressive, but they just have not been able to. Additionally, Broken Charge Lee's done a lot. Let's see how they get out of this one.
Shift, the jump in on a Bubba ult coming back across, and there comes Broken Shard. Who's going to take the damage? The flash and the kick on the sheep. Beautiful job right there. Kill picked up. The lander coming out. Great turnaround.
Really timely counter gank there by Broken Shard. He almost didn't make it in time. Chituris was trying to make that work with the Vi gank. She gets to pick a lane usually, and that's most likely a guaranteed gank. That's why Broken Shard was in the area, and they were very, very fortunate to turn that one around.
I got to hand it to Robert X. Lee for starting the arcane shift before Tibbers landed to get him out from all that purge, because that would have been a likely death for him, but managed to dodge most of the combo. Good stuff here. 1,000 gold, Determined, making things happen. Lane's still going well, and they haven't even tried to look for a dragon yet.
Yeah, and you know another interesting thing is Bubba was bringing Exhaust. It used to be a very common sight on supports, but especially with the Annie Revolution that we've seen recently, almost every support's bringing Ignite. I'll see a Sona, Leona, Annie, everyone's going Ignite. Even Thresh usually bring Ignite to try and go extra aggressive with their team. Bubba and Robert X. Lee deciding to go another direction here, giving them a little bit more defensive edge. I think that's going to come in handy when Jaximus gets involved in team fights, or if Vi tries to go with a more glass cannon style build.
We'll see what they go with this one. Looks like the makings of... This is weird because I feel like it's the makings of Phage, but also of Ancient Golem, but also of Elder Lizard here. And I have no idea what Vi's actually going for.
I'm going to say...
Okay, now it's Ancient Golem. Now it's easy.
Ancient Golem.
Thanks. Robert X. Lee going to jump in onto Sheep. Oh, good dodges here, but the Inferno Bomb's going to come back out. Kill picked up by Robert X. Lee. 3-0, all the gold in the AD carry.
Yeah, this is working out fantastically for Determined. Bubba is setting up most of these kills, and Robert is just there to get the cleanup. Fabi, though, would have been able to burn Barrier if he landed the Piltover Peacemaker.
Yeah, but instead, it's a Dragon.
Dragon time. Pink Ward secures the vision. Team comes down. And they're able to extend this lead now 12 minutes in.
Good play. 2,000 gold now. Determined up by all the metrics pretty much that we can think of right here. Except for number of ninjas. Curse Academy has that one, but that might not matter too much.
Also, vertically on the map, they are down because they are the blue side.
Ah, true.
Yeah.
Also, they have a couple of Yordles, so they're pretty short.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, equal Yordles. One on each side. Never mind. Equal footing on this one. Fabi back to base. Has a BF sword, though, so for his ref of the lane is Ben, is doing an okay job of minions, and is at least keeping the build going forward, though we gotta say Trinity Force done in about 700 gold for Robert X. Lee. Also pretty nice.
Yeah, Robert, if he gets that Trinity Force, he's going to look to aggress fairly well. Look out, though, Westrise.
No ult just yet from Rux. Westrise still running away. 800 health on him. He's going to make it out. I feel like if Equalizer were up, that they could have gone for that one.
Going for the Tiamat build as well. Also, double Thorns Blade, so that's all offense so far in Westrise. Really trying to make his presence felt against Rux, despite Rux being able to pick up First Blood on him. I think once Westrise can get a Ravenous Hydra, Rux is actually going to be in a bit of danger of dying straight up to him. I think with the Renection Ultimate running, he'll have enough inherent tankiness, and with the Hydra, enough damage to take down Rux before he can get rid of him. But we'll have to wait until that happens and see if any counter ganks come.
Yeah, because it'll be interesting to watch, just because Rux has itemized about the default defensive build there, with Haunting Guys 200 health, good dodge there by Fabby.
Yeah.
Seeker's Arm Guard. Seeker's Arm Guard, yeah.
The item for Rumble when he plays against top lane bruisers. Oh, here comes another gank. No counter gank in place this time.
Jump in onto Bubba. A lot of damage coming across. That will be the kill picked up by Titus. And looks like Robert X. Lee going to be safe to back off of this one, but a good kill picked up by Curse Academy.
Curse Academy really wants Fabby to get back in this game. Gank top.
Yeah, there we go. Rux going to get knocked around, jumped into the wall as well. Does not have flash anymore. Pops the ulti. Westrays have to flash from that one. Will survive. Yeah. Hard-earned kill.
Couple extra turret shots they ended up taking there, but that's kind of the expected result when Lee Sin and Renekton just run at Rumble. Once Rumble gets close to, his really only option is to throw down the equalizer and fight. Couldn't fight quite well enough there.
No. Fought with all the power of a Yordle, but just didn't quite muster enough. The robot must have failed him. Because, you know, Rumble himself tried as hard as he could. Robert X. Lee now in a bit of a 1v1. Both supports coming back to the lane after buying. Gotta say, small item lead here for Bubba Dub. Already has the Ancient Coin as both these guys match sight stones.
Damn. Fabby.
Yeah, I mean, really
pulling off the
aggressive
moves right there. Didn't take a single turret shot. Almost had no ability for Robert X. Lee to counterattack there. He gets out scot-free, so that was nice moves right there by Fabby.
Yeah, good play overall by the players. Certainly very skilled individuals. Only 4-2 in kills. It is a very close game, but we're starting to see turrets fall a little bit. Determined converted that top lane dive into a turret kill itself. It's going to unlock Westrays a bit more to roam around.
Yeah, also, Prawley has gone for a very offensive build. Hasn't paid for it yet. Jaximus obviously even in farm, but no armor on Prawley. A lot of times you'd see a Ziggs go for a tier and then a Seeker's Arm Guard, but Prawley just went Doubledorn's tier to a Seraph or Archangel Seraph.
Yeah, he's trying.
He's going to make it to Seraphs eventually. But really, that means Prawley is all-out offense, all-out farm and push, and he has avoided being aggressed on by Jaximus.
It's pretty impressive. And also no CDR either. Like, normally we see this build and it's like, oh yeah, but they'll go Morel and Namakan. That's not even the case yet for Prawley.
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay, well.
Speaking of.
Good damage there from Jaximus, but
he's waiting for his cooldowns. Yep, there he goes.
Gets them back. Good jump off to the side. Flashes the Qs. Prawley's going to get out of this one. But burns his flash. Oh, might not. One more tick. He's safe.
Oh, wow.
That was close.
Yeah. If Prawley wouldn't have flashed all of those slick moves by Jaximus, he would have been done. Most Ziggs actually take barrier against Zed as well, so it just kind of adds to the riskiness of what Prawley had accomplished there. And now they're trying to get some revenge.
Good damage on a Jaximus, down to half HP right there. Q lands for Broken Shard. Will he kick?
Attack kick R. Yep.
Kick R. Oh, he gets it despite the flash. Kill picked up for revenge. Nice play, Determined.
Yeah, I meant to say he wanted to kick him and then use the Q.
Yeah.
That's the common Lee Sin execute move is you land one part of your Q, then you kick them, and then you get more execute damage out of your resonating strike once they're already in the air. But he needed to get a few auto attacks in there because he was trying to calculate his damage so he'd be able to finish him off. And he does it just right. That was a nice kill by Broken Shard.
That was incredibly close. That last auto that was flashed was the required little bit extra. So good stuff here, Broken Shard on a pretty comfortable champion in Lee Sin. I gotta say, in terms of getting a good jungler in there, I think they played champ select well on that one. Broken Shard's been part of every single kill for Determined.
Lots of early game impact for him, and they're looking for even more.
He's going to find one here. What is going to go for Sheep? No ulti available. No, the flame back from Bubba Up will slow down Fabby. Sheep's going to go down first. Kimber's going to drop down alongside that one. Fabby's still on the chase. Q's going to land. Robert X. Lee on a rampage double kill in this lane.
And all of the kills are going to Robert X. Lee. He is going to be so threatening when this comes into the mid and late game team fights. Especially, let's take another look at this one. Broken Shard did a really good job of keeping the slows onto people. Bubba Dub got them with just the edge of that play and just the edge of the box. But then you can see Broken Shard thinking ahead of the fight. He wasn't worried about kill securing. He was just making sure that nobody got away.
Very well played right here. 7-2 now. Determined really turning this game on right here. They did get that second, that outer turret there in the bottom lane down for their troubles before. So these tower dives are starting to get turned into turret destructions.
Ooh,
so they can keep moving forward.
Prawley's going to probably go Death Cap next as well. Going to see a Blade of the Ruin King finished by Robert X. Lee soon. A lot of extremely offensive items coming out from Determined. But for now, it's all about this dragon. And since they've killed the top turret, Rux went up to clear that. If they go quickly, they're going to be able to get it mostly uncontested. But if they wait too long, they would run the risk of giving up some of this lead.
Yeah.
They have about a 6,000 gold lead here. The only way they give this up is if they all sit on top of an equalizer for a long time. This is like the one way that I think Curse Academy could come back, and they're not even going to go for it.
They're not close enough at all. Ult's going to come across, bump it up. Not shielding in time, but doesn't matter. 190 gold, 194 specifically per person for that Dragon pickup. So slightly worth more than the Season 3 Dragon. We've now crested that point at about 18 minutes in.
Yep.
I know it's based on champion level, but for what it's worth, about 18 minutes is when Dragon starts to be worth what it used to be in Season 3.
Did you know?
Did you know?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Freak knows.
Apparently I do. I found out just now. I didn't know that before, but I figured this one out. Here we go, guys. Sheep, only level 8. Poor guy. Kind of low down in this lane. 0-4 and 1, really not a great performance. It seems like the steal away from Thresh might have been helpful as well, putting Sheep on something slightly less comfortable.
Yeah, Bubba pick was pretty good. It's interesting, though, because Sheep, Annie has played it in the past couple games. Thresh is probably usually banned against him, though.
Yeah.
Right now, let's see if they can take down Westeros. He is an offensive Renekton.
He used both jumps. There's the flash over the wall. Ooh, Equalizer comes across, not doing enough. I feel like that was late, but he wasn't in range yet.
Yeah, Ruck's doing his best to try and get something back. You can see Curse Academy's really struggling to try and get back in this one, trying to get any kill they could possibly get their hands on. This type of gold lead this early is dangerous. Broken Shard.
Wow, really looking for damage across there. Sheep down to 200 HP, but not getting chased out. Ulti comes in, flash is not enough. The edge of it picked up there by Prawley, 1-0 and 1.
Yeah, probably farming up a Storm and just enough support, but it's really Broken Shard who's going around and making these plays. The push continues by Determined up the mid lane.
All three outer turrets now dead. Determined looking for tier 2 mid, and no one is really there to defend it. It's a 5 versus 2 right here. And they're just not doing much for this one. Make that a 4 versus 2. I take that back. We're not going to the top lane. But this turret, 3 hits from dead right there. 1, 2, and 3. Robert actually picks that turret up, and they just poking people down.
I gotta tell you, Freak, Determined Game is looking very solid right now. Curse Academy is no slouch as far as teams to play against, and this is turning into a bit of a stomp right now. It's almost 10,000 gold, 20 minutes into the game. Only a couple deaths right here. There was the one mistake by Westeros early, where he missed the flash on the wall. But everything else has been well calculated for Determined Gaming.
And you said they had a very sort of early game focused team. Renekton lane, right? Like Thresh making plays, Lee Sin out there as well. And late game would be scary, but they've got that gold lead now. They've got the item lead, the level lead. The Dragons are theirs as well. Determined capitalized off their early game quite nicely here. Good plays all around by their individuals. So, Curse Academy, yeah, they got to get something on. We haven't seen Jaximus do anything by himself with Zed. No Rux, no Leandris or anything. I haven't seen him buy a new item in a while even.
Yeah, they're a little bit gold starved. Once they lose control of their outer turrets, they lose control of their jungle, they lose control of the dragon. They can't safely farm in too many lanes. You can see Jaximus is feeling great about this lane because he's not going to get free farm for much longer. He's going to have to go respond to some push elsewhere on the map. It's tricky stuff right now. 5-0 on Robert X. Lee. He's going to have a lot of gold sitting right there. He has got to be way up on the rest of the game. I'd say 1,000 or 2,000 gold right now.
Yeah.
Ahead of everyone else in the game. So Robert X. Lee really looking to put some pressure on.
Yeah, scary guy. Double buff Ezreal. Pretty much I think my favorite AD carry for double buffs as well.
Oh yeah.
You can throw infinite Qs and they all slow.
Yep.
It's just so glorious. It's like blue Ezreal, but just with buffs.
But with more damage.
With more damage. Trinity Force and Ruin King.
And more speed because you get move speed from Trinity Force.
It's awesome. And when you land a Q, you get even more. I like that when you kill something, you get movement speed regardless of how you killed it. So like if you ult across the map and like last hit a Wraith or something,
you're like a little bit
boost
faster.
of speed. Yeah. And so you can get some of that during the fights.
Tell me something more about Trinity Force. I feel like you like talking about it, so.
Better than you expect on Lucian's ultimate because it has an AP and an attack speed ratio. So even though Trinity Force only has 30... most of the numbers on Trinity Force start with 3.
Ooh, interesting, yeah.
30 damage, 30 AP, 30 attack speed.
How much does it cost? 3,000.
3,803.
Yeah. Wow, that was exact.
Yeah.
Good work.
Which is 500 plus 300.
The upgrade cost is also 3 gold, right?
Upgrade cost 3 gold. 3 major components.
Yes.
And
there's so much synergy within the Trinity Force itself.
Yeah. And you know there's 3 blades on it, and then the hammer is kind of behind from the phage. It's like a pinwheel. This has been discussed before. Trinity Force is actually a pinwheel, and it's held up by the phage in the back.
Nicely told. Yeah. I didn't know many of those things, actually.
Yeah, there you
I
go.
do.
I have a row in my custom recommended items. It's just 6 Trinity Forces.
I've seen that before, actually. It's cute.
I usually buy like the 3rd one. I don't usually buy more than one in a game. Sometimes I do.
I should hope not.
If we're about to win, I'll recall and tell my team to close the game, but after 10 seconds, and then sell and right-click them all in sequence.
Oh, dear.
I almost never get more than 3.
I feel like Curse Academy could use a couple Trinity Forces right now. They're just too far behind on gold. Oh, man. They can't defend this turret realistically. There's too much siege coming out from Determined Gaming. Everyone on Curse Academy is they're just behind in items right now. Jaximus, he would love to have a Last Whisper right now, but even if he goes for Prawley at this point, Prawley's been able to pick up his Zanyas. I don't think he can finish off anyone else. He'd have to contend with the exhaustive Bubba Dub, even if he found his way onto a squishy target like Ezreal.
Lower against damage, not making his life happy. The jump in, Brokenshard's going to find a slow, I think just barely onto Rux. They're not going to find much for it. The team just sweeping away minions. Robert X. Lee is solo split pushing. I feel like of all people to fight Jaximus, I wouldn't choose the AD carry. Unless they really think he can outplay him.
Yeah.
Maybe he can, to be fair.
I think you could take him out. Robert X. Lee's got to be sitting on a ton of gold.
He hasn't bought in forever.
Yeah.
3,000.
So, he's actually not much stronger than Zed at the moment until he shops.
Yeah.
He's being a little greed boy right now. He's got to go buy some items. He could
get
buy Last
Rotating
Whisper
and QSS.
straight up. I think Last Whisper.
Yeah.
He'll want it just so he can finish off Vi and Rumble if he gets doped up. Like dived on.
Yeah.
But for now, I guess they're just clearing out all the objectives. Keeping himself on the map. He's going to shop after this.
Most likely.
Or
Jump
is
over
he
the
gonna-
wall. There's the recall. All right, Robert X. Lee going to shop with the 3,500 gold.
But I'm going to say Ruin King, and then he's going to work on his Last Whisper.
Okay. I think maybe QSS just because he can finish the item, and I think he can't finish Last Whisper yet.
Darn.
Okay.
Yes.
Pickaxe.
Yes.
Okay. That's where it is.
All right. I've seen
He
a
trusts
few
his team.
Ezreals in my day.
Yeah. It just feels like this is one of the games where you're so far ahead, you can skip a damage item and still be ahead.
True.
And so you, like, ensure the game by not getting one-shot by Zed.
Yeah, as nice as QSS is against Zed, I actually feel like GA is just easier and better in a lot of situations. Especially since he's against Rumble as well, you know?
Well, equal stats against Rumble, aside from the revive. They're both 45. Actually, USS is 5 more MR than GA.
Yeah.
So better against Rumble.
True.
I guess. We'll
GA
see.
is better against Vi and Caitlyn.
True.
Because of the armor.
Yeah, I don't think you can QSS the channel on Caitlyn Ultimate.
No, you cannot.
Okay.
It's much like a Nautilus ult. You cannot QSS that either.
Okay. It's just lets you know it's going for you.
Yeah.
But it's not really tracking a
It's a
diva.
forewarning.
Yeah. FYI, you're going to die. There's giant sirens coming. And Vi will dive you soon. Oh, Broken Shard. Nope. Good smite there by Little Bear, the jungler of Curse Academy. Ironically, they do have Reverse Annie on their team. So they have 2 Little Bears.
All right. Cute. I'm thinking Curse Academy is trapped. Determined is waiting to find a moment where they can take over here. I think Baron should be where Determined Gaming tries to make their next play. But Curse Academy recognizes there's some split pushing going on. They're going to try and take this turret. It's full health. They barely reach there.
Oh, man, the Ziggs ulti just going to remove the minions, and with no real tank trying to take it.
Oh, dear.
Curse Academy not going to save
Can
this one.
Westrise make it to start this fight? He's trying to flank around the side.
He's going to look for this one. Half HP on pretty much everyone from Curse Academy.
Might
Caitlyn Trap says no. Got some
Come on,
minions.
man. Come on, Westrise. That was your
Unfortunate.
fight.
Yeah.
Okay, well, at least Curse Academy didn't get anything out of that.
Not too much.
Yeah.
They got some damage out of it.
So they got like 2 turret hits.
Yeah. Going down.
Yeah.
Lower than it was before.
Slowly but surely.
And this game goes for another
Slow
hour.
and steady
That
usually
shouldn't
only
matter.
wins the race in Fairy Tales.
Yeah, I prefer fast and steady.
Yeah.
That's just superior in every way. Well, I guess the only way that matters is speed, but otherwise it's equal on steadiness.
This is true. Maybe a little bit less maneuverable.
Potentially. We haven't graphed that one yet. We don't know the numbers of maneuverability in this race. Curse Academy. Still trying to keep themselves alive. I mean, I guess for them, they're kind of okay just saying every 6 minutes you take a dragon. Other than that, we're just farming. Like, I feel like that's...
they're okay with that. I think the
best in the
Baron is something
situation.
they're going to want to take next. I mean, if we were to take this game to like 50 minutes, then Curse Academy would start being a little scary.
Yeah.
It might even, like, it would have to be 50 minutes with Curse Academy getting some kills back. Because at the rate they're farming, they wouldn't even hit items 50 minutes.
Yeah, true. Almost every lane getting out CS'd by their opponent there. Support's winning by 3, though, so good job to Sheep right here. You're going to see, I mean, they're still, like, posturing around the mid lane. Like, they want this area, but probably has the ulti back. Westerice forcing the issue here in this right side lane, but he's like very overextended. Just no one's going for him.
All right, Determined. They have wards in the jungle so they can see the approach.
Yeah.
And probably Ziggs was going to try and cut them off if they came that way. So this is just a rotational turret they've been able to get, but no fight has been forced from this. I think they're still okay with that. It's just more medium speed steadiness from Determined.
Yeah. Medium speed steadiness. Also 4 sweepers on these guys, so they're certainly trying to get like the ward control here. Pink wards starting to get put down in the jungle. So they'll see the approach towards Baron as well. Determined certainly around this area. They know Curse Academy will check them.
They also have a Talisman, so they can theoretically catch up to Curse Academy a little bit faster. Not even a gold generation item anywhere to be found on Sheep.
Yep. Just playing the I'm getting wards and slowly, not Mercurial, Mikhail's Crucible. Slowly but surely getting there. Boots mobility, not distortion boots though.
Right on the Baron. That's a little bit bold. I'm expecting him to peel for a fight.
There's the ult in from Rux and land on a couple of these ones. A lot of damage on. Oh man, the Baron gets picked up by Renekton. There we go. Fight starts. Double kills so far for Determined. The jump in on Robert X Lee trying to get away. Will he survive the death mark? He will do so. It's going to be a 3-for-1 battle. Sheep gonna go down. One left is going to be Fabby. The jump in. Broken Shard lands the Q. Hits a trap.
He's not close enough to activate it.
Oh, well, Fabby gets out.
Oh, man. That would have been the ace.
Yep.
But still, that was a really overly aggressive call by Determined Gaming. That came down to a smite race between Broken Shard and Vi, and it was not even a jungler who secured that Baron.
They both smited early.
Yeah.
They both smited and Renekton got it.
You know what? Smiting early is at least you got your smite off.
Yeah.
The worst feeling is when Baron gets stolen when you haven't used your smite, but still. Holy crap, man, that was a little bit over aggro. Determined Gaming, of course, and even more control of the game now because they won the fight, got the Baron. That's it.
There we go. 30-minute, 20-second surrender. Determined 12-3 in kills, not even giving up a turret. And 6-0-3 on Robert X Lee on Ezreal.
Yeah.
He got real snowballed early game.
Yeah. He gets the score. I think Bubba Dub and Broken Shard get the credit.
Yeah.
Robert X Lee didn't do anything too spectacularly on Ezreal there.
No.
I mean,
he mechanically played fine.
Well.
Yeah.
But the rest of the team really brought him in on that one. That was a very decisive win by Determined, I'd have to say. Curse Academy needs to almost completely rethink whatever it is they're doing.
Yeah, they got really behind every single lane. The ganks came in really well from Broken Shard
Didn't seem
overall.
like their picks were that bad.
No, their comp looked okay.
Yeah, I think next game they go more early game because you got to start from square one. Just get things under control and then worry about later.
Yeah, and they just kind of got out-rotated, which is a big one. And then, of course, snowball the mid-game lead. The question I have, though, towards Determined is I'm always worried when a team does this well in the first 15 minutes, and then you're like, they're going medium and steady. And that always feels weird.
Yeah.
I feel like in most cases, to me, that feels like they're not sure how to close games out, and they had to, rush the Baron and, miss the smite war and then have, a really close fight.
Weird.
That's always scary for me when I see those.
I agree. That was not a very controlled finish.
No. It
Definitely
worked.
a little bit scattered. Yeah. Need a little bit more strategy from them there. They had a very, everything up until that Baron I think was going fine. They just, once they had that positioning, actually killing the Baron was
very scary. Yep. Chance for a comeback. We've seen teams throw away Baron just to get the kills and push the base, and sometimes that works. They did make the fight. They did win it. Worked out overall for Determined.
Yes, sir.
So we're going to have another game, guys. It's time for a quick break, but when you return, it is going to be Game 2 between Curse Academy and Determined Gaming. 2014 North American Challenger Series. We'll be right back, so stick around. Welcome back to the 2014 North American Challenger Series. It's time for the second game of this best-of-3 quarterfinal fight between Curse Academy and Determined Gaming.
Yeah.
Now, with one more win, Determined will advance to next week's semifinals.
Yeah, and that was a pretty dominating win by Determined, if we're completely honest about this
Yeah.
one. They didn't allow Curse Academy to take a single turret. Robert Exley had to score on Ezreal 603, but I think that was mostly because of Broken Shard and Bubba Dub helping him out. But also West Rice, despite the shaky start, 3-1-1 in Renekton, and 110 more CS than his opponent.
Yeah, and we were kind of talking about Rux. Rux, right, unkilled until this game, right? 110 minion kill deficit there to his opponent. And you talked about in the post game of game one, like, yeah, I think Curse Academy should get some better early game here because they just lost in laning phase, basically. And I agree, like, why not get Rux back with something like Olaf so they can fight early on and stand toe-to-toe because that Rumble game was rough.
He's got to play a better laner.
Yeah.
You mentioned that. Rumble, well, he can provide amazing team fight. And they wanted to balance out their magic damage because they were running Zed mid lane. Didn't survive the laning phase. You look down the line, Fabi and that Caitlyn Annie lane, they just need to do better.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't about them not picking for the lane. You picked Caitlyn Annie. You were
pretty good lane.
Generally picking for the lane, but they were just trapped under their turret the whole time. That can't happen for them.
Yeah, T-Tors ended up not doing much, or when he did do something, Broken Shard was there to turn it around. 1 or 2 kills did come through for these guys. They did kill Bubba Dub at least once there with a hardcore engage, Tibbers into Vi ultimate, and they forced things down. But yeah, that lane lost from jungle pressure mostly. The mid lane completely stalled out. The top lane, I think, was won kind of on its own by West Rice, but also got some extra kill pressure there. Even when T-Tors did show up top lane, you still had West Rice ahead in that lane. And then, of course, when Broken Shard showed up there for the top lane for Determined, crushed the turret and got even more out of it. So it was kind of everything just kept snowballing and snowballing and snowballing, and there was no room for the team fights for Curse Academy. So, all right, laning phase needs to change. We also have a side change here.
Okay.
And so, to me, I want to think about the high
Curse Academy
priority
blue
things.
side, that means they get first pick.
Right.
Yeah, they could get the Thresh if they really wanted to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the Caston ban probably switches sides as well.
Yeah, so
We tend to
therefore,
see.
Determined has one less ban against them.
Yep.
That should probably help them as well.
So it's like you either do like Zed, Cassid, and Thresh, or not Zed. What was I thinking? Elise, Cassid, and Thresh would be like my guesses. Or they give away a high priority jungler. T-Tors has played Elise, went 7-3-9 in their game against Complexity Academy, which is an incredibly close game.
Yeah.
That Curse played in the very, very first round. So I feel like you probably don't give that one away. You probably don't give Sheep his most comfortable support because that bottom lane was winning already. Don't help them out with new champion picks.
Need a second freak.
Yeah, sorry. I'll talk more about things, and Jack can drink some water. Unfortunately for us, we're human. Voices tend to give out after you talk for a whole bunch.
Well, I was having a snack in the break.
Was
Stuck
it
in my
yummy?
throat a little bit. It was delicious, actually.
Good.
Yeah. I want to talk about Curse Academy in a second, though.
Okay, we will. Of course, Curse Academy, it's fun to watch them. I like the teams that are really unorthodox. I really like Curse proper, Curse Prime this season because they run a lot of interesting things as well.
Yes.
The Heavy Assassin team, the Nunu, Jinx, Janna like pushing team that barely stalled out against CLG. Like, this organization does some cool things.
I absolutely agree. And to get back to like what could Curse Academy do better, when we're kind of going through their picks and we say, oh, they need to pick better laners.
Yeah.
But then we go down to Fabi's lane and we're just like, well, they did pick the better lane. It just didn't work out for them. If you're really trying to scramble and figure out, like, how do I get better options? How do I win this? What I want to see out of Curse Academy is I do not want to see an AD carry. They're the team that runs Nidalee mid 2 side laners. Like, that is how they can solve this laning problem they had in the first game against Determined Gaming. They lost the lanes in a conventional setup, even though they had the conventionally stronger lane matchup.
Yeah.
So if they now go unconventional to something they have practiced before and had moderate success with, I think that is their best chance of actually winning this game and turning the series around.
We'll see what they do with it. The bans are changing around a fair bit here. Determined still removing the Shyvana away from Rux. They're respecting that top laner a hell of a lot, but the Lee Sin and Ziggs both actually dropped away from Determined, freeing up what was banned before. I mean, I still want to look for the Kazakhs and the Gragas potentially there as 2 big playmakers.
And I'm just going to keep going on this fake belief that they're not going to run an AD carry.
Okay.
The Ziggs ban is also good in the sense that they would have a slight weakness of getting pushed in early, and they don't want the enemy to have much wave clear. Ziggs ban is good. A Gragas ban or a Gragas pick would actually work in this situation. You could sub out like the Nidalee mid with a Gragas mid and get a somewhat likely kind of the same result. But instead, they decide to ban Thresh away from Bubba Dub.
I'm surprised at that. So Curse Academy not wanting to first pick Thresh. Maybe I want to see if Elise comes through here, because that's to me what shows up now with no bans there. I'm thinking if there's like another really high priority champion like Elise in order to move from Broken Shard. I feel like Determined can ban Elise and they're safe here, but I'm wondering what's going through their minds right now.
Yeah.
Olaf wasn't even played last time.
Yeah. Interesting.
Huh.
The Olaf ban.
So yeah.
Of course they're going to pick Elise.
Yep. Easy
We're
Elise
right on
pick.
that one.
Likely Viper Broken Shards. It's kind of next. Actually, no. Kha'Zix and Gragas, I feel like both show up here.
I mean, there's a chance that they just want to continue to pick on Rux, and they were expecting Rux to just play that, I suppose. You know, Olaf is actually pretty good going toe-to-toe with Renekton if Westeros wants to play that again. Now, theoretically, he wouldn't have Renekton, but Rux could just pick Renekton here.
Yeah.
And then Westeros would be out of luck.
Shen?
Pretty much. That's what he had to go back
Like-
to. He could play like Kennen or Warwick or like
some of that in solo queue.
something like that.
I want to see Kennen come back. Riv would be happy.
Yeah, of course they're going to pick Renekton.
Here we go. So Leona going to grab in, not go for the Annie this time around. They banned the Thresh. So we're going to have something a little bit farther down the tier list here for Sheep.
Well, these things are going better for Curse Academy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great champion
Picks and bans
so far.
Olaf ban confusing, Thresh ban strong, Ziggs ban. You look at this, all they did is they banned out 3 champions Determined used. So immediately they're throwing them a little bit off kilter. Yeah. Their one way of changing the game is to not run the AD carry. We're going to see an AD carry. They pick Leona. They combo that with an AD carry.
Leona Jarvan. No.
And
very unlikely.
Yeah. And that means the other way they could change the game is just by making it so Determined has guaranteed at least 3/5 new picks.
Okay.
And they went for the easier version of changing the game.
Yes. So Caitlyn coming through here, switch their AD carry around, bit safer. Gragas through as well. 10 seconds. They're taking their sweet freaking time with these picks right there. They're Determined, making sure they're doing the right thing. Bubba Dub gonna go down to Lulu here. And they are gonna actually opt into Mundo versus Renekton top.
Yes, which I think is totally fine.
Okay.
It means they're going to lose out in lane pressure early, but I think Mundo is one of the better survivalists in the top lane.
Yeah.
He won't necessarily die to Rux's Renekton. Also, I feel like the gauntlet's been dropped here. Determined says Robert X. Lee and Bubba Dub will run Caitlyn Annie.
Oh, man.
And do better.
Yeah?
Is what they're saying. They don't have to play against Thresh, but still.
True.
I think it's a strong lane right there.
Leona's pretty scary anyway. We'll see what Curse Academy now goes with. Their AD carry and mid lane slots most likely, if we kind of believe what everyone else has been running normally. 20 seconds to make their choices here, and I gotta say, Determined's lineup looks strong.
Yes.
Like they've got a good set of champions here. They've got good engage. They've got split pushing. Weaker lanes, as you said, aside from the fact that they've got Annie Caitlyn. Top lane, I guess, mostly is the weaker one. And ooh, okay.
Yes.
I like both of these.
I do, but yeah, I wouldn't. I would like Yasuo because he is strong and a little damn strong right now, but he would have no knock-up synergy in that team.
True.
If they would have ran it just him alone, it would have been very difficult for him to get off his combo. So instead, Jacksmith goes with what he had medium success with last game.
Okay. Yeah, held the lane pretty much equal against Prawley. This time he's going to be fighting a Gragas instead of a Ziggs. We'll see if that changes much here. Sheep is going to switch over onto Leona now. The Lucian coming in as well. So an entirely new bottom lane here for Curse Academy because Determined just stole theirs.
Yeah, Lucian Lulu's going to try and aggress onto Bubba Dub's Annie. That's the danger in this lane, is if Leona and Lucian can get a little bit ahead, then they take Annie's aggression completely away from her. No matter how safe Robert X. Lee can stay on Caitlyn, Bubba Dub would just get obliterated on Annie.
Yeah, be pretty rough for him. So now
That
the
was
hover.
bad last game too.
Yeah.
Where would you go, friend?
Most likely Broken Shard. Now West Rice played it actually in the mid lane, interestingly, in the spring promo tournament.
Yeah. What if they did it mid and Gragas jungle?
Could do
Probably
that too.
not.
Thing is, Prawley's not been playing it that much. This is Broken Shard's most played in solo queue.
Correct. Okay.
He said this is the champion he expected. He said I expect a Ziggs ban. I expect a Kassadin ban in game 1. I expect a Kha'Zix ban. So we've seen some of that come back and forth. Of course, the Ziggs ban this time did get through last time around, but this is most likely the way this comes up here, right? Teleport move to top
I
lane.
agree. That makes the most sense. They have the obvious synergy of Gragas isolating a target for Kha'Zix. But Curse Academy, they have to worry now about what happened to Zuna earlier when he played Kha'Zix. If Tuturas is good enough to mirror Broken Shard wherever he goes. Kha'Zix will not win a duel against Elise.
Yeah.
Cannot get isolations. Elise does more damage early on in the game, and Kha'Zix is a gold-reliant jungler who relies on getting kills in order to transition into late game.
Yeah.
Game on, I guess.
Game on. See
Yeah.
if we can do it. It's going to be a fun one. Game's going to be coming up very, very soon. And yeah, I'm wondering how that matchup turns out because you've got already the top lane matchup that's going to be weak early on for Determined. The better early game jungler as well for Curse Academy. So there's two factors there. And I figure you can pick on that. Rux has been probably the most consistent player for Curse Academy so far. And I don't know if Renekton's like a carry per se, but you've got two big factors to say, look, Rux can take over top lane and do some fun things to you guys.
Yeah, Renekton is a carry until about 25 minutes.
Okay.
So once you get past that point, Renekton can become a neutralized factor. So definitely Curse Academy realized what happened to him last game. They lost control early on, and they could never get it back.
Yeah.
So immediately in the picks and bans, Leona Lucian, Renekton, Elise, all these things are saying they are not going to give up control early. If they do, that game is over. They will not be able to come back. But at least they can be in it if they have a better early game.
We'll see what they can do with this one. The game is afoot here, and here we go. Curse Academy on the blue side looking to tie up this best of 3 at 1-1. Determined already with the lead in games. They win this, they move on to the Final Four next week. We'll see what these guys can do with this one. Coming down, and another grouped up engage here for Determined on the bottom side this time.
Yeah, this time they have Bubba with the anti-stun, maybe looking to make something happen. They actually ping the same brush if you were to flip the map from the last game. This time, instead of a Thresh Hook, they have an anti-stun, but Curse Academy pulling the same set of shenanigans right now.
Actually, Bubba hasn't been casting any spells yet. He might be starting. We see a lot of anti-start Q for the lane against Leona. And
yeah,
the fact that he hasn't been spending mana.
He has full mana.
Yeah.
No stun.
He's not charging Incinerate.
Therefore, that initiate
What a
has...
terribly weak in level 1 Determined.
Well, if they ran into people, they wouldn't be able to do much.
Throw cleavers and barrels at them. They can all press Q.
They would probably body slam, I'd have to say.
Yeah.
Gragas early on in the game.
Yeah.
No longer has reduced damage when you hit multiple targets.
4 of the 5 could press Q.
Well, everyone could press Q.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that's like what they would probably put in the team fight.
I could press Q whenever I want.
It's true.
Don't even need a skill in it.
I don't even have a keyboard, but I could press Q. Pull up my phone, hit it on the touchscreen. Got skills like that. Westrice chilling. He's learned Q. He's got cleavers.
Yep, there you go. Bubba skilling up Q already.
Same for Broken Shard there on Kha'Zix. There's the cleavers from Westrice.
I'd say Q is the most taken ability at level 1. If you were to average all champions.
Yeah. I think it's by
probably
intent.
by a very wide margin.
Yeah, I would say more than 3/4. Yeah. Oh, here we go, guys. Jackdamus also with Q. There he is in the mid lane. Probably going to last hit with his... he headbutts half of those minions. I feel like. Interesting attack animation.
Gragas hits with his face. Or his belly.
Yeah. Okay, so blue buff's taken by both junglers. They're going to sweep around to the various sides of the map. Early engage here by Sheep. But goes to half HP for that one. Doran's shield opener, though. Going to give him some nice regen.
They want level 2. Both of these guys want level 2 as quickly as possible. If Bubba hit level 2, they might get a kill. If Sheep hits level 2 first, they could go and kill Bubba. It all depends on how aggressive they get, but they get a stun.
Ooh, this is not ideal for Bubba. 200 health right there. Fabi chasing on down. Burning down this poor Annie. Knows all about fire. It's hurting her a bit.
Wow, so tons of trading going on right there. And if they can withstand a little bit more, Sheep's Doran's shield will regen him much more than Annie's Doran's ring. It ends up that Leona lane gets level 2 first, and that means they can aggress.
Of course, Bubba out of potions as well, but does have Flash and Ignite. We'll see if he keeps getting pressured on right there. Still level 1. Finally, almost. Ooh.
That probably would have killed him if he would have landed that E. So it's a good thing that Sheep missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Been a bit risky, but
just a little bit.
So far, these guys are okay. I want to see where this lane keeps going because actually, with all that pushing going on, a lot of minions actually got missed by Fabi, and you have a minion kill lead for Robert X. Lee.
Wow. It's always interesting when AD carries value harassment so heavily. If they do not get a kill, it can oftentimes backfire in the smallest of ways.
19 gold worth of backfire. Not the worst in the world. One extra potion.
Depends on the minion that you miss.
True. Could be 14.
There's a cannon minutes even more. Tutors wants to make something happen here. Roberto X. Lee. He's really not in much danger right now.
I feel like he's almost in cocoon range, though.
He is.
They could chain that, but he could flash, I suppose. Jump on a Bubba Dub, and he does have flash. There comes the attack on in. Half HP right there. Jumping in from Elise. Good stun. Back on a Little Bear. And it's going to be the Elise running away, taking attacks as she goes. One more auto, 200 health. Wow, Ro8's going for this one. Gets cocoon in the face, but here comes Broken Shard. Flash EQ. Ooh, flash from T-Tours. Close.
Yeah, I guess that was a flash for Broken Shard. He couldn't expect much more out of that. It was a very slow arriving counter gank, and this theoretically means that it's much harder for Elise to defend because she wants to protect her double buffs. Now Determined can push on this, but this is a very dangerous place to be.
Wow, Curse Academy both level 2. No, that's going to be Fabi hitting 3 but low on health. Looks like not too much picked up. Cocoon's going to miss right there. This wave will get cleared out pretty safely. Looks like the minions, though, are going to be much nicer here for Determined. They're pushing another wave before what I'm guessing is a recall because Bubba Dub's low.
Yeah, what an interesting move here in the bottom lane. They're really pushing aggressively 3v3. Not much is going to happen unless they get engaged on by Curse Academy. So maybe they're daring them to come in, knowing that they have the backup of Westrice if they were to get into a long extended fight.
Yeah, you're right. This is just very strange, though. It's a constant siege, and they're actually forcing Curse Academy to recall. Well, okay, they pushed it and they stopped.
Yeah.
But, like, Curse Academy, their bottom lane is running out of health. We identified it as a pain point last time, and Determined are still working them over in this duo lane.
Yeah, so 25-3 now. This is generally what Caitlyn does to people. Lucian is such a strong laner that he can get. Oh, Bubba Dub gets got.
Bubba Dub not in a good spot. Flash into Fabi. Kill picked up. One more attack. Nope, Ro8 is going to stutter step that one. Never mind, there's the turnaround. Curse Academy liking this. And this stun's back up soon for Sheep.
Bubba Dub overstepped his bounds right there. He should not have been even in range for the Leona EQ there. He thought because he had his flash up that he would be safe, but he was just too low. He got bursted down before his flash would really save him.
And Bubba Dub didn't even get his Ignite out, and I think that might have been enough damage to kill off Fabi for a trade, and just got nothing there. Doran's shield now also picked up for Bubba Dub. Says, man, took a lot of damage there. Let me try to lower this one next time.
They're going to try and get some revenge back in that lane because they're definitely fighting a lot. Rux, though, up in CS this time. He lost by 110 to Westrice if we count the end of the game last time. Obviously, not all of that is his fault because the lane kind of broke down at some point. Definitely gets level 6 first. Looks to continue pressuring.
And a 7-minion kill lead as it goes into the turret. Fabi has recalled first for a Vamp Scepter. Those Zerg Greaves here for Ro8 Lee. So early attack speed and movement speed. Going to try to continue to abuse the range advantage here for the Determined duo lane.
Yeah, we consider that Fabi just got the assist for that first blood. 200 gold instead of 400. It doesn't put him far ahead of Ro8 Lee. So Ro8 Lee can continue to be fairly aggressive in this lane, despite the death they took.
So here we go. Back under the turret they are again. Bubba Dub, Ro8 Lee's level 4 on all sides. Very deep engage here by Sheep. Going in towards Annie. Good damage there. Bubba Dub taking the pain. Doran Shield helping him a bit, as does the Molten Shield.
Yeah, that's one of the most underrated parts about the Annie lane is when she gets Molten Shield, how resilient she actually is when you try and go aggressive on her. Starting with double Doran's items just increases that health pool even more.
Working pretty nicely.
As long as he stops getting caught by Leona.
Well, yeah, at least he regen back up, but is again out of items entirely.
Yeah.
This Determined bottom lane really only has trinkets now for them, and I feel like we're going to see T-Tours come back at some point. He is on Elise, 27 minions. Only really, what, one gank we've seen so far, and was stuck in the bottom lane for a while.
Yeah, that ended up with a very long siege and counter siege by both these guys. I wonder. So much action has been focused on the bottom lane in this match. Because really, Determined were to take control of this. It bleeds very easily into the rest of the game with Dragon control. And considering the other lanes are mostly focused around farming at the moment.
Yeah, and actually you kind of talked about the other lanes. The top lane is the one that's actually doing quite nicely. Right? Rux got a much better lane. He got a Renekton here, and he's really pushing around Westrice. He's up 12 minions, which is a pretty appreciable score for this state of the game. You're seeing Westrice have to give him the space. He's got to throw cleavers to last hit. Rux haven't even had to use a potion yet to regen. Like, pretty solid there.
Yeah, neither of them has had shop yet. They're basically just playing that farm game. Westrice is going to want a shop before he transitions to a dragon fight. I think that's going to be Westrice's attempt to get back in this game. Some slick moves by Jaximus, but he gets ulted.
Doesn't put him in a turret range. A little bit of damage coming across. Probably Sting in this battle, actually. Just not even afraid. Doesn't even take much damage from Death.
Flash body
Jaximus
slam,
low.
No.
Ignite is on. Timed out just now.
Yeah, he ignited early. If Jaximus wouldn't have flashed away so early, probably would have finished with a flash body slam.
Well, still winning the trade. Pretty nice stuff here. Sheep going back in. There's the culling. Good damage across the side towards Determined, but Robert actually got that long-range Caitlyn, forcing him back down.
Those guys are fighting a lot.
Yeah.
Broken Shard trying to come down with the gank here. He hasn't been able to make much happen on Kha'Zix, and he kind of needs to. I remember after the game we were talking to one of the pros. Kha'Zix is so successful. These guys get so confident on him in solo queue because they can pick up kills everywhere, get really farmed. Kha'Zix is so good at fighting people. But unless you're forcing fights in a competitive challenger or pro game, he's not as effective.
Yeah.
He farms at an average pace. And that's really what Broken Shard has been in this game. It's very, very average. Lee Sin was much more impressive, so good ban by Curse Academy.
Very well chosen there. And of course the Elise first pick as well. Just had to guarantee that happened with all the jungle bans that were there. You're like, yeah, expecting to see the Elise come through. That did happen here. Sheep and Fabi have swept away the wards, so they could sneak the Elise into this brush here. As long as they keep track of the wards coming down. There's a stun on above, but the jump in coming in through. Half HP now on the Annie. Good. Terra's going to stop the jive on in. And here comes the re-engage. Broken Shard is here.
There's Mundo
coming across. Mundo going to try to teleport, and he does make it here. Low on health.
Oh, no.
Going to get attacked. Force a flashway. Picked up there. 2 kills now for Curse Academy. The chaser coming through finds Robert X. Lee. Forced a barrier. Still running away. Sheep very low. Forced out. Flash out from Determined. Fabi not going to find more, but Jaxmus is here with the ultimate.
Oh, dear. He's coming in hot.
What's he going to find? There's a jump in. Broken Shard gonna drop down. Robert X. Lee. Will he find enough damage, though? Ulti, not quite enough. 180 health left onto Zed. 3-0 Curse Academy.
So much action right there, and it all goes in Curse Academy's favor, Freak. Really, though, Westrice's teleport was destroyed by Rux and Sheep. So first off, Rux got as much damage as he could down on Westrice. He actually ignited him before he got there. Then when Westrice did pop his ultimate, the ignite and most importantly healing debuff was continued because Sheep then used his ignite on Leona at the same time. So Westrice really just came in to die, and everything backfired for Determined.
Lost a whole hell of a lot of minions there in the top lane. 23 minions now. Rux's lead as well as a level, and most of that turret health. So this lane has really turned sour. The adaptations by Curse Academy, I gotta say, are working. That top lane, just, it's a big factor here. It really is.
Yep.
Rux even got an assist for that one. He had dealt damage recently enough.
Yeah, he ignited him right as Westrice went down, and they killed him so quickly, so bonuses all around for Curse Academy. One thing that did happen, though, in all that action is Prawley got a bit more ahead of Jaxmus. Jaxmus roamed down, Prawley continued to farm. Prawley's going to want to turn this back around. There's still only 1,000 gold separating these two teams because the farm has generally been on the side of Determined. Robert has farmed much better than Fabi. Prawley farmed much better than Jaxmus, and that's making up for the top lane discrepancy.
Doing a good job of this one right here. Curse Academy, 1,300 gold in the lead. I want to see where they go with this one. They didn't turn the bottom lane victory into much. Their health bars were low, so no turret, no dragon, no nothing. But the dive in again onto Bubba Dub. This Annie taking a bunch of pain, staying in the fight. They turn back onto Fabi. Look at the burst damage coming across. They will trade kills. Robert X. Lee, 300 gold. Broken Shard finding Zed in the mid lane as well. Nice pick up there. Probably helping with that one. Things turning back around for Determined.
Yeah, that's one of the fears when Annie gets a little bit stronger, even if they can close on him to get him. But this mid lane fight's even more important. We're going to have to figure out what happened here because we didn't catch it initially. Let's see what Broken Shard does. He evolves his wings first to close on a Jaxmus and really just bursts him down from really far away. Those are the fights that Kha'Zix kind of lives for, is just anyone fighting in the map helps Kha'Zix because he's very good at closing out and finishing kills.
Yep, and he did show up there. So the spirit items, the tier 3 spirit items, I guess. I forget what to call them, like on aggregate. The Ancient Golem, the Elder Lizard.
I think we could say the jungle items.
The jungle items
I think that would
completed?
work.
Okay.
Yeah. The
Well,
big
they're
ticket
completed.
jungle items.
The big ticket jungle items.
Rigo's Lantern is not one of those items right now.
Oracle's Elixir and Boots Mobility. The Season 2 big ticket jungle items.
Yeah, that happened immediately.
0 combat stats. Ugh. Alright, we're here with actual stats though. Boots of Speed done on T-Tours as well. These guys happy to keep themselves in decent shape. And of course, Determined now only 400 gold away. T-Tours, showing up for Westrice. A lot of burst on Mundo and goodbye. Pretty easy escape. 800 gold now putting Curse Academy in the lead. These guys have had a much better early game. Poor Mundo's having a rough time. Turret goes down. Even more gold. 1,500.
Yeah,
Number keeps climbing.
Westrice is definitely getting picked on a little bit in this game.
Yeah, okay, so we're going to see just control.
Got a quick
Control
pause
now
coming
here
in.
for Curse Academy. Yeah, quick pause.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
Yeah, I got to say, so Curse Academy, thus far, done a good job controlling the early game. I mean, I think Leona is basically used on recharge in the bottom lane. They're trying to keep Robert X Lee down. He's still getting his farm.
Yeah.
And he's still getting kills, which is a little bit worrisome.
And he's not the one dying either.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's getting experience as well.
Annie.
Yeah.
Exactly. Annie tends to die a lot just by nature of the way people play her.
Yeah.
So those deaths aren't costing them much as long as they're getting the return kills onto Robert.
And that's the funny thing as well is the change made in the 2014 season where if you kill minions, your death streak rolls back. Every 1,000 gold from minions is one less death as far as bounty goes.
Yeah.
But Annie's not getting gold from minions.
No. But if she gets the assist,
sure,
it still rolls it back
Yes.
the equivalent of one death.
Yeah, per assist. So depending on the assist, and of course she got one in that last fight. Of course they turned the kill back around, so that would have rolled one back. But I'm just kind of wondering, like,
how much is Annie worth?
Yeah, still in the 200s, the high 200s. I think it's like 0-2-1 or 0-3-2, something like that. So not that bad. But you know, for what it's worth, compared to if Robert X Lee had been dying, right? The AD carry still has time in lane, right? Still has time to gain experience, and so the Caitlyn is scaling quite nicely, and that was always a big problem. Less dominant, but still important. Of course, the dual lane for Curse Academy working much better to overall. They're getting kills into Fabi. He's doing well. They've got farm. They didn't lose their turret. They're not getting camped that badly. So a lot of things definitely going differently.
Yeah, I'm really wondering how Broken Shard's Kha'Zix is going to come in. Because he's actually been able to pick up a kill.
Yeah.
You know, evolve the wings first. So he's going to be starting to go around now. And I think it's going to be whether Broken Shard and Prawley can stop or at least equalize this game right now from Curse Academy. I think it's going to be like Rux and Chichura's on Redaction and Elise.
Yeah.
Until about 25 minutes, trying to make plays. And if they don't have a lead, I'm going to say of at least 5,000 gold by that point.
Okay.
I think Determined Gaming would win.
Really?
Only because Caitlyn is farming better than Lucian. And I think Kha'Zix and Gragas are going to be powerful enough, and Mundo as well.
Yeah.
Will no longer be able to get killed against Renekton. So those are my boundaries I'm putting up in this game. 5,000 gold by 25 minutes, or Determined wins.
Okay.
We'll see what happens.
Okay, and I guess the odds would go like up and down.
Yeah.
Because that's like an 80% Determined wins, not like 100%.
Yeah.
So it's like if it's 6,000, it's even less likely. If it's 3,000, it's even more likely.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Right, I'm doing like the
Curse
odds
Academy
thing.
is 6,000 up at 25 minutes. They're going to win.
Even higher.
They're going to win.
Likelihood. Okay.
That's the break point.
I mean, I feel like almost any team that has 6,000 to that point is like ridiculously far ahead.
Yeah, well, we have 11 minutes to find out.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Here we go. I predict a 20-minute surrender. I don't really.
That's not going to happen for you.
No, almost definitely not. This is not Cloud9 making their way into the LCS where they were ridiculously dominant. Determined Gaming here. Okay, salvaging a 1,700 gold deficit so far. Mid lane up 50 minions, and assist there on Prawley as well. Did in fact go for the Seeker's Arm Guard here. So different build now that he's Gragas. Not going for the tier option.
Using that a little bit against Zed. I think he might sit on the Seekers for a while. And just go Death Cap next, otherwise his barrels are not going to have enough oomph that he really needs.
Yeah. Oomph is very important on Gragas. We'll see if he can get some more of that in this game.
Oomph is important in general for League of Legends, I think.
Yeah. What if, do you like 0 AP Jannas have oomph just because like the ultimate knockback?
I'm going to
Is
say
that
no.
oomph enough?
No, I feel like oomph is more of a damaging statistic, not a healing statistic. They got to watch out for Elise and Leona here.
Here we go. Let's see. Sheep looking forward. Of course, people standing on wards are going to run away from this one. Dragon flapping his wings happily. Westrice still getting pushed around, although for all the pain and suffering, he's not continuing to hemorrhage minions that badly. Still, well, I mean, it's down to 30 now. I guess it's
Losing
actually
his
still
turret is
increasing.
pretty rough, too. Surprisingly, he's not really going to be able to go where he pleases if he doesn't buy boots anytime soon.
True.
He's been trying so desperately to just stay alive against Renekton that he hasn't worried about movement speed, which means if he potentially teleports down, like, he's not a real threat. He's just going to be a very slow-moving monster man.
Yeah, he has to like land every cleaver to like keep up with you there.
just to be able to land the next one. Like, I don't think he'd actually close into auto attack range.
Oh dear. So Fabi gonna sweep away the wards. Looks like Dragon under control now a little bit by Curse Academy, but they relinquish the control right there. Coming back over. Pink ward's there. Teleport is up for Westrice.
This is exactly though what a level 11 Renekton wants to do. Dominus is so strong for him right now. The Determined Gaming, even if they fight, this is going to be incredibly dangerous.
Oh my god, are you serious? He got it. Well, that's embarrassing.
Yeah, it really is, and that is disastrous for Curse Academy. That means the gold lead is basically gone for them right now. Westrice did not even have to use his teleport to get down there. What a swing just by Robert XE throwing in a Piltover Peacemaker.
Well, he's going to get jumped on. Actually whiffs his 90 caliber net because of the root right there. Not going to get much for it. Timbers comes down on a sheep. Broken Heart shows up. Damage up with there. Misses the W. Ulti come in. Nice block by Fabi. And there's the kill on Robert X League. So far, a good start for Curse Academy, actually. 1-0. Teeter was jumped on. Coming back in is Sheep, and that's going to be actually the kill, though. Another one for Broken Shard. Look at the damage output there. Are you serious? Broken Shard, triple kill. And Jackson says no.
Gets 500 gold on the shutdown side. But anyway, the game just broke wide open, Freak, because after the Dragon Steel, chaos broke out. Rux actually rotated down to the bottom. Zed's not stopping.
Thumb it up, puts on the shield, but that might not be enough. Jackson picks up the kill, jumps back to his ult clone way over there. Look how far he went.
Prawley actually hit him with the barrel, I think. Because Prawley threw a barrel backwards at where Zed's clone was going to be, and as soon as he poured out, I think he hit him. But he wasn't able to finish off with the flash body slam because Jackson was flashed away.
That was pretty freaking cool, though. I like that one quite a bit.
Sequence of events, I would have to say.
Yeah, he's like off screen, and we're like, that was a clone. That was pretty fun.
Got all excited about that one.
I like those moves. We talked about how fun Zed was going to be, and it came through.
It did. He went back after a fight. Westrice, despite being very slow, was able to come in. All right, let's see what actually happened here. So Broken Shard is just looking for resets, which is why he goes in so heavily onto Sheep. But Chachuras came in at just the right time, and since Robert actually was channeling, he just got destroyed. At this point, though, Westrice is only here to tank the turrets. It doesn't matter that he can't really close onto people. Broken Shard gets 1, 2, and then because he used his leap for the damage, he was able to finish off Fabi and pick up the triple kill. That is fantastic for Determined, even if Jaximus ends up taking the kill.
Yeah, so we're going to be happy with this one. 8-5 now in kills, a 400 gold lead. So a small lead still here for Curse Academy. I know they wish it were higher. We'll see how this one pans out. Minions still getting swept away. These guys go back to business as usual on their lanes. Gold for 10 items are picked up here by both supports, both going for the Talisman of Ascension line. That'll be fun to watch for. Of course, they have wards as well in their inventories. And we're now 7 minutes away from the cutoff, chat.
We are. It's anticlimactic for the beer. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea if that's going to ring true or not. But the Tiamat on Broken Shard is exactly what he wants to be able to get to. The fact that he was able to pick up 4 kills by the 18-minute mark means he will absolutely have an impact later on in this game. Fight Reliant Kha'Zix that people fear has arrived for Determined right now. So even though it is a high-tier competitive game we're playing here in the Challenger Series, it's happened for Broken Shard. He found his kills, and he is now dangerous.
Did you know? So you can use both the Q and the Tiamat active while in the air as Kha'Zix.
I did know.
Yeah.
Can't
use the W anymore.
Yeah, that was changed.
But you have some pretty crazy
here
bursts when you
could
land.
be a fight. It's very dangerous for Broken Shard, though.
Stun the Broken Shard, stun again for the Broken Shard, and the knockbacks, and Broken Shard does go down. Fabi picking up that kill. Nice and happy for him. 2, 2, and 5 here on the solution.
Yeah, Curse Academy really trying to just invade Determined. They know that they are kind of up against the clock right here. Robert Exley was in the bottom lane. It was a nice catch on a Broken Shard because he was just foolish to go in there by himself. There's no ward control in their jungle either. So that is one of the reasons they could pick him up. They want more, though.
Yes, they do want more, of course. Curse Academy, clock sticker for these guys. They do have an early game team composition. To be completely serious about this one, they are going to have a rougher time in the late game if things go equal. Sheep, going to look for Robert X. Lee. Can he play around it? That's going to be a root. There's a stun as well.
He's got to get his, he wants to 90 caliber net and get the slow, but he couldn't get ahead of Sheep. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's all right. Gets to the turret, or at least, yeah, an actual standing turret there. Not too bad. Prawley and Velvedub actually just get control over mid lane and take a turret down without answer. So 2-2 in the turret game, and the minions are, or the gold I should say, is equal for these guys.
Yeah. Great comeback, in a sense, from Determined Gaming. Yeah. They weren't down much, but they were definitely losing some of the lanes. You can even see just the farm on Westrice now. It's right back where it needs to be against Rux. He's gotten a few easy waves. He got some of the assists in the bottom lane when Broken Shard was down jumping all over the place. And Prawley continued to farm. I mean, look at that differential he has against Jaximus. Jaximus has gotten the kills, but Prawley has made up for it in minions.
Good stuff right here. Yeah, 70.
He's got
you can
more
see,
gold.
yeah, more gold overall. I guess what they're up a dragon. So
yeah, that's
helps
only
them a bit.
it's only about 130 or 40, depending on when the dragon was taken.
Yeah. Here we go. Rux sweeping away top lane minions. He is level 14 higher than anyone on Determined, highest in the game overall. So Rux is like the sole continuing to work factor here for the team. He's the best performing, at least compared to his opponents as well. But you kind of talked about until 25 minutes, we're not going to stop being that carry. Jackson is looking out for the bottom lane. 3 versus 1. Robert forced to run away. Here comes the broken shard, though. Not much of a stun actually onto Kaylin, and Robert's going to be fine here. Jump in from Zed. Damage still coming across vertically. Bunch of pain, but exploded there by Bubba Dub.
And Prawley wants to go. No, what? He's just messing around.
All right.
It's like a frustration barrel right there by Prawley. He's going to want it back.
Wow, the jump still in the knockback. Good repel. Yeah, good jump over to the side there. Misses the flash. Not a good thing. That'll be a kill. Probably picks that one up. 7-9 now. Determined still on the chase. Sheep not in a good spot. One more kill will do it. That's a kill picked up by Broken Shard. 8-9. Determined really getting back into this one.
Did that wall get thicker or something? We've seen 2 failed flashes over a similar wall in this matchup. One by Westerice there, one by Chaturas. He was panicking while he was trying to run away. He had dodged so much, too.
Yeah.
He did a really great job with his repel, dodging all of Prawley's damage, but still fell short.
And now Determined capitalizing on those kills right there, taking the secondary bottom lane turret there. 35 to 33,000 gold. Determined now in control of this one.
Yeah.
And they scale well. These guys are looking a lot better now.
Yeah, Jaximus overcommitted for that one. And it cost them more than just a couple kills because the timing was awful. Being able to get Dragon after this for Determined is absolutely huge. And the worst part of all of this is the strongest person on Curse Academy's team is Rux. And they're not using Rux to try and make their plays right now. They need to.
He's sitting there trading farm and not even trading well. 225 to 207. Westerice is actually catching up in this matchup. Back to level 14, equal in levels as well. With really no intervention. I don't feel like I've seen a gank for Westerice. He's just slowly clawing his way back in. Lost his turret, to be fair, but like in that 1-on-1, it's like, yeah, okay, he's holding on.
This is looking really grim right now. We're thinking by 25 minutes, if Curse Academy had a 5,000 gold lead, otherwise they lose, they got to be worried about being 5,000 gold in the hole by that point, if Determined Gaming keeps up what they're doing right now. Prawley did go for the Zhonya's, so he's lacking a bit of that oomph from his barrels, but he'll get the death cap pretty soon. He's already sitting on a needlessly large rod.
It's true. He can at least neutralize the oomph from Zed by Zhonyazing when the active comes through, so we'll see how well he holds up in these fights. Of course, he's really been just kind of displacing enemy champions anyway. He's got damage coming through from Broken Shard and Robert X. Lee anyway.
Yeah, and he's the one picking up the garbage waves too. 248 farm now. It's impossible for Jaximus to keep pace because Prawley is literally just running from lane to lane. And power clearing with Gragas.
So, a bunch of money coming into his pockets. Gragas able to afford a whole bunch more items. And as we scale into the late game, Broken Shard also taxing a little bit. Using his team hat to guarantee some of these.
Want to catch.
Gets spotted. Timbers comes down, but no stun. There's a stun from Bubba Dub. More damage coming through. Is it going to be enough? That's going to be enough. Kill picked up by Robert X. Lee. And they got control over mid.
Just a clean kill. You know, I expected Bubba Dub to actually have the stun charge, but he gets away with it anyway. Stuns with his Q. And now the risk of a counter initiation is much lower from Curse Academy. Nice kill, nice turret take.
Now, great stuff for these guys. And again, now blue buff under control. That's going to be going in pretty easily to be determined. Smited away by Broken Shard. Everything just turned on its head as of about 5 minutes ago, and all of this is going very nicely for the squad.
Yeah, pink wards have been able to be cleared out as well. Determined's going to sweep around and I think take more of these turrets because they've clearly shown now they can be the superior team in team fights. And Curse Academy is, you know, getting caught out in rotations. Determined is moving better and faster.
Ooh, they're setting up a trap in this river brush. I'm surprised this is the choice right here, but Curse Academy are nearby. They show back up there to the minion wave, and now Fabi's got to be careful. Rux there as well. Jaximus alone split pushing bottom, so 5v4 here.
Yeah, they got to watch out that they don't lose 2 turrets here if they lose this fight.
Bit of a knockback onto some of the members there. Sheep's going to go in onto Westerice. Not the target you want to go for. It's stun there on Robert X. Lee. Slow and above it up. The fight has begun. 5 versus 4. Kaylin forced backwards. Jaximus kills the turret on the other side, but the chase has begun. There's a kill off. 1 for 1 so far in this battle. Rux falls down, making it 2 for 1. Curse Academy now stuck under the turret. 3 for 1. Double kill for Broken Shard. Still chasing on down. Can they find Sheep?
Yep.
Going to be one more. Triple kill again. 8, 3, and 2 on Jungle Kha'Zix. That's why they picked it.
And it just cost them their AD carry. Yes, Jaximus could get 2 turrets on the other side, but Determined should be able to answer with just as many turrets if they decide to continue this push. They actually don't. They're content with taking just the 4 and getting Jaximus out of there. I still like that move by Determined, getting that many kills onto Broken Shard.
Yeah. Well, +3 kills overall on the fight, and actually probably still going to push a little
now
bit
they
here.
continue,
Yeah, they might just get this one. No one's really coming in that quickly. So overall, +3 kill trade. A lot of them going onto the increasingly fed Kha'Zix. Hex Drinker on that champion.
Yep.
Turret goes down. A lot of control now. Determined up. As you said, 5,000 gold they are. Dude, actually, no, 7,000 gold. This is getting bigger and bigger for these guys, and you're seeing 9 to 10,000 gold on everyone down the line, top, jungle, mid, AD.
Yeah, and the impressive thing there is the 9,800 gold by Kha'Zix. He has turned himself into a legitimate farmed Kha'Zix. He has more gold than his AD carry, so everyone needs to be fearful.
And
pretty full damage item build there, too.
Yeah, completed Last Whisper. Just got added after that last fight. Pretty happy stuff.
Yeah, death cap on a Prawley as well. That means they just have the giant tank in Westerice. This is like the perfect prototypical team comp they have. They got the Westerice who can go in and take all the hits.
Yeah.
They have Robert X. Lee who can kind of deal with the tanks in the back line. Prawley to displace everyone and get them low, and then the really strong AD Assassin to kind of finish them off.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's not too short Bubba Dub, but he doesn't do as much damage. He just kind of locks him down. Like, this is what...
He gets him in.
It's such a versatile team fight composition.
It is.
Because they can disengage, they can engage, they can tank, they can siege, they can do everything they want. It's just a matter of them getting out of that laning phase and making it to this part of the game.
And they did. They clawed their way through. They held on, had a couple of really good fights, and here they are. And what's funny to me about Westerice as well is that he didn't even have to... Even though you love Spirit Visit on Mundo, didn't even have to buy it because there's not much magic damage on the Curse Academy team.
Exactly. The biggest threat is Elise, who, you know, wasn't really messing with Westerice too much outside of those few early kills.
Yeah. So, Determined, looking to group up. 40 seconds until Dragon. They might put that on their plate right here. They do have all 6 Tier 1 and Tier 2 turrets already taken down. Westerice trading blows with Brux. Not taking much damage, though. He's got like 300 armor. Not very scary.
Not anymore.
Nope.
Took him a while to get to this point. Westerice was getting bullied.
Yeah.
Very heavily by Rux. Determined Gaming seems to have done what Curse Academy could not so far. Determined was losing the early game, but they were able to turn this one around, and they got a pretty commanding advantage right here.
Good stuff by these guys. So here we go. Back to the split push. Westerice has teleport. Probably going to hold on to these waves up top for now. The rest of the team near the mid lane. Dragon is up now. Broken Shard will solo that. Envision of a ward. That might be just safe enough for him.
I think so too. He kills it so fast. Kha'Zix with the isolated Q especially.
Jeez. Those are like 1/3 and died to Q Smite.
We've actually been seeing a lot of jungle Kha'Zix's max E second.
Yeah.
Broken Shard's not one of those people.
Nope.
He max W second. But because you're getting the resets on your jump anyways, why not just have that jump do more damage?
Yeah.
It is a interesting thing to consider if you are a Kha'Zix player.
I know Alex did it when he played Kha'Zix most recently in the LCS.
Yeah, maybe it's more of a mid lane Kha'Zix thing.
Maybe.
Because the jungle Kha'Zix is going to want that W to clear jungle a little bit faster. Obviously, he's not having much trouble now that he's got his Tiamat, but I can see it having a bit of a speed increase.
I can see it too.
Plus, you get more healing from your W
Yeah.
if you rank it higher. So it's probably a lane Kha'Zix thing.
We'll see where they go. 3 points in E now. Broken Shard level 15. Killing out the jungle. And he just does it so easily now at this point. Just the white
Especially the
camp.
white.
Yeah. Dies in 2 Qs. The span of about 5 seconds that camp goes down. Even has 25 CDR on items in that build. So he can like spam really easily. Infinite mana with the Elder Lizard in the jungle. Pretty happy stuff. Determined are gonna play this one slow.
Yeah.
Mudo stay in bottom.
This is similar to the situation they were in the last game. It's a
Yeah.
little later in the game. They got a bit less of an advantage. But Determined Gaming didn't actually show the best knowledge of how to finish the game. They just kind of all ran to Baron and decided to do it really fast. And ended up fighting over it. We might see a similar thing this game. They have very good Baron secure once again. Gragas ultimate if they wanted to. Broken Shard with Kha'Zix can combo a lot of execute damage. And this time they also have teleport on Westerice, who should be able to split push on a very tanky Mundo and maybe force a 5v4 at the Baron. But even so, they're definitely looking to Baron to make this their next move. They just didn't do it super cleanly in the first one.
Well, Determined back to 4 sweepers, though. They're definitely trying to control that vision.
And I think they'll
Kill some
control the
wards.
vision fairly well.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of if they can catch a fight without just outright trying to kill the Baron.
And of course, the wards just went right back down. Like, they just swept around Baron, and there's 4 wards on the route up. Yeah. So Curse Academy still got plenty of vision here. Nothing going to get snuck on them. Jack Smith's looking to stop a split pusher. Probably goes for the bait.
Whoa.
But the whole team is there. This is risky. They can catch him.
Yeah, Broken Shard's got to watch out not to get blown up himself when he goes in for this, but gets a lot of burst damage down. Playing it safe. They go in.
A lot of damage. Goodbye to Elise. The Zed's going to go in onto Bubba Dub. Not sure if he's going to get the kill for this one. Close and dies to Ignite. But they trade the kill regardless. 2 for 1. Westrice still bottom.
Yep, Bubba Dub did lock up Tichurs right there on Elise. Name is messing me up, freak. And now they're just going on to this Baron. There's no smite that would be able to be stolen, and Mundo can teleport in. It's a very difficult defense for Curse Academy.
All right, ult comes in. Sheep wants to stop this one. Jumps in on a Broken Shard. Good damage, actually. Baron helping with this fight. Broken Shard forces a jump away. Ignite is on. Ooh,
no.
Last tick survives with nothing left. Babby on the chase. Not
Broken Shard needs to technically smite this if they want to secure it.
Oh my gosh, he gets it. The smite helping to heal him. Does drop down to Renekton.
Rux did have an Ignite on him, though, but Determined secures it. They get the cleaver.
All right, Rux, you've got to try to run from this one. Pops the ulti, not likely to go many places. Damage on Robert X. Lee. Forced around again, will fall down. Kill picked up by Caitlyn. This makes it another good fight. Another 2 for 1 overall.
Yeah, and more gold going down onto Determined. They still get the Baron buff on the majority of their team. Caitlyn is alive. Gragas is alive. They want to push this turret now.
Leona will respawn here. 4 versus 4. Actually, make that 4 versus 3. Annie's still around on the other side. Determined starting the siege with the first 3 members of them.
Yeah, Westrice can take turret shots without almost any repercussions. The amount of regen he gets with Baron is just absurd.
Well, there's a CC stack stun into Cocoon, but not going to make him go down. Kaylee coming back in to shoot this turret down. 3 shots till it goes. And, ooh, stunned up, though. Here comes the counterattack jumping on in. Crowley dropped the half HP. Jacksmith into the back lines as well. Can he do enough damage? Yes, he pops Robert X. Lee, but they trade AD carries. Crowley going to go into the fight. Drops as well. Another 2 for 2 in this battle. These guys trading blows back and forth. Westrice a little bit overcommitted. Jacksmith finds it. Picks up the kill. T-Tours killing that bear. Says Little Bear is better than the big one. He's going to be safe with this one here. Curse Academy holding on.
Yeah, good one there. I stuck that one in. At this point, we actually got to see them fight one more time. Robert actually got caught just by the Leona ult. It wasn't the cleanest fight by Determined. They probably shouldn't have went in on this because they just didn't have the people. Once Caitlyn went down, Westrice was really all on his own as far as damage goes, and probably had no escapes left once he came out of Zanya, so it allows Jaximus and Jaturas to just clean up a little bit with double kills. Still not out of the woods yet. They did save their inhibitors, but it gets Baron buff off Determined.
Well, 10,000 gold up, putting these guys ahead. And Jaximus, I gotta say, 6-3-2 on Zed. That repeat pick has worked for him. Probably did stall him out in the first game, but this time around he's having a better impact. Pogashard evolving his ultimate for his last one.
Yeah, he's just gotta jump away from Jaximus.
He's safe.
But it's about his time. Be a little careful there.
You know what's kind of interesting?
312 attack damage. That's scary.
Pretty scary. One thing I kind of enjoy about this matchup right here is we've got the 2 big AD assassins of Season 3, Zed and Kha'Zix. And we've moved one to the jungle, and he's been completely successful.
Yeah.
Like, I know, like, every season we're like, okay, the jungle's going to do better, they're going to get more gold, they're going to be a real factor in the game. And we got closer every season, and here we're like, legitimate jungle carry.
Oh, Jaximus.
Like, more and more people put damage in that role.
Speaking of assassins.
Yeah, right? That'd be a crazy fight.
No, I agree. I think a lot of it has to do with the Spirit of the Lizard Elder jungle. There it comes. Stun's going to land, though.
All right, a lot of burst back on Jaximus. Immediately pops ulti to jump away. Bubba still in the chase. Bloodthirsty support forces the flash away from the mid laner. Good job, Bubba.
Yeah, Broken Shard might want to have continued that one, but you know they ended up burning the Tibbers away from Broken Shard. So since Jaximus didn't die, I'd actually say that is a successful flank as long as he goes back to base, which he is. He has home guard boots. He can make it back.
Tibbers being used to tank the.
God, look at that healing.
Oh, yeah.
That's because of the Lizard Elder. He's doing so much damage that he just goes into the jungle and heals. Obviously, he's got lifesteal from his Hydra as well, but holy crap.
Yeah, pretty scary guy. GA going to be coming up probably for the last item there for Broken Shard. And Determined Gaming now sitting here, 13,000 gold up. And you got to think they're thinking about closing the game out right here. They're definitely in the lead. They definitely have the tools to win the game. They all go top lane for now.
They might be waiting on the next Baron Freak. They're going to try and siege up this bottom turret a little bit. If Prawley can find a good barrel, I think they could go for the win. But they may be a little bit more passive for this. Bubba has no Tibbers. When his Flash Tibbers is up, I can see them going all in. But right now, I think they're taking pot shots.
Robert forced to cleanse backwards and run. Westrice in the front line, down to half HP, getting ignited as well. Rux in the front as well. Decent ulti in from probably the backline, getting dived right here. Jacksmith about to go down. Broken Shard finds it, picks up 1 kill. Extra trigger pop, re-engage in from Bubba Dub. Sheep goes down. Max rank WT gets the GA pop, but goes down to a Caitlyn ace in the hole. And Bubba Dub overcommitted. Rux doing so much damage to this back line right here. Broken Shard is battling him toe-to-toe and life-stealing and winning, arguably. The team now showing up. Assassination comes down. Rux drops. Only Fabi is left alive.
At that point, Curse Academy realized they were getting sieged out slowly. They tried to all-in while the Timbers were down. It was a last-ditch effort, and it didn't work.
30 seconds for the first respawn to come in. Fabi forced to open the gates here for the tournament. They're going to be taking down turret number 1. Almost taking down Fabi. Turret number 2 as well, but this will be a 2-0. Determined Gaming making the top 4.
2-0 against Curse Academy. The second game was much closer. You could see Curse Academy made a pretty good adjustment in between games 1 and 2, but it is Determined Gaming with their experience now. Some veterans on that team like West Rice just coming out on top, laning phase, mid-game, late game. They showed they can do all of it.
Yep, they're players making good plays, even coming back from deficits, getting caught out, dying, still finding things to do, still finding ways to get back into the game. They're shot culling as well.
Yeah.
Kept themselves up there, didn't lose many turrets, capitalized on the kills they did get. Determined looking good.
Yeah, Determined now moves on to the round of 4.
Yeah.
They're still awaiting their opponent. That game is going to be played tomorrow night, so you can find out who they get to play next. And I'm looking forward to this Final Four of the Challenger Series. We got some really quality teams that are going to be coming up against each other.
A lot of great familiar players, a lot of good things going to happen. It's going to be a fun one. Now, guys, now that tonight's final Nexus has fallen and tonight's quarterfinal series is in our match history, let's take a look at that updated Challenger bracket. In the first semifinal showdown next week, it's the 8th-seeded Skyline looking for another upset win when they take on the CS King of the World, Xiaowei Xiao, and LMQ.
And in the bottom half of the bracket, Determined Gaming has locked in their spot in the semifinals thanks to their 2-game sweep of Curse Academy tonight. They will face the winners of Sunday night series between Cognitive Gaming and VBV Gaming White.
But before we get to tomorrow's Challenger Series quarterfinal, there's 4 more LCS matches coming your way, starting with Xmithy and XDG taking on Doublelift and Counter Logic Gaming.
Yeah, the LCS kicks off at noon Pacific, 2100 Central European Time, with XDG facing CLG, and then Curse over against EG.
And of course, the final Challenger Series of the day is going to be Cognitive versus VVV Gaming White after the rest of those matches. And that does it for tonight's coverage of the 2014 North American Challenger Series. Thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. And now for myself, Jat, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, good night, and GG.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got on the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls saying, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. Right. Yeah. Right. Come on. Right. Come on. Yeah. Right. Come on. I look good. Right.